वीडियो भी नहीं आ रही
ये बंद करो, ये बंद करना है
उस पर मत
हमारी
चलाओ।
फीड है वो दो, आपकी फीड दो ना हमें।
हाँ आ गई
ना, अब बाहर जाओ, बोलना आप।
हेलो हेलो मत चलाओ।
फीड है वो दो।
हेलो हेलो हाँ आ रही है, आवाज आ रही है मेरी? संजय सर, हेलो संजय सर, हेलो संजय सर, आवाज आ रही है? हेलो 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 संजय सर, हाँ आ रही है, आवाज आ रही है मेरी? संजय सर, आ रही है संजय सर, हेलो संजय सर, आवाज आ रही है? हेलो 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 हाँ आ रही है, आवाज आ रही है मेरी? हाँ आ रही है। हेलो आवाज आ रही है? हेलो हेलो हाँ आ रही है, आवाज आ रही है मेरी? हाँ आ रही है। हेलो हेलो हाँ जी तो आ रही है सर, आपके पास हेलो हेलो हाँ जी तो आ रही है सर, आपके पास हेलो ठीक और बढ़ाना है? हेलो हाँ जी सर, हेलो हाँ जी तो आ रही है आपके पास और और बढ़ाना है क्या? मेरी हाँ जी आपकी आ रही है। हेलो आ रही है सर, आ रही है। हेलो हाँ जी तो आ रही है और बढ़ाना है। हेलो हाँ जी तो आ रही है।
हेलो हेलो हेलो
आ रही है, आ जाओ।
हेलो,
हेलो
आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ आ रही है।
इको हो रहा है पर। हेलो
इनको इसी जगह की पास में है इसलिए।
हेलो, हाँ आ रही है, अब आवाज आ रही है। हेलो
हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो,
हेलो
आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ आ रही है।
इको हो रहा है पर। हेलो
इनको इसी जगह की पास में है।
हेलो,
डिवाइस पास में है तो दूर।
हाँ आ रही है, अब आवाज आ रही है। हेलो
हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो,
हेलो
आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ आ रही है।
इको हो रहा है पर। हेलो
एक मिनट रुकिएगा।
हेलो नमित,
हेलो,
कैन यू हियर मी?
हाँ आ रही है, अब आवाज आ रही है।
नमस्कार।
हेलो
हेलो, वीडियो भी अच्छा आ रहा है?
हेलो
हेलो
आवाज
हेलो
आ रही है?
हाँ आ रही है।
इको हो रहा है? हेलो
हेलो नमित, कैन यू हियर मी?
हाँ आ रही है, अब आवाज आ रही है।
नमस्कार।
हेलो
हेलो, वीडियो भी अच्छा आ रहा है?
हेलो
हेलो
आवाज आ रही है? इको हो रहा है? हेलो
हेलो नमित, कैन यू हियर मी?
हाँ आ रही है, अब आवाज आ रही है।
नमस्कार।
हेलो
हेलो, वीडियो भी अच्छा आ रहा है?
हेलो
हेलो
आवाज आ रही है? इको हो रहा है?
हेलो नमित, कैन यू हियर मी?
हाँ आ रही है, अब आवाज आ रही है।
नमस्कार। हेलो, वीडियो भी अच्छा आ रहा है?
हेलो आवाज आ रही है? इको हो रहा है?
हेलो नमित, कैन यू हियर मी?
हाँ आ रही है।
हेलो ठीक ठीक माउस को लेके आइए माइक पे हेलो
हेलो
वीडियो नहीं आ रही।
रजिस्ट्रेशन डेस्क यहाँ होगा फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे जो बाहर यहाँ पे क्या है? पैरेलल सेशन।
हेलो
पैरेलल सेशन।
वहां से अंदर आ ही रहेगा, एक बंदा तो हमेशा बैठा रहेगा।
हाँ आवाज वेट भी ओ आवाज भी नहीं आ रही। मेरी वेट भी ओ आवाज भी नहीं आ रही। हैं?
बोलिए ये मतलब लाइव टिकट लिए और
करा दो।
HDMI केबल
आ रहा
फोन आ रहा।
हेलो हेलो आवाज आ रही है?
ठीक है तो वो
वीडियो आ रही है।
आप हैं
और ये जो स्टैंड जैसा
HDMI और वो
ऑडियो
ठीक है ये बेसिक
है भी रख लो
जैसा भी हम लोग स्ट्रेटजी बनाने की है ना तो वो सेपरेट
ये लैपटॉप आपका
ऑन ही जाएगा ऐसे हो गया
ऊपर वाला यहाँ पे चलेगा।
नहीं ऊपर पता चलेगा वो जो वहां से कंट्रोल है वो कोई
ये अलग सेक्शन है, ठीक है।
अच्छा
अभी सिर्फ ये यहाँ पे टेलीकास्ट
और आपका नंबर ठीक था आपके मतलब आप
यही है ना।
कर यही होगा यार बता दी।
आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ दे दी।
हेलो हेलो हेलो
जो इनॉग्रल सेशन है, ठीक है, वो यहाँ पे टेलीकास्ट करवाना हमने, ठीक है, लाइव, ठीक, और वेबिनार से, ठीक है। तो यहाँ का जो फीड है वो तो वहाँ नहीं जाएगा।
कौन सा लैपटॉप सर यूज कर बस यहाँ देखिए यहाँ
इसको लाइव टेलीकास्ट कराना है इससे।
हाँ ये लैपटॉप है ना
हाँ
सर, ये मास्टर म्यूट है, फिर कैसे आवाज आएगी बताओ।
मास्टर अनम्यूट करवा देते हैं हम,
हाँ
ठीक है।
क्या मास्टर में
ठीक है हाँ तो
हेलो
हाँ 3 में आएगा।
टच नहीं
हेलो
देखो आ रही है आवाज, ये वहाँ गया है।
नहीं, हमारा फीड जा रहा था उधर।
हाँ बिल्कुल ऑडियो आ रहा था। हाँ, वीडियो मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया, लेकिन ये तो यहाँ से कैमरा ऑन कर देंगे, वीडियो जाएगी, ठीक है।
चलो इनका फीड जो है उस पर देख लेते हैं ना एक बार।
हाँ वहाँ की आवाज आ रही है।
हेलो
आपकी आवाज तो स्पीकर में
हाँ।
लगाएंगे। स्पीकर में आएंगे।
हाँ संजय सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
आ रही है
ठीक है, आपकी भी क्लियर है इधर। ओके
और वहाँ क्लाइंट का वीडियो नहीं वो वीडियो नहीं दिखेगा।
हाँ अभी कनेक्टेड नहीं है कैमरा, बाकी मैं देखता हूँ अभी 1 मिनट में देखता हूँ लाइव फिट क्यों नहीं आ रही है।
हेलो
हाँ संजय सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
आवाज आ रही है।
ठीक है, आपकी भी क्लियर है।
मैं कह रहा वीडियो नहीं आएगी क्लाइंट की।
हमें तो सिर्फ इसका लाइव फीड चाहिए यहाँ।
हेलो
हाँ अभी कनेक्टेड नहीं है कैमरा बाकी अभी एक
क्लाइंट का वीडियो नहीं आता इसमें वेबिनार में
सिर्फ इनकी
आवाज आती है मैंने क्लाइंट के वीडियो नहीं आएगी
फोन करो, इनको बोलो कि आप बोलते रहो।
साउंड का क्लियर है, ठीक है, साउंड का क्लियर है।
इस पे आपको इससे इंटीग्रेट हुआ तभी तो फर्दर।
हाँ जी बता दीजिए, बताइए। नहीं नहीं ट्रिपल है, नहीं और कुछ नहीं, मैं आ रहा हूँ।
बंद किया तो हमारी वॉइस तो चाहिए नहीं ना उधर हमें।
हेलो, इसका नहीं करना है सर, इसका हाँ आप यूएसबी रख दो। इसका नहीं करना है सर, हाँ आप यूएसबी रख दो।
हेलो ठीक। हेलो चेक चेक दिस। हेलो हेलो चेक। हेलो चेक चेक दिस। हेलो हेलो चेक।
Check sound check. Check, sound check. Good morning, it's a sound check.
कर रहे हैं
भैया ये लगा दिया साइड में जरा वो पार्टनर वाला देखने में कैसा। हाँ हाँ तो ना ही पार्टनर वाला
छोड़ो जरा छोड़ो।
अभी चेंजेस किया है, देखो जरा।
ठीक ठीक ठीक।
राजा को फोन करेगा रात में भाई। ठीक।
साउंड की दिक्कत है नहीं, साउंड तो आ रही थी।
चल रहा था
वीडियो नहीं कोई कैट करना का पंगा।
उसका आदमी को कुछ आता ही नहीं है जो ऊपर बैठा है उसको जूम पे।
कुछ नहीं आता उसे।
हाँ,
कुछ नहीं,
देखोगे।
कैट है का भी नहीं पता उसे।
उससे ज्यादा तो मैं ही कर लूंगा।
लगती है देखा।
शांति तो रख ले 1 मिनट की।
हुआ भैया कुछ? हाँ जी, नीचे।
हेलो, माइक टेस्टिंग। देखो ये आवाज आ रही है आपको? नहीं नहीं, ये तो इसका माइक्रोफोन है ना, लैपटॉप का है। हेलो, चेक टेस्ट। ठीक है, 1 मिनट रुक जाइए। मैं
मेन वीडियो से आपको सबसे पहले ऊपर चलेगा, उसके बाद
अरे, मैंने देख लिया सर। इस अरे सिस्टम यूएसबी में प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। नहीं नहीं, ये तो अभी इस पे आ रहा है ना। ये तो सिस्टम का है।
दिल्ली
देखो म्यूजिक आ रही है आपको?
पीच के ये डाउन ये जिप
अब डायरेक्ट दिया है बिना यूएसबी के। अब माइक का बोल रहा हूँ मैं। हेलो माइक टेस्टिंग चेक क्लियर है? अब नहीं नहीं डायरेक्ट है ये, मतलब ऑक्स से ही जा रहा है, मतलब यूएसबी साउंड नहीं लगाया, डायरेक्ट दिया हूँ। अब प्रॉपर जा रही है ना? और ये म्यूजिक जो चल रहा है ये आ रहा है प्रॉपर? म्यूजिक का साउंड नहीं आ रहा?
ये थर्ड वीडियो यहाँ पे रहेगा तो इसको बताएगा कि बस आप समझ
हाँ हाँ उसकी आवाज आ रही है।
हेलो अजय मैं बाद में कॉल करता हूँ।
एक मिनट रुक जाओ। मैं कैप्चर कार्ड पर इनके उसमें साउंड इन नहीं है ना, कैमरे पे साउंड इन कहाँ है? कैमरे में नहीं लिया है ना साउंड इन्होंने? नहीं रुक जाओ, मैं दूसरा साउंड कार्ड लगा रहा हूँ।
फोर्थ वीडियो में आपको सीक्वेंस यहाँ पे लिखूं। पहला आपका होगा मिनिस्टर का वीडियो, तो मैं आपको जब 1 किलोमीटर आवाज चला दूंगी।
सर अभी भी मेरे इसको ड्रॉप करवा लो क्योंकि ना यही करो।
एक्सप्रेशन मैं आपको अभी बताऊंगी और बता दूं उसमें और क्या है।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll request you all to please take your seats, settle down. Another 10 minutes from now, we are beginning the inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, please बैठ जाएं, settle down हो जाएं. कुछ ही देर में इस दिन का आगाज होगा आप सभी के साथ मिलकर. Please take your seats. I'll request all our guests to please settle down, take your seats. We're about to begin the day. All our guests to please settle down, take your seats. We're about to begin the day.
हमारे जितने भी लैपटॉप जुड़े हुए हैं ना, हमारे जितने भी लैपटॉप जुड़े हुए हैं ना,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats, settle down. Another 5 minutes from now, and we are beginning the inaugural session. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats, settle down. Another 5 minutes from now, and we are beginning the inaugural session. Thank you. Well, I'll request all our delegates to please take your seats, settle down. Another 5 minutes from now, we will be beginning the day. Well, I'll request all our delegates to please take your seats, settle down. Another 5 minutes from now, we will be beginning the day. I'll request everyone to please take your seats, settle down. I'll request everyone to please take your seats, settle down.
चलो मैं टेस्टिंग क्लियर है।
बताओ
We're about to begin 5 minutes now. We'll switch to all the down. Another 5 minutes from now, and we will be beginning the day.
Morning, everyone. We are starting the programs now. Request all volunteers and everybody, please settle down. There is a seats available. Please take your seats. And we're starting in 3 minutes maximum. Thank you.
And also, ladies and gentlemen, in case you need the headphones for the translation, you can take it from the registration desk. Thank you. And please settle down. Another 2 minutes from now, we are beginning. मैं आप सभी से दरख्वास्त करती हूँ कि प्लीज सभी लोग सेटल डाउन हो जाएं। अगले 2 मिनट में हम इस दिन का आगाज करेंगे और अगर किसी को ट्रांसलेशन के लिए हेडफोन्स की जरूरत है तो वो आप हमारे रजिस्ट्रेशन डेस्क से ले सकते हैं और सभी लोग सेटल डाउन हो जाएं। अगले 2 मिनट में हम इस दिन का आगाज करेंगे आप सभी के साथ मिलकर। तो हम इस दिन का आगाज करेंगे आप सभी के साथ। Just requesting all our delegates to please settle down, take your seats. All our delegates to please सभी लोग settle down हो जाएं क्योंकि अब बारी आ गई है इस दिन का आगाज करने की। सभी लोग सेटल डाउन हो जाएं क्योंकि अब बारी आ गई है इस दिन का आगाज करने की। Namaskar, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, before we begin, let me introduce myself. I am Mehak Dhawan, your host for the day. And once again, today it gives me an immense pleasure to welcome all of you at inaugural session of 6th Asian City Summit 2023. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the day with a huge round of applause. एक बार जोर से तालियों के साथ हम इस दिन का आगाज करते हैं. Everybody. Thank you so much. And now, to proceed further with the day, I would like to welcome and call our dignitaries at the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, जैसे ही मैं dignitaries का नाम लूंगी, मैं एक छोटी सी दरख्वास्त आपसे बोलूंगी कि जोर से तालियां होनी चाहिए और जितने भी लोग पीछे खड़े हैं मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी प्लीज सेटल डाउन हो जाएं. Everybody, please take your seats. Please settle down. So let's move forward and have our dignitaries at the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Kirit Parmar, Mayor Ahmedabad and Chair Urban 20 G20. Now, welcome, sir. Dr. Jairaj Phatak, retired IAS, Director General AIILSG. Mr. Kunal Kumar, Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Smart Cities Mission. Dr. Jairaj Phatak, and of course, Dr. Barnadi Airavati Chityachandra Devi, Secretary General, UCLG SPAC. Ladies and gentlemen, तालियों के साथ. Mr. Hitesh Vaidya, Director, NIUA. Our Vice President, AIILSG, Mr. Raj Kishore Modi. Ms. Hansa Patel, ma'am, Executive Advisor, AIILSG. And of course, our DDG, AIILSG, Ravi Ranjan Guru. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोर से तालियां हो जाएं. और इसी के साथ, ladies and gentlemen, इस दिन को आगे बढ़ाते हैं with the felicitation of our dignitaries. Can I request DP Tiwari, Advisor, AIILSG, to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Kirit Parmar ji. और इसी के साथ ladies and gentlemen, इसको आगे बढ़ाते हैं तो felicitation of our dignitary. Can I request VP Tiwari, advisor AIILSG, to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Kirit Parman. I'll also request Paschim Tiwari, technical director AIILSG, to please come forward and felicitate Dr. Jairaj Phatak. I'll also request Paschim Tiwari, technical director. Shri Mrityunjay C. Hirema GC member to please come forward and felicitate Dr. Banadia. Member to please come forward and felicitate Dr. Banadia. Shri Virendra Bhai Acharya GC member to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Hitesh Vaidya, Director NIUA. Shri Virendra Bhai Acharya GC member to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Hitesh Vaidya, Director. Ladies and gentlemen, तालियों के साथ इस दिन को आगे बढ़ाना है. Mr. Devarshi Pandya CFO to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Raj Kishore Modi, our Vice President AIILSG. तालियों के साथ इस दिन को आगे बढ़ाना है. With a huge round of applause. Mr. Devarshi Pandya CFO to please. Abhishek Pandey, editor Urban Update, to please come forward and felicitate Hansa Patel ma'am, executive advisor AIILSG. Abhishek Pandey, editor Urban Update, to please come forward. Harish Sharma, project director AIILSG, to please come forward and felicitate Ravi sir. Harish Sharma, project director AIILSG, to please come forward and felicitate Ravi sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. And now I'll request all our dignitaries to please take your seats back. चलिए आइए इस दिन को आगे बढ़ाते हैं. On behalf of our president, I will request Mr. Raj Kishore Modi, Vice President AIILSG, to please come forward and give welcome address, sir. Over to you. चलिए आइए इस दिन को आगे बढ़ाते हैं. On behalf of our president, I will request Mr. Raj Kishore Modi, Vice President AIILSG.
Good morning, everyone. It's my honor to speak here today on behalf of the President of All India Institute Local Self-Government, Mr. Ranjit Chauhan. It gives me the pleasure to deliver the speech of our President in his absence today. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and honorable guests, it is an honor to welcome this August gathering to the 6th Asian Cities Summit hosted by All India Institute Local Self-Government, co-organized by UCLG, ASPEC, and with the support of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, National Institute of Local Self-Government, European Union, Global Convents of Mayors South Asia. It is privileged to be a part of this estimated organization to stewards who have worked for the betterment of the masses for over 97 years. We have worked tirelessly with the government of handhold and support of the urbanization process of India. All India Institute was established in year 1926, and today we have more than 50 centers across India and working in various projects, programs, courses, and training programs. We are implemented in Smart City program, Amrit, SBM. Within All India Institute Local Self-Government, we have various units and cells to provide all the necessary technical and advisory support to various tier of government such as RCUE Mumbai, PRUDA, WMRC, National Fire Academy, disaster management, and we have more than 1,000 professionals working with us and provides all the necessary support to the work on various projects, program and training programs. All India Institute Local Self-Government has been the forefront of training officials engaged in the governance activities. Our flagship courses of SI, LSGD and our Fire Academy, nursing has been producing municipal officials who have been the backbone of the various governance activities. It is in of the city. Today we have come a long way. We are not only running our regular courses, but we are one of the largest training partner of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and Jal Shakti Ministry too. The Indian democracy with its diversity both demographically and geographically wanting to be a global but adopting local indigenous system, urbanization through an inclusive and sustainable framework has become a shining for the world today. Today, India provides solution to all its challenges through the heady mix, innovation and technology. We have made sustainable development a mantra of life instead of mere government systems. Environment is as much a professional responsibility for us is our urbanization as it is a global cause. At All India Institute Local Self-Government, we are working extensively across India for SDG localization, creating circular economics in various sectors like waste, energy, water. There is a further being enhanced through our young entrepreneurs from the incubation centers in smaller towns like Ujjain, Bilaspur, which bodes well for the 4,378 towns of India. We at All India Institute Local Self-Government have a vision of celebration 2026 as our century year, with the India being at the forefront of transformation, urbanization. It is great journey we have embarked upon, and is my extreme pleasure to be part of journey with All India Institute Local Self-Government. Once again, I would like to welcome all of you to this 6th Asian Cities Summit, and thanks to the all partners, speakers, delegates to join this program and platform of knowledge and exchange. I am sure this platform will provide you a good governance experience and you will be take back a good memory. Thank you. And exchange. I am sure this platform will provide you a good governance experience and you will be.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I would like to inform you that our dignitary, Mr. Kunal Kumar, Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Smart Cities Mission, have just joined us. एक बार जोर से तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत करते हैं. और मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी सुरेश भाई से to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Kunal Kumar. एक बार तालियां हो जाए everybody. Mission Director, Smart Cities just joined us. एक बार जोर से तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत करते हैं. Warm welcome, sir. सुरेश भाई से please come forward and felicitate Mr. Kunal Kumar. एक बार तालियां हो जाए. I'll request our dignitaries to please settle down so that we can proceed further in the day. And to move forward, now I would like to request our DDG, Mr. Ravi Ranjan Guru, to please come forward for his address. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Namaste. First of all, my name is Ravi Ranjan Guru, and I am a Deputy Director General in All India Institute of Local Self-Government. First of all, I would like to welcome all delegates, mayor, commissioner across the globe, our dignitaries on dais, Sri Kunal Kumar sir. Thank you, sir, for joining this today morning. Honorable Mayor Ahmedabad. He is also chair of the Urban 20. I know that, I hope you know that India is leading the G20 presidency this year, and the We are also fortunate to have the Urban 20 as an engagement group, and the Mayor Ahmedabad is a chair of this Urban 20. So thank you, sir, for joining us. Hitesh Vaidyaji, who is a Director of National Institute of Urban Affairs. Thank you, sir, for joining today, and all the support that NIUA is giving to us. Banadia, Secretary General, UCLG aspect, and like I said, those who were there yesterday in the program, the entire journey of this South Asian and then now this year Asian City Summit started in 2013 with the support of UCLG aspect, and thanks for all the last 5 programs that we have done it in India. UCLG always the support to us. Thank you so much, Vice President Rajkishore Modi sir, Director General Sir Jairaj Patak sir, Hansa ma'am, and all Indian cities, mayor, delegates from across the globe. Thank you very much for joining this today. I have a small presentation for AILSG, and we want to just give you some small background on those lines. But before that, just to give you an idea that this entire program is mainly on the discuss and debate, and we want to see that how the cities across the globes are performing, and you will have an idea that how the other cities are performing and what you can take it back after this summit. So can I have my presentation? Okay, next slide. So like ALAG, I say that we are working with the urban local bodies across the India and now more or less South Asia. This is the map of India where we have the centers across the India. If you see the region wise, I think only the northeastern part you see the gap, but it is still not gap. We have the project office there. So we have presence across India. We have more than 1,000 employees working with us in all the sectors, whether it's urban planning, solid waste management, sanitation, and obviously we are very strong in the advocacy part. And we are very closely working with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, thanks to the Ministry and the Kunal Kumar sir and all the National Institute of Urban Affairs also. Next, please. We are working on all the 3 tiers of the government system. We are working with the central government, the government of India's, all the missions we are impaneled, and we are strongly working with them in all the aspects, whether smart cities missions or whether solid waste management, Swachh Bharat missions, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, all the missions we are working with the central ministry. We're working with the state ministry as well in the various part of India. And of course, as a local self-government, we are working more than 115 cities at the moment across India. Next, please. All the missions we are working with the central ministry. Just to give you an idea that this is the profile which ALAG has the capacity and providing the technical and the advisory services to the various urban local bodies, state government, water sector, housing sectors, urban planning, training and capacity building is our very strong forte. And we have been organizing all sorts of training programs in all part of India, including some of the remote location, like we have organizing the program in Leh, Port Blair, Lakshadweep, all those areas where really connection is a problem, but still we are doing that. We're working on climate, environment, resilience, national urban livelihood missions on all those areas. Next, please. Like we have organizing the program in terms of global presence, yeah, we are strongly working with all the big organization and global organization like European Union. Thanks. I'm sure here European people is here. CityNet, we are part of that. UCLG aspect, we are very active member of UCLG aspect, and Banadia is here. We are also very strongly working with the other network agency like GCOM, CLARE, and UNICEF, World Bank, and all those organizations. Next, please. Yeah, like you know that we have some global agenda which cities are working across the Asia Pacific, and we are leading into those components. Like we are working with the localizing SDG. We are also working on the circular economy, and also we are working on the smart cities component. Next, please. Yeah, these are some of the projects which you can see it outside, because we are very strongly working with the European Union on the Girl Power project, and there are some stall, and you can see the kind of the rural areas where the we are ALAG is supporting in terms of increasing their livelihood, increasing their some kind of supporting in terms of training program and capacity building programs. Next, please. These are some of the pictures. Go ahead, next. We also part of the global covenant of mayors, and we have the session also tomorrow. So that is also, you can see it. Next, please. Next, please. These are the all, just keep, go ahead. Next. Next, please. Next, please. So these are the some of them. I'm just going through. These are the projects and activities. Please just go ahead. Next. Yeah, so that's it. I think with this, I want to stop it here because the long list ALS has been working more than 150 projects. So it will take entire day to present all the activities. But thanks once again for joining this today programs. We have a huge number of speakers, large number of speakers, good technical sessions. We have a parallel session also. It's in the ground floor. So request all the delegates to utilize this platform. And I once again say that please, before leave, at least exchange 50 business cards with each other. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ravi sir, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, to proceed further with the day, now I would like to invite at the podium for the theme address, which will be by Dr. Jairaj Phatak, retired IAS, Director General, AII LSG. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Jairaj Phatak. Dr. Jairaj Phatak, retired IAS, Director General, AII LSG. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome.
Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Today, the theme of our conference is inclusive and resilient cities. So I thought in my theme address, I will try to focus on those. Our continent, Asia, no doubt has size-wise the largest cities in the world. Population-wise, Asia has the largest population and our cities are also largest. The largest urban agglomerations, if you consider entire urban agglomeration together, in the world today are Tokyo, number 1, Mumbai, Delhi, Dhaka, and Mexico City. So 1, 2, 3, 4, the first 4 cities are Asian. The urban agglomeration, however, may have 1 or more municipalities. So like Tokyo is divided into Tokyo and Yokohama. Mumbai urban agglomeration has Mumbai, Thane, Navi Mumbai, and several others. So municipality, since municipality ultimately gives the services to the citizens, becomes a more important unit, and largest municipalities are Shanghai, Beijing, Karachi, Istanbul, and Tokyo. In fact, Dhaka figured among the top 4, but Dhaka got divided into 2. So as municipality, Dhaka is not in the first 5, but still it is in the top 10. So these municipalities, as far as Chinese municipalities are concerned, they include very large rural area also, which is urbanizing fast. In South Asia, we generally keep the municipality only to the urbanized area. In China, Shanghai and Beijing have areas of 5,000 square kilometers and sometimes larger. So they are more like our NCR or what we call union territories in India. And the mayor of Shanghai, their system is also different. Mayor of Shanghai is a very senior leader of the Communist Party of China, which dominates their political spectrum. In fact, in the large star and 4 stars on the Chinese red flag, the largest star stands for the Communist Party of China, and other institutions are the smaller stars. So, in China, somebody who is in the top 10 of the Communist Party hierarchy becomes General Secretary of the Communist Party for Shanghai or Beijing, and he automatically becomes Mayor of Shanghai or Beijing. Many former mayors of Shanghai and Beijing have gone on to become president and prime minister in China. So their system is different. Even in our case, at some places we have directly elected mayors. Some other places we have strong commissioner model. So that really doesn't matter because functions of all municipalities are more or less similar. Almost all over, the first function is the solid waste management. Unfortunately, solid waste management in the third world, it was not very systematic, scientific landfills. but it was just dumping of waste somewhere outside the city. Now the scientific landfills have come. In Mumbai, we are having a large scientific landfill at Kanjurmarg. And hopefully during this decade, it is the priority of the government of India, and I'm certain of other countries also, will shift to either scientific landfill or conversion of waste to energy or conversion of waste to manure in a large way. Water supply, which is function of the municipal bodies in Europe. In India, it is the function of municipal bodies only in Western India. Elsewhere, there are separate parastatals which give the water supply facilities. Health and education. This also, it varies from state to state and country to country, but nevertheless, by and large, solid waste management, maintenance of municipal streets, water supply, health and education, these are our functions, and we have to see whether our cities are really inclusive. So are our cities really inclusive? Are the poor taken better care of? Perhaps our cities take better care of the poor than the rural areas. And that is why large number of people migrate from rural areas to urban areas. Now, as far as South Asia is concerned, GDP per capita is on a relatively lower side. So overall, we are transiting from poor to lower middle income countries. However, is the inequality more? Perhaps no. Inequality in economics is measured by a concept called Gini coefficient. So Indian Gini coefficient of income is 31. Gini coefficient of 0 means there is perfect equality. Everybody has equal income. And Gini coefficient of 1 means only one person is controlling all income and all others are his employees or slaves. So 31 is still lower than half mark. In fact, our Gini coefficient is a bit lower than even United States of USA, United States of America, indicating slightly more equal society. The Gini coefficient of Mumbai city is similar to the Gini coefficient of India, average wise. So perhaps inequality in Mumbai, stark as it may seem, is similar to inequality in India. In fact, people shift to larger cities because they don't starve there. In rural areas, sometimes they have the fear of starving. Of course, countries like Slovenia and the Nordic countries are more inclusive. They are lower Gini coefficients. And South Africa, Lesotho, they have more unequal. They are higher Gini coefficients. Again, Gini coefficient is perhaps family to family. But even in gender equality index, we are on a much lower side. So at many places in Asia, we still have paternalistic society. And yesterday we had a very nice session on women and their rights. However, entire world has now realized that we have to prosper. When India became independent, Gandhiji had advocated a concept called Daridri Narayan, poor man as God. Now I think everybody knows that solution is in prosperity. But only Deng Xiaoping of China directly is attributed the remark that poverty is not socialism. To get rich is glorious. Many times, top politicians are reluctant to clearly say that prosperity is the goal. But without economic development, no other development, whether health or education, is possible. So, equality, but what can democracy or capitalism achieve? It can give equal rights to all. A poor man has the same vote, same right as the richest man, Mukesh Ambani. It gives equality of opportunity to go to colleges on merit, but there cannot be equality of wealth. But basic facilities of to the poor, all countries here are trying to help their poor because there are many merit goods. If the poor are not educated, if they are unhealthy, entire country suffers. So our bodies are trying their best to give this. So apart from inclusivity of the poor, the other theme is resilient cities. Resilient means quick recovery after disaster. By and large, cities have handled crisis quite admirably. The Mumbai flood of 2005 was handled quite well. So disaster preparedness is improving, although in a limited way. Again, I am certain that in Mumbai, if it rains 900 millimeter of rainfall in one day, what happened in 2005, city won't be able to take care of it. Even with 203, maybe from 200, our capacity to handle high floods has become to 300 mm. We are developing, but still, if the disaster is of an very large magnitude, we are not yet fully prepared. Perhaps nobody can be prepared. Like tornadoes killed so many people in North America. Even the United States could not protect all from this. So cyclones, tornadoes, tsunamis, we can only prepare our best. We cannot prevent them altogether. But we have shown that we can come back. Mumbai city or other cities, they came to the original level as long as the disaster was over as soon as possible. Thank you very much. I am sure there will be many speakers and we'll focus on the theme inclusivity as well as then disaster preparedness, that is resilience. Thank you very much. Disaster was over as soon as possible. Thank you very much. I am sure there will be many speakers. And
thank you so much, sir, for your kind address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to proceed further, I would like to invite Dr. Barnadia Iravati Tejandra Devi, Secretary General, UCLGS PAC, to please come forward for the special address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. And just an important announcement, जितने भी मेयर्स हमारे बीच यहाँ मौजूद हैं जिनको हिंदी में सुनना चाहते हैं तो आप हेडफोन्स कलेक्ट कर सकते हैं from the registration desk. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am. Forward for the special address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. And just an important announcement, जितने भी मेयर्स
I don't know Hindi, but I know only Kuche Kuche Hota Hai.
तो आप
That's the movie I watched, Kuche Kuche Hota Hai, more than maybe one time because it was so interesting. Distinguished, I don't know Hindi, but I know only Mr. Vice President of ALAG, Mr. Modi, distinguished Ms. Hansa Patel, Executive Advisor, and also Deputy Director Agenda Rafi. And I also like to greet Dr. Jairaj Pathak, Director Agenda of ALAG, Mr. Kunal Kumer, Joint Secretary, Mission Director of Smart Cities Mission. The Smart City Mission is very famous. I heard about this program very well. This is also to show that India has been playing important role in transferring this Smart Cities program, not only in India, but elsewhere. I also like to greet Mr. Kirit Parmar, U20 Chair, Ahmedabad Mayor. You will be playing important role in organizing this Urban 20. We have been involved in Urban 20 for the past years when this Urban 20 as part of the G20 was organized, started in Buenos Aires and then later on followed by Paris. And the last one was in Jakarta. So we will be happy to share also with you about this U20. Then I would like to greet all the mayors here and of course our president, UCH ASPAC President, Mayor Ashok of Tulikal Municipality, Nepal. I also like to greet all the mayors here, ladies mayors, male mayors, and of course all distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very good morning. Namaste. Namaskar. All the mayors here. It's really an honor for me to speak here today. For me, this kind of gathering is kind of a reunion because we suffer a lot during the past 2 years because of the COVID. And I think a lot of activities were transformed into virtual activities. But it's good that we managed to get together again today to have this physical gathering, face-to-face gathering. And I think this is first time of the Asian City Summit that is organized immediately after COVID. So congratulations that you all dare to come together although some challenges are still happen. So congratulations. I think this is to show you that despite this pandemic, which still I think around us, because I just got information that our staff member just came back from Bangkok and she got COVID. So still around us. But anyway, I like to congratulate all India Institutes of Local Self-Government for hosting this 6th Asian City Summit and Mayors Forum today in New Delhi. So this event provides a great opportunity for all of us to share information and also experiences among all of us in reshaping the cities we want to see today in New Delhi in the future as well as in the near future. I think from COVID we learn a lot. We learn about this sustainable issue as well, because like I could see the first time in Jakarta, we managed to see a blue sky. I think from over the maybe 1 decade, we have never seen blue sky in Jakarta. So although this COVID affected us, but I saw a lot of opportunities in which one of the things that we could see much clearly is about the importance of working together, how the community has been engaged, how local governments as the frontliner of this COVID fighting together with the community. And this is to show that inclusivity we have seen much stronger, especially during the COVID-19. And also, I see digitalization has been also be accelerated during this time. We have seen a lot of cities have taken great initiatives in bringing together all the stakeholders by creating a platform, digital platform, which also bring benefit from the people. So in this opportunity, I also would like to congratulate the Indian government as the G20 chairmanship this year with the Amrit Kal spirit. Yeah, I think we have to give a big applause for India for hosting this G20 chairmanship this year. Indonesia was we were the host last year, so we will be happy to share a lot with you later. So with the Amrit Kal spirit, India is on mission to bring about a shared global future for all, with Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or one earth, one family, one future, as a theme for this G20 presidency. I believe, and I think you all believe, that India will contribute to the global perspective and lead up in tackling the global issues and challenges. So during India's G20 presidency, there are several substantive deliberations across broad priority areas would revolve around inclusive and sustainable growth. This including also acceleration of the achievement of the SDGs, green development and lifestyles for environment, public digital infrastructure, reforms of multilateral financial institutions, and international peace and harmony. I was actually involved in one of the sessions of G20 in Pune, when this G20 meeting was organized by the ministers of finance. And I'm glad that the theme of one of these G20 meetings in India is about financing cities, investing in cities. This is the congratulations once again, Government of India, for taking this important message here, because I don't need to explain how important cities are, because I think the previous, the Director General Pathak has already explained that more and more people living in urban areas, and a lot of challenges we have been facing. So this is why, once again, it's very important that we address the issue of urbanization. And UN DESA reports estimated by 2050, most urban of the world population will reside in cities due to the rapid growth of the urban population. If we talk about disasters itself, Asia Pacific is the most prone region compared to other regions. Every 4 minutes, there is disaster occurs in this region. So this is how important the resiliency, the topics that we are discussing today. So however, the challenges still remains, despite the opportunities that cities have been bringing to these sustainable solutions or global solutions. We still have seen a lot of inequalities, and this is still on the wealth distribution among cities population. We have seen still big percentage of people living in slum areas. We have also see digital gaps. We have also seen lack of safety and security, still even lack of basic services in many cities in these regions. So families with lower incomes are also at risk of their children having malnutrition and less access to health services. We also see inadequate water and sanitation, also very poor public services. And of course, there are many other aspects. I just came back from Bangkok for this APFSD Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, in which the SDGs have been reviewed. These include SDGs 6, 7, 9, 11, and 17. There are many other aspects. The figures do not look so good. Despite some of the progress in some indicators, Asia Pacific still regression in terms of SDGs implementation. So this is why let's try and to accelerate how we can achieve, because we only have less than 8 years to achieve these SDGs. So we are here together, not just to share the challenges that we have been facing, but also try to find a solution, to find innovative solutions that may be available in any part of the world. And we know that because we have been also compiling a lot of good and best practices, even during COVID. Some solutions have also been found. So I like to once again congratulate ALHG and of course all the partners here, including UCLG ASPAC. We are very proud of spending together with ALHG and all the teams of organizing this 6th Asian City Summit. And I have seen a lot of outputs and outcomes, because whatever we discussed today, UCLG ASPAC is committed. We have been following up what the discussion we have through city-to-city cooperation, through peer learning among local governments, so we can have all kind of address the climate crisis and also support whatever constituencies all want. So I also want to share one new program that we will be implementing very soon together with UNESCAP and GIZ, supported by government of Germany. We will be running one program here in India together with our partner UNESCAP. We have representative from UNESCAP, and the program is about Urban Act. We want to accelerate climate actions by having a very good vertical integrations, as well as horizontal integrations, and supporting local governments in performing their functions and their also roles in making sure that this climate crisis can be minimized and can be reduced. So let me close by believing what we say, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We could retrieve this 6th Asian City Summit as a place for exchange ideas. So I hope you have grateful discussions. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banadia, for your address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, move forward. It's the time for the keynote address by Mr. Kunal Kumar, Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Smart Cities Mission. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and have Mr. Kunal Kumar here.
Very good morning, everyone. Esteemed audience and members of the dais. First of all, it's a very pleasant thing to be in this conference because there are a lot of mayors from the country. Usually you go to conferences where people do come, but you don't find so many mayors. So congratulations to AILSG also, and congratulations to all the mayors who have come here from not only India, from other parts of the world. I always, because I've worked in cities for quite a long period of time, 8.5 years, and I worked with about 9 mayors. I can remember 9 mayors at least, probably. India, from other parts of the world. Working in Indian cities, especially as mayors and commissioners and officers that are here, is not for the weak-hearted. There is a Hindi song which says in Mumbai, "Yahan roz roz har mode mode pe hota hai koi hadsa," which means every day there is some disaster waiting to happen on each street of your city. And so, in a way, the audience is full of warriors who are fighting day in and day out to make cities work in this country. And whenever we talk to people who come from other parts of the world, we say, well, if you want to engage with Indian cities, get your heart checked for it. It's not for the weak-hearted, at least. These conferences are a great place to exchange ideas and learn from each other. Of course, also to reiterate the points that all of us probably know, but really it doesn't really sink into us sometimes unless we come into a gathering and see how people are talking about it. Some of the statistics that I want to present, for example, I was reading a book recently which says that between 1750 and 1950, this first phase of urbanization that our world saw, 400 million people, which means in 40 crore people moved into cities across the world. From 1750 to 1950. And from 1950 to 2100, which is the next 150 years, 20 times that, which is 8 billion people are supposed to move into urban areas. So what we have seen is probably just a trailer, and the movie is yet to happen. And all of us are talking about our perceptions about what is going to happen based on the trailer that we have seen, expecting that the movie will be on the similar lines, but we don't know because most changes in habitation patterns across the world over the centuries have happened based on the technology of the times. There was, for certain reason, agricultural populations were based in a certain way, which is why till about 1800, only 3% of the world was urbanized, because it didn't need to be urbanized to be part of an agricultural society. But then industrial revolution took place, and from 1800 to 2023, as we stand today, we went from 3% to 55% urbanized. In 200 years, we achieved what we did not in the previous 2000 years. But are we on the cusp of another technological change in the course of human history? We don't know. Maybe it's early, maybe it's playing out, and all of us are witness to it, but it's very difficult to comprehend habitation patterns of the future. But nevertheless, if we extrapolate what we have seen in the past, then this should be pretty much the century of cities, because 2100, which is around 80 years from now, we should be close to 80, 85, 90% urbanized as a world. Around 8.5 billion to 9 billion people living in the cities. Out of the total 11 billion population expected by 2100. And therefore, why I call this a century of cities is that probably no cities will be built in the next century. All the city buildings will be. So this is the century for urban practitioners to make cities work. Now, this is the global scenario, but what is happening in our country? Of the 8 billion people that we expect to move into cities over the next 80 years, close to 3 billion are going to move till about 2050. And about 90% of the 3 billion people going to move into cities over the next 2.5 decades. 90% of that is going to happen in Asia and Africa. More than half of that 90% is going to happen in India, Nigeria, Indonesia, Vietnam, etc. So it's not only that we are going to urbanize faster in the next coming decades, the type of urbanization is going to be completely different from what we have seen in the past. So not only the scale is humongous, but also the character is going to be different. You know, the urbanization in the West was characterized by substantial riches, money coming in from different sources, not the least colonial exploits, plus of course industrial revolution, the scientific revolution, the Renaissance, and so many other things that played out. In our case, well, as we stand as a country, in 1947 we got independence. Our industrial system was completely emaciated by the British, essentially left nothing, and we had to start building from scratch. We are a country with about $2,300 per capita income, and from now on till about 2047, when we become 100 years as an independent country, we expect close to 500 million people to move into India's cities. Thus, it may be, for all that we know, that we have close to about 1 billion people living in India's cities by 2047. And we do not have the same template that the West had when it happened. So the challenges that we face as a country, and I'm sure countries that are represented here from Asia, Africa, face similar challenges. Our institutional capacity at the moment is very weak to handle this kind of rapid urbanization. All of us sometimes wonder what is going to happen in our cities if this is going to happen. You know, there are fantastic ways of presenting statistics. One of the statistics says that we will be building a city of the size of Chicago every year from now on for the next 25 years. Now, I was sitting with some German friends last week or 10 days back when they were discussing what percentage of buildings in Germany will be added till about 2050. So they said 10% new buildings will come up in Germany by 2050. So 90%. Of 2050, Germany already exists. But what is the case in our country? You know, our country, the figure could be very well close to around 25–30%. So 70% of what is going to exist in 2050 is yet to be built. Now, with that weak institutional capacity, are we in a position? This is not an indictment on the capacity. It's just a statement of fact. We all know that our cities are struggling to sort of have capacity to handle these issues, both on the administrative front, planning front, policy front, human resources, capacity to deliver services, use technology, and so on. The second thing is that we are crunched for financial resources. All of us will have to be very, very innovative in the way we look at generating financial resources for our cities. If you talk of the current scenario in India, let's say, if 100 rupees are spent in cities in India, 80 rupees today comes from budgetary sources. So 80% of what we spend in our cities, and the figure, which is actually seems very overestimated, but nevertheless comes from a planning commission document of 2017. So I'll take it as gospel. Says that 3% is the private investment figure in cities today. And so if you take 80% and 3% private, the remaining 17% is what is contributed by own resources of municipalities. The own resources of municipalities will include even the bonds and the loans, etc. you raise, because essentially you are raising it on your own capacity. And so this is the current scenario. Now, 2047, where does India want itself to be? But today we are a $2.83 trillion country. We want to be a $32 trillion country by 2047. And with an expected population of 1.6 billion by that time, we should be a $20,000 per capita country by that time, which is what the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned in his Independence Day speech, saying that we will be a developed country. Or what is a developed country? In this case, it seems that we are headed towards, if all goes right and we are able to achieve our targets, we should be a $20,000 per capita country in 2047. Now, for that to happen, cities will have to play a very important role. And therefore, again, coming back to the point of how urbanization will really be important for our country and the kind of scale that we have with low capacity, with low financial resources. So what is the mix that we need to see in the future? Well, from 80% coming from budgetary sources, these are all statistics that we have worked on the last 1 year. So I'm just presenting it to you based on a lot of in-depth mathematical analysis. that this 80% will have to come down to 50%. So our dependence on government of India, state governments as cities will have to come down from 80% to 50%. Our own sources of revenue have to increase to something like 35-40%. And close to 13 to 18% of our investments in cities need to come from private sources. Now, for this to happen, it's almost a miracle at the moment, because what we have seen in the past doesn't enthuse us that this will happen in the future. This is talking about a 15% compounded annual growth rate in investment in Indian cities over the next 25 years. If we have to maintain our target and achieve our target of 32 trillion and be a developed country, this is what we have to achieve. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are part of a team as Indian urban practitioners, as of course the world, and of course the world leaders and mayors and participants from different parts of the world. You are here. Make no mistake, this is not about India or you. India is about everyone. If India doesn't make it sustainably, in a resilient manner, in a climate sensitive manner, in a manner which is energy efficient, the world will have to pay a price. So this is time for everyone to come together and work with countries like India, Indonesia, Nigeria, Vietnam, Bangladesh, and see that urbanization in these countries succeed. It is not about you or us. It is not about you or them. It is about us collectively, which is what Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is all about. And that's actually going to work in the most, prescient of ways in the next 25 years. This is something that we will keep talking about. If we don't succeed, these countries, the world is going to face a torrid time. Humanity will have no future. So going forward, building these capabilities in our country will require different kinds of skill sets, different kinds of investments, and different kinds of partnerships. So I think I will, one of the things that I see here, since most of the commissioners and mayors are here, and since I've worked in cities for 8.5 years, I started realizing when I was working in cities that sometimes all of us become, slaves of our own visions. As mayors and commissioners and people who are leading cities, I think we should be very vision free. I'm saying that we should not be visionaries in some senses. We should actually be able to absorb the vision of the city. We should be able to understand the vision, the ethos, the context and the voice of the city, and we should be smart enough to be able to action that. When the Smart Cities mission was launched in 2015, I was a commissioner in Pune, and then at that time we were working on a plan for Pune which was much beyond smart cities. How many cities in the country can, at the level of the mayor, at the level of the commissioner, vouch for the fact that they have a comprehensive plan for water security for the city, a comprehensive plan for transport and mobility sector which is inclusive, which is good for all abilities and ages, and which will stand the test of time as far as adaptability is concerned? How many people have the health plan for the city? How many people have a plan for seeing that people get decent education, have decent apprenticeships, have decent internships, the youth are constructively employed, there is talent and there is jobs as per talent in the city? Why don't we invest in these sorts of things? Why are we limited? There is nothing in our law, there is nothing in practice that stops us from doing all this. It is just that we have a limited view of things. And so this is coming from a practitioner. I have worked in cities, and therefore I can say that this is the time that we have to spread our wings. This is the time that as mayors and commissioners, we have to think beyond the normal and take on responsibility of planning for the city, taking things forward in a courageous, bold, gutsy way. Building smart cities is not a glamorous job. It's a messy job. It's a gritty job. It's a job of guts and bravery. It's not about being on the headlines of the newspapers all the time for good things. It's all about bad things. And so if you are not able to take those decisions, our city will not be able to move. So all of us here have to come together and see what skill sets are required, what kind of plans are required, what kind of actions are required, and are we ready for the next 25 years as our country needs us to be. Thank you so much, and all the best for the country. All of us here have to come together and see what skill sets are required, what kind of plans are required.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the time for the address by representatives of different countries. Well, I'll just request everybody, whoever is coming here, You will be given just 2 minutes, and I would like to request you to please adhere the timelines. 2 minutes will be given. You can introduce yourself, your country, and the key work you have done in the urban domain. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, humble request, 2 minutes given to all the representatives. Let's have Mr. Diwan Kamal Ahmed, President, Municipal Association of Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we have him on stage. Once again, humble request, 2 minutes given to all the representatives. You can face the audience. The mic will be given to each one of the representatives. Thank you. Bangladesh. Put our hands together as we have him on stage.
Noon. Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm here actually not as a speaker. I'm just here a listener, as a listener. Unfortunately, I am here because our MAP president of Bangladesh, he's not here. He has to leave because of emergency reason. So I'm here. Especially thanks, honorable guest on the stage, and special thanks in front of me. Most of the here as a mayor, councillor, delegate, and I would like to thanks from myself and from our honorable Prime Minister, Bangladesh founder, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's daughter, Sheikh Hasina. I would like to thanks also India, because I was not born that time, but I heard 1971, 1971, India was with us and supported Bangladesh. That's why we are independent country as a Bangladesh. I am here actually. I would like to thanks also who are here. Most of all, we are working actually very hard as a mayor, because born to death related, every single thing we have to work. So I would like to thanks again, and thanks to everyone giving the to speech here. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call our next representative, Mr. Piero Remiti, Co-Managing Director, GCOM Global Belgium. With a huge round of applause. Please join us, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, let me express my appreciation for this, being here. Great honor to be here in this great event. My name is Pier Roberto Remiti. I am co-managing director of the Global Covenant of Mayors for Energy and Climate. We are actually the largest alliance of city networks organization and cities itself, and we are supporting at the moment nowadays up to 13,000 of cities worldwide in their efforts for climate action. We already have a long-standing cooperation either with UCLG, that are between our main partners since a very long time, and also with AIILSG, that are contributing significantly to our regional covenant office in this region, in South Asia, in India, because we are working as in providing this support to cities through different regional covenants. So very, very happy and very looking forward to great exchange and cooperation we do in the next 2 days. We'll be having a specific session dedicated to this that was already mentioned by my friend Ravi. So looking forward to speak with you and explain which kind of support we're providing to the city. Thanks a lot for this great opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call our next representative, Mr. Ugen Dorji, Mayor, Thimphu City, Bhutan, with a huge round of applause. Let's give an extra claps for the costume he's representing from his country, ladies and gentlemen.
A very good morning to each one of you. Excellency, President, All India Institute of Local Self-Government, honorable mayors, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Kusuzangpo, and very good morning. I, on behalf of our team, would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the All India Institute of Local Self-Government for inviting us to participate in the 6th Asian Cities Summit and Mayors Forum. It has been an honor and a privilege to be a part of this important gathering of leaders and experts. The summit will provide us a unique opportunity to exchange ideas and insights on the challenges and opportunities facing cities in the region, and to learn from the experiences, especially in the field of making our cities inclusive and resilient, which is the main theme of the summit. Once again, thank you for inviting us to be a part of this important event. We look forward to continuing our engagement with All Indian Institute of Local Self-Government and other organizations in the region, including GCOM, and to working together towards a brighter future for the cities. Last but not the least, I would like to end with the quote. Yesterday, I was clever. I want to change the world. Today, I am wise. I want to change myself. So I want to request each one of you, please change yourself, do better in your cities, then think of advocacy and awareness to other part of the world. Thank you, and Tashidele.
Thank you, sir, for ending your speech with a quote. And now I would like to have on stage Mr. Panagiotis Karamonos, Country Coordinator, EU IURC Program, Greece, with a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of the European Union-funded International Urban and Regional Cooperation Program, and from Greece, thank you very much for the invitation. We work closely with 14 Indian and 9 European Union cities on climate change issues and sustainable urbanization issues, exchanging best practices and lessons learned on various cities. We work with Surat and Rotterdam on water plazas. We work with Le and Greek cities on urban planning. We work with Ranchi and Reggio Emilia in Italy on safe biking routes. These are mutually beneficial projects that put our common knowledge into practice. I congratulate you for this event, as this is the only way to solve global challenges. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to move forward, I would like to request our DDG to please felicitate Mr. Kunal Kumar, as he's running a little quick with his schedule, and he would like to leave the session. So let's put our hands together and felicitate Mr. Kunal Kumar. Thank you so much for joining us and being part of the inaugural session at 6th Asian Cities Summit 2023. Also a millet hamper. Thank you so much, sir, for being part of the session. All right, so let's have the next representative now. Mr. Jamie Polo Mora, Senior Program Officer, CityNet Secretariat, Republic of Korea.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Paulie Mora from the CityNet Secretariat. It's nice to be here. And on behalf of our Secretary General, Vijay Jagannathan, I relay our warm congratulations to the All India Institute for Local Self-Government for organizing the 6th Asian City Summit. CityNet shares the objectives and aspirations of AIILSG in bringing together our city governments, local authorities, our partners, and working towards sustainable urban development in the Asia-Pacific region. To briefly introduce CityNet, CityNet is an international city network for cities in the Asia-Pacific. Our headquarters is based in Seoul, Republic of Korea, and our current president city is Seoul Metropolitan Government. And for the information for everybody, AIILSG is also one of our members in the executive committee. And as a network, we serve as a platform for our members to learn from each other different urban innovations around the world, develop city-to-city exchanges, and bring meaningful impact to the city residents to create livable and sustainable cities. If you'd like to know more about how we work with our partners in cities in Asia, let me take this opportunity to invite you in the parallel session at 11:45 this morning down at the studio room, first floor. Again, our heartfelt congratulations and gratitude to AIILSG for the wonderful hosting. We are certain that we will build on the gains of this summit and rest assured that CityNet extends its development reach to our cities here in India and South Asia and in this side of the region and build a movement of sustainable cities in the Asia Pacific. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. And now let's have Mr. Ashok Kumar Byanju, President, UCL GS PAC Secretariat, Nepal, with a huge round of applause.
Dear distinguished guests, participants of the 6th Asian Cities Summit and Mayor Forum, warm greetings and namaste to all of you. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all India Institute of Local Self-Government for organizing this event by the initiative local governments, respective officials and stakeholders from the various countries with the aim of sharing the experience, knowledge, and relevant subject and good practices adopted by them. There is no doubt that the program will help us to share our best practices and to focus on the issue of deep interests that have emerged in the present world. Well, on behalf of UCLG SPAC, basically it effectively serving its member cities as a key knowledge, but on all local government issue is the Asia Pacific region, the organization performing a better role, which is most appreciated to the present context. Similarly, regarding my local government, Dhulikhel, as it is the one of the touristic cities in the Nepal. And we are moving forward in accordance with achieving sustainable development. I would like to inform that the municipality has already completed in voluntary local review for 4 goals SDG: 1, poverty reduction goal, and health and well-being, SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 6, clean water. And according to the United Nations, this is the first practice in Nepal within the South Asia as well. The city has given high priority to make us city greenery and clean, poor, proper drainage and the waste management, sanitation, water security, as we have a community-based drinking water supply project, which is one of the first to be practicing in Nepal. Like this, we are periodically conducting the service tree plantation camping, and this year we are planning to the 100,000 sampling. The city has built more than 50 parks to enjoy the peaceful, green, and sound environment. The municipality formulated 5 different councils. Those 5 councils are Youth Council, Women Council, Dalit Council, Indigenous Council, and Disabled Council. The municipality providing empowerment, skill, and capacity development, and trainings, and entrepreneurship to people under the councils. This will be help to uplift their life and therefore would help for property reduction. The city has committed to the carbon emission to 0 by 2030 in order to minimize vehicle petrol fuel consumption and therefore reduce smoke emission by vehicle. Dhulikhel, in the collaborating with Kathmandu University, has been conducting the project of hydrogen fuel-based vehicle, which will be launching soon. Lastly, I am very much positive that then if the communities around the world are united, we will be successful in maintaining a balancing environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now let's have Ms. Kalanidhi Dev Kota, Executive Director, Municipal Association of Nepal, to please join us. Let's put our hands together, everybody. What do you say?
Very good morning. Distinguished Mr. Chairperson and distinguished guests, participants from Asia Pacific and South Asian region, mayors, deputy mayors, and urbanists. I'm honored to represent the Municipal Association of Nepal. We have respected mayors and deputy mayors and rural municipality council members also from Nepal. And it is an honor to be the part of this very important gathering. MUAN is also one of the partner organizations. Together with AIILSG, from more than a decade in the South Asian region, MUAN has been playing an instrumental role in order to establish a very important role of local self-governance in this region. I would like to also share with you that in Nepal, when we promulgated new constitution, we worked hard. We did a rigorous exercise to secure the exclusive or executive 22 exclusive rights of local government. The constitution itself has recognized the role of local governments, inclusive local governance and local planning. That could be a very good lesson for all of you. Together we can also share so many things during the whole day discussions. I again thank you so much and wish all the success of this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have Mr. Gilbert Siam, Associate Professor, NTNU, Norway, with a huge round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank you for providing some of the opening speeches which are so inspiring. I come from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology as an associate professor there. Here I represent an international partnership on SDGs. We work to localize sustainable development goals in the cities. And I want just Messi from University of Cape Town just to stand and just wave. Here I represent, that's from the southern tip of Africa. We have students also in the delegation, and we have a professor from India School of Architecture and Planning. We work on the theme really that is structuring our conversations today. We are deeply concerned about inequality in the cities and how we actually need to address that, particularly people struggling with everyday challenges of water, everyday challenges of basically making sense of life in the cities. And we've worked in cities in Kochi, within India, in the Cochin city. We will be working in Cape Town later this year and next year. We've worked a lot on partnership, building capacity at the city level to deliver on SDGs. This is our really important mandate for us. It was mentioned on issues of capacity to actually deliver on key things that will transition our world and our cities to a better future. So building partnership at different levels is very crucial for us in our work. And this includes working with really those people that may be forgotten about, people living in slums, people struggling every day, but also engaging with important officials that matter every day and make important decisions every day, like mayors. And you are in this room. It matters. We may talk of resilience, but Millions are in a crisis every day. And things just get magnified when a disaster hits. And the last part I want to indicate as I conclude my pitch to you, I want to state an important statement of fact. And as an academic, it's my duty to state the truth all the time. It is more than clear and certain that the world is off the track when it comes to achieving SDGs in the next 7 years, if not less. We are off track. You can talk of SDG 7, SDG 13 on climate, or SDGs. We are off the rails. And the question we should ask, yes, we hear good speeches. What type of knowledge, what type of models, what type of decisions and financing should we be putting in place for us to get back on the rails and deliver? This is where part of the work that I do and the colleagues in this partnership and the wonderful work that you are doing, we need to think a little harder and act a little bit unconventional for us to deliver on what we've committed to do. But this is happening within a very different context. It's a context of overlapping crisis. It could be climate, it could be war and conflict, and it could be everyday crisis of lack of water and sanitation for millions. How then should we accelerate action to actually deliver the change that is needed? All of us accord that duty. And my university, the Norwegian University of Science and Technology with partners, we think every day on models, ideas that could disrupt the status quo and deliver the change that is so important now. And the Harry delegates, as you go, the G20 is meeting here. And it's pleasing to see that there is action and there's a theme on cities. The question you should ask, how can the top 20 countries really deliver on the SDGs, particularly on inequality and poverty and other things that matter to the ordinary person, very ordinary person. And I think that message needs to resonate and reverberate and be delivered very strongly to the leaders that make decisions day in, day out. I thank you very much, and I'm super interested in what is happening. Come to our booth. We're just outside. We share more what we are doing. We've got several ideas and several concepts that we deal with. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to call Mr. Rajiv Yaduvanshi, IAS, who will be representing Host City Delhi. With a huge round of applause, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished invitees on the dais and ladies and gentlemen. I've been dealing with this urban development subject for last 25 years in various capacities. Started learning about the subject right from Delhi, my postings. Went all over the country, the West Coast, the East Coast, the islands, and even the mountains, the Himalayas of this country. Traveled abroad, and I'll share some of my experience at 1220, which includes financing and how we could learn from each other. I developed the smartest city for the country, the remotest in Port Blair, which is more akin to Southeast Asia, and its topography has similar ideas. I'll share all of this in this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now I would like to call Mr. Gilbert Siam, Associate Professor, NTNU Norway. Miss Madeline Arlene Alfalor Guzman, Ambassador, UCLGS PAC, Philippines.
Here we go again. Sorry, I have to move a little bit to the left because every time that I render my speech, the podium is always taller than me. So I have no choice but to move a little bit further to the left so that you can see me. 7 years ago, I was here in India, and I would like to congratulate the government of India. 7 years ago, imagine it was a huge, vast improvement and achievement. It's 360 degrees. Thank you and congratulations. So I guess there's still hope to achieve the SDG in 7 years. Imagine you have this new hotels, new thoroughfares, and new investors. So congratulations, only in 7 years. First, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the organizers. I don't want to enumerate all of them one by one because it will take 5 minutes or even more. Especially the people behind the scenes. Thank you for being so persistent, calling us every time that the program is about to start. You're so persistent and annoying sometimes. But thank you. Thank you for the patience. And also, of course, to the generosity and the warm hospitality. Thank you very much for having me. But due to time constraints, I won't be able to visit Taj Mahal. And I really want to see Taj Mahal. But, and also, you know, Ravi, you have to give me, you have to pay for my plane ticket next time. And then pay for the Taj Mahal tour. But, you know, instead, I will bring home, what will I bring to the Philippines is the positivity. I felt yesterday the sincerity, the dignity, the passion, and the commitment of every individual. But the belief that there will be a better world for all of us. Out there, there's a better world. And, you know, truth to be told, I have to be honest, I thought there's no more hope. Because with the cynical world that we have right now, with the war going on in Ukraine, which can spark World War III, and there's a possibility that can be sparked. But when I saw all these people, all of you who are so committed, especially the mayors, I know the degree, the level of difficulty and sacrifices because I've been a mayor for 15 years. And our city is usually visited by 7 to 8 super typhoons in a year. And there was even this incident wherein during the pandemic, we had 3 subsequent super typhoons on a weekly basis. Imagine pandemic, then weekly it was a super typhoon, 300 kph. So it's hurricane, it's signal number 5. On a weekly basis. I know the degree of difficulty, but you are giving us hope. You gave us that hope and you gave me that hope that indeed there's still hope. We can change the world in 7 years. We can do that. I met Dr. Haina yesterday for the passion and the generosity. Preeti for extending mental health, holistic approach, help to all the people in Kashmir. Our Lone Ranger, because I called him Lone Ranger because he's the only gentleman in the panelists. But he loves women and he loves his wife so much. Also Ravi, he's everywhere. And also, of course, my idol, my full admiration to Dr. Bernadia. She's always everywhere and I keep asking her, don't you ever get tired? Because she came all the way from Bangkok, and then now India, and next week she will be in Nepal, and maybe next week she will be in New Zealand and Sweden. So she's everywhere and continuing and hoping and forging all this advocacy. And also my friend here, Mayor Steph, she came all the way from New York, to give his speech in United Nations. Everywhere. But you know, I call all of you the unsung heroes. We are all the heroes. Please don't stop. I humbly appeal to all of you to please don't stop. And I call all of you the unsung heroes. And with that, thank you for the hope that you have given me. And that is what I will bring home to the Philippines. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you so much. Let's have Mr. Bheki Stofile, President, South African Local Government Association, South Africa, with a huge round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much. Let's have Mr. Bheki Stofile, President, South African Local Government Association, South Africa, with a huge round of applause, everybody.
Last meeting from the South African Local Government Association and its 257 member municipalities in the country. We really appreciate it for inviting us. Our view is that the world can only succeed if we learn to collaborate and cooperate and work together. And there are reasons to have two arms or two hands. Is when the one hand is failing to perform, the other hand assists that hand to perform. And we think that the success of local government system in the globe solemnly dependent on the ability to learn from one another and share the experiences and use those experiences in changing the conditions of constituencies that we are serving. And I think to me, that is one most important thing. Success of all of us, it depends to one another's ability to learn from our past, learn and correct the current, and build the current in changing the future. And which this future depends on us, because we are saying local government are agents of change. Changing the conditions of people on the ground solemnly dependent on the capacity and the ability of local government in delivering on the promise that has been made to change their conditions. And we think attending this to us is a very important interaction in driving this change, because it's through successful stories that we are going to share out of this platform and learn from one another and build a better future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's have Ms. Rosie Sinanyake, Mayor, Colombo Municipal Council, Sri Lanka, with a huge round of applause. And also, ladies and gentlemen, just to inform you, our chief guest, Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Union Cabinet Minister in Ministry of Jal Shakti Goal, is on his way. He will be amongst us very shortly. Our chief guest, Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Union Cabinet Minister in Ministry of Jal Shakti Goal, is on his way.
I am the
He will be amongst us.
mayor.
very
I've shortly. ceased to be the mayor for the last 2 weeks. I'm running for mayor again. The city of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Also, we were told to speak about what we have done. So let me say that my city is a inclusive and a very resilient city, because we were very resilient during the pandemic and also very resilient right at this point with our economic hardships. We are a city with multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multicultural people. I have, during my tenure of 5 years, I have basically done a project. One of the major projects is the waste to energy project, where because we had a major disaster in the past with the landfills that we were talking about, and we didn't have places to dump our waste, but we have gone into a waste to energy project, and that now provides 10 megawatts of energy to the main grid. The other major project is replacing fossil fuel generated high energy bulbs, lights into 12,000 LED lights with smart lamps as well, which is making the city a smart city. That is one of the other projects. And my main other issue is with regards to women and children. I strongly believe that building brains, building future, the UNICEF concept is absolutely important for us to have a better future generation. So emphasis on early childhood development has been one of my major projects and programs. And also women, maternal health and women's health, and also their livelihoods, and enabling the underserved community to come up on their own and to strengthen women in all those areas are some of the other functions that we have done. Because our public health department is a very strong public health department, which does advocacy with regards to not only on the health sector, also doing advocacy with regards to drug rehabilitation and keeping the children away from the streets. Also, another program that we have been doing is on vocational training. All the school dropouts, instead of letting them roam around in the streets, giving them opportunities to do vocational training programs with regards to the local employment and international employment. So that is one of the major projects that we've been doing also. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak and for inviting us. I strongly believe that, like the earlier speaker saying that if we band together, because we have much to learn from each other, and that's what we did yesterday and today, sharing and caring, and also reaching out with a lot of love is what is the key as far as, the world goes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's have Mr. Omar Osman Siddiqui, lead STG localization, UNESCAP, USA.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, I truly appreciate the privilege to speak to all of you today at the beginning of the 6th Asian Cities Summit on the topic of inclusive and resilient cities. These issues have really, for us at the UNESCAP Sustainable Urban Development Team, risen to the very top of our agenda. And it's really our joint agenda, and I think this meeting is demonstrating that. As we enter the midpoint of the SDGs, action in cities to achieve those from the bottom up are more integral than ever. At SCAP, we advocate for the power of subnational policy making for a territorial approach to sustainable development. Why do we do this? Because we know that national governments cannot get there alone. We needed them to agree on the 2030 agenda, but the implementation of the agenda falls on every level of government and every actor in society. So it's clear to us the success of public policies in terms of delivering benefits for people's well-being depends on the level of co-production there is between different levels of government. Yet, we heard before, based on current trends, Asia and Pacific is not on track to achieve the SDGs, and it will fail to reach 90% of the 118 measurable SDG targets by 2030. Our analysis shows that unless serious efforts are made to reverse the trends, we estimate it will take an additional 42 years to achieve the 2030 agenda in Asia and the Pacific. And we know that 65% or more of SDG targets need to be met in or by local and regional governments. But this is based on the principle of subsidiarity. So is this 65% matched with the requisite resources that local and regional governments need to fulfill their mandate for the SDGs? This is what we're going to be discussing later in our technical and parallel sessions today. And I really look forward to making strong and innovative action and partnerships with all of you to lead the change that we really need in cities in Asia. And as urban leaders, you are really on the front line of those solutions. At UNESCAP, our work on sustainable urban development spans the support to the poorest urban communities, making universal design principles in cities a reality for persons with disabilities in cities, and developing COVID-19 socioeconomic recovery plans. In India, we have a renewed focus on integrating climate action into spatial planning, deploying urban nature-based solutions, and enabling cities' access to climate finance, as part of the newly launched Urban Act project with UCLG ASPAC, NIUA, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and many others. So our regional programs have developed advanced tools for evidence-based planning, with more and more of our solutions now becoming digital tools for SDG-linked climate planning and investment. I thank you and wish you a fruitful City Summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now let's have Tikendra Singh Panwar, former Deputy Mayor Shimla, to please join us. And well, ladies and gentlemen, it was going to be a virtual address, so I will request virtual messages now we have. So we'll request all of you to please pay attention on the big screen. Mr. Taisuke Sakurai, Executive Director, G-Claire, Singapore.
Members of All India Institute of Local Self-Government, distinguished guests, a very good day to you. I am Sakurai Taisuke, Executive Director of the Japan Council of Local Authorities for International Relations, Singapore office, or Korea-Singapore for short. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your invitation to Asian Cities Summit 2023. Due to work commitments, I'm unfortunately unable to attend this summit in person and would like to offer my sincere apologies. However, I will be joining tomorrow's technical session 6 virtually from Singapore, so I hope to see you all there. Korea is a government-affiliated organization jointly established by local governments in Japan, and we conduct research on local government systems and best practices around the world, as well as support the overseas activities of Japan's local governments. In addition, Korea also engaged in international exchange and international cooperation on the local level, such as through our implementation of the JET program, which sent 5,000 young people from around the world to Japan as foreign language teachers or local government officials. Our Singapore office is one of 7 overseas offices covering the ASEAN region as well as India and Sri Lanka. We invite local government officials from the different countries to Japan for our programs, dispatch Japanese administrative specialists to various cities, organize seminars for local government officials and internal affairs of officials. Korea Singapore will continue to work on further cooperation between government agencies and related organizations in each country and the Japanese national and local governments. And we would like to continue sharing knowledge with everyone. I sincerely hope that this summit will be an opportunity to build stronger cooperation with all of you present today. And I look forward to meeting you in person in the future. Thank you very much for this valuable opportunity to meet you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have another video from Miss Lucy Slack, Secretary General, CLGF, United Kingdom. Let's have a look.
Greetings to all delegates at the 6th South Asian City Summit taking place this week in New Delhi in India. My name is Lucy Slack and I'm representing the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, which is an organization bringing together cities and local government associations, ministries of local government, and a series of academic and professional partners across 56 member states of the Commonwealth, including many in South Asia. It's an absolute pleasure to be associating ourselves with this event, which is being organized by the All India Institute of Local Self-Government and UCLG ASPAC as one of your knowledge partners. CLGF itself is also focusing on how we can support cities and how we can strengthen sustainable urbanization across the Commonwealth. And with that in mind, I'm delighted to see that the theme of this event, inclusive and resilient cities, really chimes with many of the priorities that we are also trying to take forward as an organization. So I really feel that there's scope for us to learn from your event and look at how collectively we can follow up on some of the outcomes. From a Commonwealth perspective, we've been very successful recently in securing much greater visibility for issues around sustainable urbanization in the Commonwealth. We joined the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, which took place in June 2022. And one of the outcomes of that meeting was a declaration on sustainable urbanization and a strong commitment towards greater cooperation and partnership in addressing some of the issues that member states are facing around sustainable urbanization. And one of the key outcomes of those discussions and one of the key recommendations was actually for us to think in a much more strategic and holistic way around how we support cities and how we support urbanization in member states, and particularly how we look at bringing on board all of the partners that are needed to ensure the kind of inclusive and resilient cities that I know you're going to be talking about today. The role that elected local government plays, but also the role that other spheres of government plays and civil society, NGO organizations, the private sector, in ensuring that cities are fit for purpose, that they can deliver on the mandate of local communities, and they can be the engines of growth and development that we're looking to see. I wish you well for your event. My colleague Anuya Kuwa will be joining you, and we very much look forward to continuing to follow the outcomes and how we can look to work collectively with you going forward in realizing some of the outcomes and some of the recommendations of this important event. I wish you well. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have Tikendra Singh Panwar, former Deputy Mayor Shimla, to please join us.
Thank you so much, my dear worthy friends in the dais, as well as our friends in the audience. Well, I was not supposed to speak in this session. There's another session that I have to speak on. It's a kind of fuse arrangement, and I've been asked to just speak a few words about, about the Asian cities. I mean, those very difficult to generalize when you speak about Asian cities. But as DG was trying to do it, let me just try to attempt to just venture into that area. I think we represent almost 2.7 billion people in the urban spectrum in Asia, and almost 54% we are already urban. And we all have huge diversity, but I think there is a generic similarity, and the generic similarity is that we almost all of us have fought a colonial rule. Some have fought the British, some have fought the French, some have fought the Dutch, and some have fought the Japanese, and likewise. So we all have in the Asian continent fought somebody and tried to evolve and try to embark on our own destination, the destination where cities play the pivotal role. So that's kind of a generic similarity. And of course, we have our South African friends who have had that long history of apartheid. In fact, I was there when Nelson Mandela died in the Nelson Mandela Bay. I was there in one of the mayor's conference there. So yeah, we all imbibe that consciousness of our struggle for a better future, for a secure future, which is climate resilient, which is inclusive. I think that's something very important. Now, when we were embarking on this journey, particularly in Asia, I think there's two important models, and our cities are actually nothing else but the manifestation of these models, three models in Asia. One was what we did in India, in Pakistan, in Indonesia, and a few other countries, what we call the import substitution, where we just protected our economies, built our cities. In India, we call it the Nehruvian model, where industrialization was the guiding force. Protect our industries, and that's how our cities are going to evolve. Some of the finest cities in the Asian region, for example, Chandigarh, Rourkela, were designed like Kabusier, kind of very inclusive project where social housing was a key driving force, not to mention Bhakra Dam, where we just tapped water from the Himalayas and took it down to our desert in Rajasthan. All that was also part of that developmental model, and of course the cities that we evolved. At the same time, we have the export substitution model from Singapore, from other nations. I don't have to go into, and of course what DG was saying about the Chinese model. In fact, so I was trained in the same academy where the Salap Academy they call in Shanghai on urbanization for almost a month. So yeah, we have very interesting spheres, spectrums, and models the way we have developed. But I think the challenges are also immense. We have a huge coastline, probably the longest coastline in the world, which is 218,541 kilometers. That shows our vulnerability. Though we contribute very less as far as climate change is concerned, as far as a carbon footprint is concerned, but at the same time, we are extremely vulnerable. Of course, you in adjoining Tibet, adjoining China and India, kind of sandwiched between the two, you have another kind of vulnerability. I come from a Himalayan city. I know the vulnerabilities are extreme. Just 2 degrees rise in temperature will not just expose me to more vector-borne diseases, but the kind of avalanches we are witnessing now. So there's extreme vulnerability. How do we cope to that? How do we get to that? I think that's important. Now, the point is, we have the IPCC report, the 6th, we have the 3 working groups. All of these reports are screaming at us. The current model of development is not sustainable. This is not the way how we can just move ahead, DG Saab. I think you have also rightly pointed that out. So what could be the alternative models? I think that's where we have to ponder about. But let me just quote one of my friends here, who was the former mayor of Barcelona, John Claus. Together we were there in UN Habitat in Quito, Habitat 3, where he said, look, if we have to have a secure future, let's go back to our historical roots. Like when I say historical roots, take, for example, India. I mean, it's not that we have not known planning since beginning. I mean, some of the finest and the best towns that evolved in this country comes from Mohenjo-daro, where the ruler-ruled concept was not there. You didn't have a ruler, but still you have one of the finest architectural designs, isn't it, Hideshji? You had some of the best sanitation models in Mohenjo-daro, where you didn't have the ruler and ruled concept. People ruled themselves. and still you were like, you were like building cities and towns. Of course, the area was small. And then, of course, you have the Hindu cities and the Mughal period and the British cities where civil and cantonment all raised. But the point is what John Claus was making, the last 4 decades, and that's what is happening universally across the globe. I think that's where we have to ponder. Now, the IMF is coming up, the World Bank is coming up with massive data statistics. This is not sustainable. The model of laissez-faire, where the market economy is going to come up and they are going to ameliorate your problems. So we've seen DG Saab, that's not going to happen. Take, for example, very simple example, just think, close your eyes, think where you are. AeroCity, beautiful place. Look at the ecosystem. I was talking to the staff of the hotel in this and another hotel. Hiteshji, we have this ecosystem where I think 15,000 people are working close to the airport. And, flourishing hotels, the occupancy rate is 90%. But when our planners were planning this ecosystem, they didn't realize, Ma'am Patel, that there are workers who will be staying here. There's not a single social housing project here. Where are they putting up? In Mahipalpur. Where are they putting up? Taking a metro, going 50. These are not sustainable models because you increase your carbon footprint. It's completely iniquitous. It's completely inequality that creeps in such societies. I think that's what John Claus was mentioning. We have to go back to the basics of planning, and that's what we are witnessing in every city. I mean, you are mayors here. I've served in a city for 5 years. I know the way this consultant-driven models are being run. Hiteshji knows better than me. I mean, these models are not going to survive. Who is going to plan for whom? That's important. And I think that basic point, we need to go back to the people. The people have to be at the focus. We have to bring back people to the focus because cities are people. Cities are living. Okay, thank you. So it's over. I knew I am a few, so I don't want to increase more than that. So I think, with these words, because we have a lot to do. This is a 3rd tier. So if you ask me, I think there's a lot that needs to be done. And the lot has to be with the people. It can't be minus the people. And I think all those models, it's the process that is important, the process of engaging with the people and securing and building our own future. I think the future belongs to us and the future belongs to its people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have with us our chief guest. तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी सभी से एक बार जोर से तालियां हो जाएं. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Union Cabinet Minister in Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India amongst us, and also Ms. Vijaya Rahatkar, former Mayor Aurangabad and former Chairperson Maharashtra State Women Commission. और सबसे पहले मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी Mr. Rajkishore Modi, Madam Hansa, Dr. Jairaj, and our DDG to please felicitate our chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोर से तालियां हो जाएं. Well, such an honor for us, ladies and gentlemen, to have our chief guest amongst us at the inaugural session. And now, to move further in the day, I would also like to request our DDG, Mr. Ravi, to please felicitate Ms. Vijaya Rahatkar. और इसी के साथ इस दिन को आगे बढ़ाते हुए, ladies and gentlemen, I'll request एक छोटी सी दरख्वास्त है, जोर से तालियां होनी चाहिए everybody. और कहते हैं कि एक शुभ कार्य का जो आगाज है वो हमेशा लैंप लाइटिंग के साथ होता है. I will request our chief guest along with all the dignitaries to please come forward for the lamp lighting. I will request Thank you to our dignitaries. I'll request our dignitaries, you may take your seats back. Let's put our hands together once again, everybody. और अब इस दिन को आगे बढ़ाते हैं. I would like to request our chief guest, sir, to please come forward and give the keynote address. एक बार जोर से तालियों के साथ, ladies and gentlemen.
ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट द्वारा आयोजित एशियन सिटीज समिट 2023 के उद्घाटन सत्र में मंच पर उपस्थित ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट के माननीय निदेशक, मंच पर उपस्थित भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता और मेरी बहन आदरणीय विजया राहटकर जी, सभागार में देश भर से आए हुए सभी चुने हुए शहरों की सरकारों के अग्रणी, शहरों के मेयर और नगर निगम के चेयरमैन, एशिया पैसिफिक के दूसरे देशों से आए हुए अन्य प्रतिभागीगण, मंच पर उपस्थित और मंच के सामने बैठे हुए सभी महानुभाव, मैं आप सबका इस कार्यक्रम में अपनी बात शुरू करने से पहले हृदय पूर्वक स्वागत करते हुए आप सबसे क्षमा प्रार्थना करना चाहता हूं कि जो समय तय किया था कि हम 10 बजे का समिट का शुभारंभ करेंगे, लेकिन मैं 2 घंटे विलंब से आप सब लोगों के बीच में पहुंच पाया। हम सबको ज्ञात होगा कि आज हमारी राजनीतिक पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्थापना दिवस है और स्थापना दिवस का कार्यक्रम होने के चलते और आज क्योंकि संसद का सत्र चल रहा है और सत्र के सत्रावसान का दिन था, आखिरी दिन था, इसलिए मुझे संसद के सत्र में भी उपस्थित रहना आवश्यक था। मुझे विलंब हुआ, विलंब होने के बाद में भी मैंने जब विजयताई से और आयोजकों से पूछा कि मुझे इतनी देर विलंब से आप लोगों के बीच में आना उचित है कि नहीं, लेकिन आप सबसे मिलने का मुझे अवसर प्रदान किया। मैं आयोजकों से क्षमा प्रार्थना करते हुए, आप सबसे क्षमा प्रार्थना करते हुए आयोजकों का हृदय पूर्वक इस बात के लिए धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं कि मुझे इस अवसर से उन्होंने देरी के कारण से वंचित नहीं किया। मित्रों, जिस गति से शहरों का विकास हो रहा है, इस अवसर से उन्होंने इस गति ने निश्चित रूप से शहरों के रखरखाव और शहरों के प्रबंधन, व्यवस्थाओं के विकास, जिस शहर में अवसंरचनाओं के विकास, उस विकास और शहरों के बढ़ने की गति के बीच में संतुलन की एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती न केवल भारत में और शहरों के प्रबंधन अपितु एशिया के सभी देशों में खड़ी की है। और मैं ये मानता हूं कि ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण समय में जब दुनिया में अर्बनाइजेशन इस तेज गति के साथ में बढ़ रहा है, उस समय में ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट द्वारा इस तरह का एशियन सिटीज समिट को आयोजित किया जाना इस दिशा में निश्चित रूप से एक मील के पत्थर के रूप में होगा। मैं इसके लिए आयोजकों का हृदय पूर्वक अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है इस आयोजन में जिस लक्ष्य को लेकर के इसे आयोजित किया गया और जो विचार मंथन आज और कल 2 दिन तक होगा, इस विचार मंथन से जो नवनीत निकलेगा और उसको लेकर के हम इंक्लूसिव और रेजिलिएंट सिटीज का भविष्य में जिस तरह से प्लानिंग कर पाएंगे, हम उस दिशा में जिस तरह से आगे बढ़ पाएंगे, निश्चित रूप से जो नवनीत निकलेगा वो नवनीत आने वाले समय में, यदि मैं भारत के परिप्रेक्ष्य में बात करूं, क्योंकि हमारा देश 2047 तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में एक विकसित देश बनने की दिशा में उस संकल्प के साथ में आगे बढ़ा है। निश्चित ही जो कुछ हम एक दूसरे से सीखेंगे, एक दूसरे की गुड प्रैक्टिसेस से सीखेंगे, एक दूसरे की कमियों से सीखेंगे। ये 2 दिन का ये आयोजन और इसका ये विचार नवनीत हम लोगों के लिए आने वाले समय में अपने शहरों का समुचित सस्टेनेबल विकास करने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम होगा।
तमाम नीतिगत और व्यावहारिक पक्षों की चर्चा करने के साथ साथ में मेरे लिए प्रसन्नता का विषय ये है कि इस कार्यक्रम में आज के दिन को महिलाओं के नेतृत्व और उनकी भूमिका शहरों के विकास में किस तरह से हो। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि किसी भी बड़ी चुनौती, चाहे वो चुनौती कितनी भी बड़ी, उस चुनौती को यदि समाज हराने का दायित्व अपने कंधों पर स्वीकार कर ले, और उन्होंने कई बार जिम्मेदारी के साथ में इस बात को कहा है कि वो दायित्व भी यदि समाज में महिलाएं लें तो उसे और अधिक सफलता और सुगमता के साथ में प्राप्त जो है उस चुनौती को परास्त कर विजय को प्राप्त करके स्थायी समाधान का सृजन किया जा सकता है। आज क्योंकि आज की ये कॉन्फ्रेंस का दिन महिलाओं को समर्पित है, मैं आयोजकों का महिलाओं की भूमिका का अभिनंदन करते हुए और उनकी भूमिका की पहचान कर अवसर प्रदान करने के लिए बहुत सारा धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करना चाहता हूं। मित्रों, दुनिया का इतिहास उठा करके देखें, जब पूरी दुनिया ज्ञान की तलाश में काम कर रही थी और जब पूरी दुनिया में महिलाओं के लिए अंधकार का, कालिक का, कालिमा का युग था, उस समय भी हमारे देश ने अपने मूल स्वभाव को बनाए रखते हुए महिलाओं को बराबरी का दर्जा देते हुए उन्हें सम्मान की दृष्टि से देखने के अतिरिक्त उन्हें सभी तरह के क्षेत्रों में बराबरी का दर्जा, जो बराबरी का अधिकार और अवसर दिया था। और उसी के चलते यदि हम हजारों साल का हमारा लिखित इतिहास उठा करके देखें तो हम पाएंगे कि जीवन की हर विधा में महिलाओं ने काल सापेक्ष कर्म किए, ऐसे कर्म जो उस समय करने की आवश्यकता थी और उस विधा के अनुकूल थे, और ऐसा करते हुए उन्होंने इतिहास के पन्नों में अपने आप को अपने कठोर परिश्रम से, अपनी निर्णय क्षमता से, जीवन की उस विधा में अपने आप को सर्वश्रेष्ठ करते हुए इतिहास में अमरत्व को प्राप्त किया है। ज्ञान के क्षेत्र में, विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में, कला के क्षेत्र में, शौर्य के क्षेत्र में, बलिदान के क्षेत्र में, साहस, समर्पण, भक्ति, सैन्य कर्म और शक्ति, इन सभी क्षेत्रों में भारत की महिलाओं ने अपने आप को इतिहास के पन्नों में पुरुषों के बराबर या उनसे भी कहीं आगे बढ़कर के दर्ज कराया है। और यदि वर्तमान में भी मैं कहूं तो भारत के सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद पर भारत की बेटी, आदिवासी समाज की बेटी आदरणीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी हम सबका नेतृत्व और मार्गदर्शन कर रही है। ये भारत ही है जिसमें महिलाओं को भारत की सैन्य शक्ति का नेतृत्व करने के लिए भारत में रक्षा मंत्री के नाते काम करने का अवसर मिला। और आज जब देश माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में दुनिया में सबसे तेज गति से आर्थिक दृष्टि से प्रगति करने वाला देश बना है, जिस ग्रेट ब्रिटेन को, जिसने हमें 200 साल तक गुलाम बना के रखा, उसको पछाड़ करके आज जब भारत 5वीं बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने के बाद तीसरी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने की दिशा में तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है, तब हमारे आर्थिक परिदृश्य का नेतृत्व भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ में हमारी बहन आदरणीय निर्मला सीतारमण जी कर रहे हैं। मैं मातृशक्ति के वंदन के साथ इस अवसर पर पधारे हुए सभी मातृशक्ति का एक बार पुनः स्वागत करते हुए इस विशिष्ट अवसर के साथ मुझे जुड़ने का अवसर प्रदान किया, उसके लिए मैं संस्थान के सभी सदस्यों का हृदयपूर्वक अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। पिछले 9 दशक से ये संस्थान समाज में काम कर रहा है और इसने स्थानीय प्रशासन के और प्रबंधन को न केवल नए सिरे से परिभाषित किया, न केवल एक नई दिशा इस विषय में काम करने वाले लोगों को दी, न केवल उनके क्षमताओं का जो है सृजन और संवर्धन किया, अपितु इसके लिए आवश्यक सरोकारों और दरकारों को भी लगातार अंडरलाइन करते हुए इस दिशा में अपने अस्तित्व और वजूद को हमेशा ही सिद्ध किया है। स्थानीय प्रशासन के साथ शहरों के विकास का एक विजन किस दृष्टि से हो, हम किस दृष्टिकोण से शहरों का विकास करें, इस स्तर पर शहरों के प्रबंधन करने वाले लोगों को क्षमताओं का संवर्धन करते हुए उन्हें और अधिक जिम्मेदार बनाने की दिशा में इस संस्थान ने अभूतपूर्व योगदान पिछले इतने लंबे समय में किया है। स्थापना के समय से जिस प्रतिबद्धता के साथ में संस्थान काम कर रहा है, मैं अब तक इस संस्थान के साथ में जुड़े रहे उन सभी लोगों से लेकर के वर्तमान की पीढ़ी तक के लोगों को, क्योंकि वो उसी श्रृंखला के फ्लैग बियरर के तरह काम कर रहे हैं, मैं उन सब का इस समय में स्मरण करते हुए उन सब का अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूँ। आज संस्थान जिस तरह से वैश्विक स्तर पर काम करने वाली संस्थाएं, चाहे वर्ल्ड बैंक है, यूनिसेफ है, यूएनडीपी है, यूएन हैबिटेट है, यूएसएड है, यूनेस्को है, डीएफआईडी है, या जीआईजेड और सिटीनेट और जीकॉम है, इन सब के साथ में जिस तरह से काम कर रहा है और एक वैश्विक परिदृश्य में काम करते हुए वैश्विक स्तर का भारत हम किस तरह से बना सकते हैं, इस दृष्टिकोण से इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है, ये निश्चित रूप से अभिनंदनीय भी है और इस समय में समय की आवश्यकता और काल सापेक्ष कर्म भी है। आज के कार्यक्रम के सहयोगी यूनाइटेड सिटीज ऑफ लोकल गवर्नेंस एंड ऑफ एशिया पैसिफिक की पूरी टीम का भी मैं इस अवसर में सहभागी बनने के लिए विनम्र अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। मित्रों, जैसा मैंने चर्चा के प्रारंभ में कहा कि 2047 तक हमारा देश विकसित भारत बने, हम उस दिशा में तेज गति के साथ में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ संकल्पबद्ध होकर के आगे बढ़े। एक विकसित देश बनने के लिए जो आवश्यकता है, जिस तरह के आधारभूत संरचनाओं के ढांचे की आवश्यकता है, उसके निर्माण की जिम्मेदारी इस महत्वपूर्ण समय में जब हम आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश करके और उस सपने को साकार करने की आधारशिला रख रहे हैं, ऐसे समय में इस समिट का आयोजन होना तो निश्चित रूप से ही अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है ही, लेकिन हम सब लोग भी सौभाग्यशाली हैं जो मंच पर बैठे हैं, जो मंच के सामने बैठे हैं, और न केवल हम मंच पर और मंच के सामने बैठे हुए, अपितु हम देश के सभी 130 करोड़ 140 करोड़ लोग सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि हमें इस समय में इस भारत के निर्माण और इस भारत को विकसित भारत बनाने का जो सपना लेकर के, जिस विचार को लेकर के लाखों लोगों ने अपना समर्पण किया, अपनी जवानी को समर्पित किया, अपने जीवन को समर्पित किया, उस सपने को साकार करने का अवसर हम सबके हाथ में आया है। हम सब क्योंकि एक नेतृत्वकर्ता के रूप में शहरों के विकास की जिम्मेदारी को होल्ड करने वाले, उस जिम्मेदारी को उठाने वाले लोग हैं। समाज ने चुन करके हमें ये जिम्मेदारी पर काम करने का अवसर प्रदान किया है। ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण समय में हमें काम करने का अवसर मिला है। हम सौभाग्यशाली मानते हुए हमें अपने आप को इस दिशा में पूर्ण मनोयोग के साथ में और इस दूरदृष्टि के साथ में कि आने वाले समय में हमारा भारत किस तरह की आवश्यकताओं के वाला होगा, उन आवश्यकताओं की प्रतिपूर्ति हम किस तरह से कर पाएंगे, हमारे शहर उन आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप किस तरह से बनेंगे, इन चुनौतियों को समझते हुए, स्वीकार करते हुए हमें अपने व्यक्तिगत आकांक्षाओं, अपेक्षाओं और हितों से ऊपर उठ करके इस दिशा में काम करने की आवश्यकता है। मित्रों, हम सब जानते हैं कि एशिया पैसिफिक में शहरों का विकास बहुत तेज गति के साथ में हुआ है। पिछले 2 दशकों की यदि उठा करके हम समय को देखें तो दुनिया भर में जिस तरह से अर्बनाइजेशन बढ़ा है, लेकिन उसकी तुलना में यदि केवल एशिया पैसिफिक में देखा जाए तो आज हमारे अर्बनाइजेशन की, हमारे शहरीकरण की गति पूरे विश्व की गति से कहीं ज्यादा है। ऐसा अनुमान किया जाता है कि 2050 तक दुनिया की 2/3 आबादी जो है वो शहरों में रह रही होगी। निश्चित रूप से उसके कारण से जिस तरह का दबाव हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर बढ़ेगा और उसी के साथ में जिस तरह से पिछले 2 दशकों में एशियाई शहरों की आबादी जो है वो 42% तक बढ़ी है, निश्चित रूप से हमारे सामने एक ऐसा एक चुनौतीपूर्ण परिदृश्य खड़ा करता है कि हम किस तरह से अपने शहरों को डेवलप करेंगे। मैं जब आज इस कार्यक्रम के लिए यहाँ आने के लिए मेरा कार्यक्रम तय हुआ था, उस समय मैं चर्चा कर रहा था, मेरे एक संसद के साथी और मंत्रिमंडल में सहयोगी उनसे चर्चा कर रहा था। मैंने उनसे कहा कि मुझे इस तरह के एक कार्यक्रम में जाना है। उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि वहाँ जरूर इस विषय का उल्लेख करना चाहिए कि जब अंग्रेजों ने दिल्ली को बसाया, नई दिल्ली को बसाया, वो दिल्ली आज भी कंपैरेटिवली दिल्ली की तुलना में, शेष दिल्ली की तुलना में कंजेशन फ्री है, क्योंकि उन्होंने उस समय 100 साल के 200 साल के विजन को सामने लेकर के शहरों का विकास किया था। आज हम जो कुछ काम कर रहे हैं शहरों में, हमको भी इस दृष्टिकोण के साथ में, इस सूझ के साथ में करने की आवश्यकता है कि हम इस शहर में आने वाले 50-100 साल में बाद में कितनी आबादी होगी, कैसी आबादी होगी, किस तरह के जो है उस समय के शहर की आवश्यकताएं होंगी, किस तरह का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर उस समय में आवश्यक होगा। उन सब विषयों को ध्यान रखते हुए हम यदि आज अपने शहरों के विकास के मॉडल को तैयार करेंगे तो जाकर के हम आने वाले समय में देश में इन शहरों के साथ में न्याय कर पाएंगे और साथ ही साथ में हमारी भूमिका को भी इतिहास के पन्नों में स्मरण के योग्य या उल्लेख के योग्य बना सके। आज दुनिया के 30 बड़े शहरों में से 20 शहर जो हैं वो केवल एशिया में, और जिस गति के साथ में भारत में अर्बनाइजेशन बढ़ रहा है और उसके कारण से जिस तरह से हमारे संसाधनों पर जो है दबाव बढ़ रहा है, ऐसी परिस्थिति में टिकाऊ और समावेशी विकास, जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट हम किस तरह से करें, आज ये दुनिया की चिंता का विषय तो है ही, लेकिन साथ ही साथ में हम लोगों के लिए और भी बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। लेकिन मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि आज हम सब इन्हीं सब विषयों पर विचार करने के दृष्टिकोण से यहाँ उद्देश्य से यहाँ एकत्रित हुए। मैं जब देख रहा था, मैंने पाया कि हम आने वाले समय में पानी की उपलब्धता हमारे शहरों में किस तरह से हो, इसको लेकर के भी हम इस बैठक में, इस गोष्ठी में विचार मंथन करने वाले। मैं अभी हाल ही वर्ल्ड बैंक में के द्वारा आयोजित ग्लोबल वाटर समिट और उसके बाद यूनाइटेड नेशंस के द्वारा 46 साल बाद में आयोजित हुई वर्ल्ड वाटर समिट में भाग लेकर के लौटा हूं। एक तरफ अत्यंत प्रसन्नता होती है जब ये देखता हूं कि वैश्विक परिदृश्य में भारत जिस तरह से पानी के क्षेत्र में काम कर रहा है, उसको लेकर के पूरा विश्व भारत की तरफ चमत्कृत दृष्टि से देखता है। अत्यंत प्रसन्नता होती है जब भारत एक आउटलायर है, भारत एक टॉर्च बियरर है, भारत जो है वो इंस्पिरेशन है, जब पूरी दुनिया के देशों के लोग इस बात की चर्चा करते हैं। लेकिन जब मैं देखता हूं कि सामने चुनौती कितनी बड़ी खड़ी है, आने वाले समय में जिस तरह से हमारे जल संसाधन सीमित हो रहे हैं, हमारी जो जल की उपलब्धता आज जितनी है, जो 1100 बिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर है, वो बढ़ करके आने वाले जो है 20-25 साल में जिस तरह से आगे बढ़ने वाली है, उसके पीछे जो कारण है कि जो हमारी लाइफस्टाइल चेंजेस हो रहे हैं, जो हमारा इकोनॉमिकल डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, जो अर्बनाइजेशन बढ़ रहा है, उसके साथ साथ में जिस तरह से पानी के स्रोत कम हो रहे हैं, क्लाइमेट चेंज के इम्पैक्ट जिस तरह से दिखाई दे रहे हैं, ये चुनौतियां निश्चित रूप से जो है ये डराने वाली भी हैं। ऐसे समय में इन सब विषयों के ऊपर विचार करते हुए हमें आने वाले समय में अर्बन प्लानिंग पर काम करना पड़ेगा। आज अर्बन फ्लडिंग पूरी दुनिया में एक बड़ी चुनौती बनी है, क्योंकि हमारे शहरों में हमने कभी कल्पना नहीं की थी कि इस तरह से क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण से इरेटिक और स्कैंटी रेनफॉल होंगे और उनके चलते हुए शहरों में अर्बन फ्लडिंग की चुनौती पैदा हो जाएगी। हम अपने शहरों में वर्तमान जो है शहरों की व्यवस्थाओं का सुधारने के साथ साथ में आने वाले समय में हम अर्बन फ्लडिंग को कैसे रोक सकते हैं, उसको कैसे मिटिगेट कर सकते हैं, उनके इम्पैक्ट्स को कैसे कम कर सकते हैं, इस दिशा में भी हमें अभी से सोच करके उस पर काम करना पड़ेगा। जो बरसात का पानी शहरों में आता है, उस पानी का हम ठीक से उपयोग किस तरह से कर सकते हैं। अभी मैं देख रहा था टोक्यो में, क्योंकि अर्बन फ्लडिंग की बहुत बड़ी चुनौती थी और हाई टाइड और बरसात अगर साथ में हो तो कितना बड़ा संकट पैदा हो सकता है। हमने मुंबई के फ्लड के समय में 2006 में उसको देखा है, और जिस तरह की बड़ा संकट मुंबई में पैदा हुआ था, और ऐसा अनेक बार अब देश में अलग अलग कोनों में हो चुका है। ऐसी चुनौती को समाधान करने के लिए जो इनोवेटिव सोल्यूशन उन्होंने बनाया कि उन्होंने बड़ी पार्किंग्स और ग्राउंड्स के नीचे अंडरग्राउंड 30-30 मीटर का डेप्थ की कैपेसिटी के स्टोरेजेस बना करके उस पानी को रोकना और उस पानी को बाद में फिर उपयोग में लेना, इस तरह के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर शहर में बनाने का स्कोप हमारे यहाँ कैसा है, इस दिशा में भी हमको इस सोचने की आवश्यकता है। आज जिस तरह से ट्रांसपोर्टेशन बढ़ रहा है, आने वाले समय में जो है हमें जिस तरह के ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की आवश्यकता होगी, इंडिविजुअल व्हीकल्स के बजाय हम किस तरह से कम्युनिटी ट्रांसपोर्ट व्हीकल्स पर लोगों को प्रेरित कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए निवेश करना और उसके लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट करना। निश्चित ही भारत सरकार ने अपने बजट में अब की बार जिस तरह जो 74,000 करोड़ रुपए का प्रोविजन अर्बन प्लानिंग के लिए, अर्बन सेक्टर के लिए किया है, उस अर्बन डेवलपमेंट के अंदर इस सेक्टर का एक बहुत बड़ा निवेश जो है, लगभग 10% से ज्यादा पैसा केवल अर्बन सिटी ट्रांसपोर्ट के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के उन्नयन के लिए, उसके एस्केलेशन के लिए होने वाला है। हम अपने यहाँ उस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का स्कोप कैसे क्रिएट करें, इस दिशा में अभी हमें सोच करके काम करने की आवश्यकता है। यह ऐसा विस्तृत विषय, इस विषय पर मुझे लगता है कि मैं घंटों तक चर्चा कर सकता हूं, लेकिन क्योंकि मैं विश्वास के साथ में जानता भी हूं, मानता भी हूं, स्वीकार करता हूं, इस सभागार में जितने लोग उपस्थित हैं वो सब मुझसे ज्यादा इस विषय को समझते हैं, इसलिए मैं अपनी बात को बहुत ज्यादा विस्तार नहीं देते हुए सिर्फ एक बात आप सब लोगों के साथ में साझा करना चाहता हूँ कि जिस तरह से तेज गति के साथ में परिवर्तन हो रहा है, देखिए परिवर्तन शाश्वत है, नित्य नियमित निरंतर सदियों से वर्षों से परिवर्तन होता है, लेकिन पहले जिस गति के साथ में परिवर्तन होता था, अब परिवर्तन की गति आंधी में परिवर्तित हो चुकी है, एक तूफान में परिवर्तित हो चुकी है। जितने परिवर्तन शताब्दियों में होते थे, उतने परिवर्तन कुछ सालों में, दशकों में होने लगे। जितने परिवर्तन कई दशकों में होते थे, पिछले 5 दशक में, 6 दशक में, एक लंबी यात्रा के जो है साक्षी ये संस्थान है। लेकिन जितने परिवर्तन पिछले 8 दशक में हुए होंगे, उतने परिवर्तन या उससे ज्यादा परिवर्तन पिछले 1 दशक में हुए। जितने परिवर्तन पिछले 1 दशक में हुए, उससे ज्यादा परिवर्तन आने वाले समय में कुछ सालों में होने लगेंगे। इस परिवर्तन की आंधी के अनुरूप हम अपने शहरों का सृजन किस तरह से करें, ये जिम्मेदारी हमारी है। और हम सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि आजादी के अमृत काल के प्रवेश के समय में ये जिम्मेदारी समाज ने हमें देने का काम किया है। हम इस जिम्मेदारी के एहसास के साथ में काम करें। हम बहुत दूर की दृष्टि से सोचते हुए, इस विषय के विशेषज्ञों के साथ में जुट करके, दुनिया भर में इस तरह का काम जहां हुआ है उस दिशा को देखते हुए काम करें। अभी हाल ही में पिछले साल हमने एक प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट किया था जिसको हमने रिवर सिटी अलायंस की संज्ञा दी, कि देश में ऐसे शहर जो नदियों के किनारे पे बसे हुए। ऐसा कहा जाता है कि नदियों के किनारे पे, क्योंकि वो पानी के सदानीरा स्रोत थी, इसलिए उनके किनारे पर शहरों का उद्विकास हुआ, सभ्यताओं का उद्विकास हुआ। लेकिन कालांतर में चलते चलते हमने उन नदियों को उन शहरों के कारण से प्रदूषण का केंद्र बना दिया। ऐसा देश, जिस देश में जल को जगदीश मानने की परंपरा थी, जहां अपने हर एक कर्म से पहले जल से उस सिंचन करके शुद्धिकरण की परंपरा थी, दुर्भाग्य से वो देश दुनिया के सबसे ज्यादा कंटेमिनेटेड वाटर रिसोर्सेज वाला देश हो गया। लेकिन हम किस तरह से रिवर फ्रेंडली अर्बन सिटी डेवलपमेंट कर सकते हैं, रिवर फ्रेंडली या वाटर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फ्रेंडली अर्बन डेवलपमेंट कर सकते हैं। इस दिशा में हम देश के सभी इस ऐसे शहर जो नदियों के किनारे पर बसे हैं, वो शहर सब साथ जुटे। इसको लेकर के एक प्लेटफॉर्म जल शक्ति मंत्रालय ने बनाया। पिछले साल जब प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया था तब केवल हमने 8-9 शहरों के साथ में ये शुरुआत की, लेकिन अभी पिछले माह में जब पुणे में हमने इसकी 1 साल पूरे होने पर पहली बार बैठक की, मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता होती है कि देश के 108 शहर उसके साथ में जुटे, और 108 शहरों में से लगभग 30 से ज्यादा शहरों ने अपने अगले 25 साल का प्लान, सिटी डेवलपमेंट प्लान, जो रिवर फ्रेंडली किस तरह से होगा, इस पूरे प्लान्स को डेवलप किया है। और सभी शहरों ने एक दूसरे की गुड प्रैक्टिस से सीखते हुए, एक दूसरे की विफलताओं से सीखते हुए, एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर बैठ करके विचार करना इस विषय में शुरू किया है। हम इस तरह से बार बार बैठ करके एक दूसरे के साथ इन विषयों पर विचार करेंगे। पूरी दुनिया के शहरों के अनुभव क्या हैं, इनसे हम सीखेंगे, तभी जाकर के हम इस विषय में सफलता प्राप्त कर सके। जब स्वच्छ भारत मिशन पे काम करना प्रारंभ किया था तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक प्रिंसिपल दिया था जिसको उन्होंने 5P प्रिंसिपल का नाम दिया। पहले वो 4P प्रिंसिपल था और बाद में उसको उन्होंने 5P प्रिंसिपल ऐसी परिभाषा दी। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन सफल हुआ, और उस सफलता के बाद में मैं ये विश्वास के साथ में कह सकता हूँ कि कोई भी क्षेत्र या चुनौती में हम काम करें, उस चुनौती के समाधान के लिए काम करें, ये प्रिंसिपल जो है हम सब के लिए एक थंब रूल के लिए। उस 5P प्रिंसिपल का पहला P है कि उसमें उस काम को करने के लिए पॉलिटिकल विल होना चाहिए। हम सब लोग पॉलिटिकली इलेक्टेड लीडर्स के रूप में यहाँ बैठे, हमारी विल होनी चाहिए, हमारा ये एक संकल्प होना चाहिए कि हमें ये करना है। और दूसरा, उसके लिए पब्लिक स्पेंडिंग होना चाहिए, सरकार या जो है स्थानीय निकाय उसके लिए खर्च करने को प्राथमिकता दे। तीसरा विषय जो है, थर्ड P इज पार्टनरशिप्स। हम दुनिया भर में जिन लोगों ने इस दिशा में काम किया है उनके साथ में पार्टनरशिप करें। हम इसके अतिरिक्त फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के साथ में पार्टनरशिप करें। आज का ये जो है समागम, इसमें जितने लोगों की पार्टनरशिप है, निश्चित रूप से इस दिशा में अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण। और चौथा जो है वो है पीपल्स पार्टिसिपेशन। इंदौर का उदाहरण हम सबके सामने है। आज पिछले इतने वर्षों से इंदौर स्वच्छता के मानक पर सब सर्वश्रेष्ठ शहर देश में बना हुआ है। निश्चित रूप से वहां के नगर निगम ने, वहां की मेयर ने, तत्कालीन मेयर ने उस दिशा में अभूतपूर्व योगदान किया होगा, लेकिन वो सफल सिर्फ इसलिए हो पाया कि इंदौर का हर एक नागरिक उस सफलता को के साथ जीने के लिए समर्पण भाव से साथ खड़ा हुआ। और जब जन सामान्य ऐसे विषय को अपने कंधों पर उठा ले तो सफलता सुनिश्चित हो जाती है। हम भी अर्बन सिटी प्लानिंग को, फ्यूचर रेडी अर्बन सिटी प्लानिंग को पीपल सेंट्रिक बनाएं और लोगों को बिहेवियर चेंज करते हुए उसके साथ में जोड़ें। कि ये उनके भविष्य से जुड़ा हुआ विषय है, इस विषय का उनका एहसास नहीं कराएंगे तब तक हम इसमें सफल नहीं हो पाएंगे। और जो 5वां पी उस प्रिंसिपल का है वो ये है कि कंटिन्यूअस परसुएशन उसकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए रहे। हम आगे से आगे आने वाले लोगों को उस जो है उस विषय को जो हमने डेवलप किया है उसको सस्टेनेबल बनाए रखने के लिए, उस विषय के लिए लोगों में कंटिन्यूअस परसुएशन करें, इसकी आवश्यकता है। हम भी अपनी अर्बन सिटी प्लानिंग को इन 5 पी प्रिंसिपल्स की कसौटी पर एक बार उठा करके देखें। हम मेयर्स का कालखंड कुछ शहरों में 1 साल का होता है, कुछ शहरों में 3 साल का होता है, कुछ शहरों में 5 साल का होता है। सामान्यतः हमारी अप्रोच ये होती है कि मुझे अपने 1 साल में क्या करना है हम उस पर काम करें। मुझे लगता है हमें इससे ऊपर उठ करके काम करने की आवश्यकता है। जो 1 साल 2 साल 3 साल या 5 साल की दृष्टि से काम करते हैं उनके काम कुछ दिनों तक, कुछ सालों तक या कुछ एक आध दशक तक याद किए जाते हैं, लेकिन जो 100 साल की प्लानिंग करके काम करेगा उसका नाम इतिहास के पन्नों में स्वर्णाक्षरों से दर्ज होगा। ऐसे अनुभव, ऐसे उदाहरण हम हजारों की संख्या में ढूंढ सकते हैं, अपने आसपास के परिवेश में देख सकते हैं। हम भी इतिहास के पन्नों में अंकित होने का अवसर प्राप्त कि हमको सौभाग्य से हुआ है। हम इस अवसर को व्यर्थ न जाने दें, इस अपेक्षा के साथ में काम करें, इस लक्ष्य के साथ में काम करें और इस सोच के साथ में काम करें कि भारत को विकसित भारत बनाने के रास्ते में मुझे योगदान करने का अवसर मिला है, मुझे अपनी तरफ से कुछ समर्पण करने का अवसर मिला है। इस सौभाग्य के अवसर का हम एक क्षण भी जाया न होने दें। अपनी ऊर्जा को, अपनी क्षमता को, अपनी शक्ति का हर एक कण जो है उसमें नियोजित करें। इस अपेक्षा भाव के साथ में एक बार फिर आप सबका अभिनंदन करते हुए, देर से आने के लिए पुनः क्षमा प्रार्थना करते हुए आप सबका आभार करता हूं, आप सबका बहुत सारा स्वागत करता हूं। मैं ये मानता हूं कि किसी भी कॉन्फ्रेंस में विजेताएं जिस सत्र के लिए सबसे ज्यादा मेहनत करते हैं वो सत्र उद्घाटन का सत्र होता है। और मैं ये अपने अनुभव से कहता हूं कि वो सत्र उस कॉन्फ्रेंस का सबसे निरुपयोगी अनुत्पादक सत्र होता है, क्योंकि सत्र में पूरे कॉन्फ्रेंस में जिन विषयों पर सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स को बात करना है, डिस्कशंस करना है, उस काम को हम जो है इस नॉन प्रोडक्टिव सेशन से जो है वो कॉम्प्रोमाइज करते हैं। ये कॉम्प्रोमाइज हम और लंबा न करें, हम उपयोगी डिस्कशंस को प्रारंभ करेंगे। इन अपेक्षा के साथ में आप सबका बहुत सारा धन्यवाद। भारत माता की।
Thank you so much, sir. It's a pleasure to hear from you your inspiring words. And now I would like to request Abhishek to please share few insights about Urban 75 before we witness the most precious moments of launching Urban 75 coffee table book by our chief guest and all our dignitaries. Over to Abhishek.
थैंक यू। अर्बन 75 बुक के बारे में मैं ज्यादा नहीं बात करूंगा, लेकिन आप सबको बताना चाहता हूं कि इंडिया ने लास्ट ईयर आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव सेलिब्रेट किया। उसके उपलक्ष्य में ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट सभी इंडिया के टॉप अर्बनिस्ट से रिक्वेस्ट की कि उन आर्टिकल्स को लिखें और अर्बन जर्नी के बारे में बात करें, और इस जर्नी पे ये बुक है। थैंक यू।
All right, everybody, let's put our hands together and witness these precious moments of the launch Urban 75 coffee table book. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the felicitation with a memento and millet hamper bag. I would like to request Mr. Rajkishore Modi, Hansa ma'am, Jairaj Phatak ji and Ravi sir to please felicitate our chief guest who is here, and we are really grateful to him that he is part of this event today and he has devoted time from his busy schedule. So let's felicitate our chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोर से तालियां हो जाए हमारे chief guest Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Union Cabinet Minister in Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए, ladies and gentlemen. And now I would like to request Mr. Ravi to felicitate Ms. Vijaya Rahatkar, former Mayor Aurangabad and former Chairperson Maharashtra State Women Commission. तालियों के साथ everybody. Mr. Suresh Dandalia to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Kirit Pamar. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Everybody, people sitting at the back, एक बार जोर से तालियां हो जाएं. I would also like to request Hira Math to please come forward and felicitate our VP, Mr. Raj Kishore. Abhishek, please do the honors. Let's felicitate Mr. Raj Kishore, Raj VP. Mr. Ashok Wankade to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Jairaj. Abhishek, I'll request you to please do the honors. Mr. Ashok Wankade. Hansa ma'am, I'll request you to felicitate Mr. Kunal. Devarshi Pandya, I'll request you to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Ashok Kumar Byanju. Harish, please do the honors. Harish, I'll request you to please felicitate Dr. Bernardia as well. Abhishek, I'll request you to let's felicitate Mr. Hitesh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Everybody. Mayank to please come forward and felicitate Hansa ma'am. Everybody. I'll request Ravi sir to please convey his vote of thanks now. Over to you.
Okay. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Sabse pehle, before I start, my sincere gratitude to Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, who is a dynamic and hardworking cabinet minister of India, from the to be here to guide us on this inaugural session. Thank you, sir. आप आए यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा लगा, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I can say that Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji is a modern day Bhagirath who is working very hard to implement the Honorable PM Sri Narendra Modi ji's Har Ghar Jal missions by providing clean water through taps till under his leadership. Staggering 11 crore tap connection are already provided in record time. So we are very lucky enough to have him here for this summit as a chief guest. Once again, thank you so much, sir, for being here. I would also like to thank Vijay Rahatkar, madam, who has been helping us for all the way to make this summit very successfully. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais, Hitesh Vaidya ji, Mayor Ahmedabad, Ashok ji, UCLG Aspect, President Bernardia, Secretary General, UCLG Aspect, Hansa Patel, Vice President, all mayors, dignitaries, delegates here. We have a long list. So first of all, I would like to thank that UCLG Aspect for being the co-host of this event, and they have been very supporting to organize this programs very successfully. We also like to thanks to all the distinguished guests, city mayors, representative from the Asian cities and speaker for gracing us with their presence and joining us to share their knowledge and experience with us on the theme building inclusive and resilient cities. Your insights are always valuable, and we are truly honored to have you here. My also sincere gratitude to Honorable President Sir, Vice President Modi Sir, Honorable DG Sir, Hansa Madam, Devarsi Pandya, and all the team members who have been working very hard to organize this event successfully, and all the partners who are actually really supportive to organize such a big programs. We have more than 350 delegates for this events, and just to give you that, we have more than 130 mayors, Indian mayors and commissioner, जो आज यहाँ इस सम्मेलन में हैं सर. 130 से ज्यादा शहरों को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं. पूरे दुनिया से करीब करीब 100 हमारे पास डेलीगेशन है जो 20 कंट्रीज से आए हुए हैं. सो आई थैंक्स ऑल ऑफ यू, चाहे वो पूरे दुनिया से जिधर से भी आप लोग आए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इस समिट में आने के लिए. आप ऑल द वे इतनी दूर से इतनी ट्रैवल करके आ रहे हैं. Really, we are honored to have you here. We also like to thanks all the knowledge partner. जो भी आप जैसे सर भी बोल रहे थे, इसके बाद जो टेक्निकल सेशंस हैं उसमें सारे नॉलेज पार्टनर्स की एक्सपीरियंस शेयरिंग है, बहुत अच्छे अच्छे प्रेजेंटेशन है. उन सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि वो आप इस सेशंस के लिए एज ए स्पीकर्स आप हमें ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं. So thank you very much for joining all speakers and everyone. And the last, I would like to thank all my ALSG team members who have been working very hard to organize this event very successfully. Day and night they are working. So thank you very much. And once again, I am looking forward to have a very strong and the fruitful discussion and debate in next 2 days. So with this, thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, Kavi sir, for conveying your vote of thanks, ladies and gentlemen. एक बार जोर से तालियां हो जाएं और a big thank you to our chief guest once again and all our dignitaries for gracing the event today, for gracing the inaugural session with your esteemed presence. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please don't go out. Tea break has been cancelled because we are running already delayed with our schedule. Please be seated. We are about to start with our technical sessions on collective urban response to evolving crisis. Please be seated, everybody. सभी लोगों को दरख्वास्त है, प्लीज बाहर ना जाएं क्योंकि अभी टी ब्रेक नहीं हो रहा. हम हमारे टेक्निकल सेशंस की शुरुआत करने वाले हैं. कलेक्टिव अर्बन रिस्पॉन्स टू इवॉल्विंग क्राइसिस. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start with our technical sessions. Collective urban response to evolving crisis. Please be seated, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are beginning with the session 1, collective urban response to evolving crisis. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I already mentioned, the first session is about collective urban response to evolving crisis. I would like to call our moderator. Please be seated, everybody. Please be seated, everyone. सब लोग प्लीज बैठ जाएं, हम टेक्निकल सेशंस की शुरुआत करने वाले हैं. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the parallel sessions are already running. So delegates can join that session also. Can we have the moderator, Mr. Om Prakash Mathur, non-resident senior fellow, Global Cities Institute, University of Toronto, and chair at USISS, to please join us? Well, I would like to give his introduction, ladies and gentlemen. A formidable scholar of the urban sector, Mr. Om Prakash Mathur is senior fellow and head Urban Studies at Institute of Social Sciences, New Delhi, has served a distinguished professor of urban economics at the National Institute of Urban Affairs, New Delhi from 2011 to 13, considered to be a stalwart by urban experts. The list of his achievements is endless. He has held the IDFC chair in urban economics and finance at the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, New Delhi, for over 15 years. He was also the director, National Institute of Urban Affairs, New Delhi from 84 to 92. Dignitaries on stage who are taking picture, please clear the stage. We have a very senior moderator sitting here. Please clear the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request all of you to please pay attention? We have welcomed our chairperson. Session chair will be done by Mr. Om Prakash Mathur. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोर से तालियां हो जाएं. Mr. Om Prakash Mathur, non-resident, senior fellow, Global Cities Institute, University of Toronto, and chair at USISS. And now I would like to hand over it to our chair.
किसी के मौके
May I request all of you to please sit down so that we can commence our session. People at the back, please. Panagia. Please sit down, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a humble request to everybody. Please take your seats. We have started our session. Our chair is already at the podium to speak about the session and begin the session. Please settle down, everyone. Please take your seats. Our technical session has already begun. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking Shri Chavan, is not in the room right now, Jairaj, a longtime friend, and all the faculty of the All Indian Institute of Local Self-Government for inviting me to this very important summit. This is not the first time I'm attending the Institute summits. I've attended them in the past as well. But this one assumes particular significance as it's the first one after COVID-19. And I think we have many more challenges now than we had when the last one was held in Goa. My panel, very esteemed panelists right here, and we did try to sort of get in touch with each other a few days back, just 2 or 3 years back, just to see if we can coordinate our presentations in advance. That did not take off. I think we just couldn't reach out to all of the panelists. But what I have been doing over the past 2-3 days is to simply look at what is happening in Asia with respect to urbanization, especially the work that Omar, right here from ESCAP, he and his colleagues have been doing at ESCAP, looking at the 3 reports that ESCAP has produced in the past decades, 2010, 2015, and 2019, and also the first report that was done by ESCAP in 1993. And I've also been comparing the 2019 report with the 2022 report of the UN Habitat on the world cities. And some very interesting conclusions came as far as Asia is concerned. And I'm going to share just in bullet points, some of the conclusions that emerged from the reports that ESCAP and the UN Habitat have done, specifically on Asia. The first message that comes out of the UN Habitat report is extremely important and very profound conclusion, which is that cities need to be prepared to deal with unpredictable futures. There's something that we have not done. The unpredictable future is something that cities need to begin work on now, because it is becoming increasingly difficult to see where the future lies and what the future might unfold itself in the decades or in the years to come. And I think the reference was really that no one anticipated that COVID will take place. No one anticipated that in this part of the world, in this year, the countries will go to fight. Nobody anticipated that there were inflation, the high interest rate in the US will cripple the countries which are affecting cities more than any other indicator anywhere in the world. So the first conclusion that was really coming out of the UN Habitat report was that cities ought to be preparing themselves to deal with unpredictable futures. The second point that I wish to make is that Asian urbanization is important for the global economy. It is not just Asia, for that Asia is important, but Asia's urbanization is important to the global economy for the simple reason that, number one, it accounts for roughly about 50% of the global urban population. I'm excluding Central Asia and the West Asia. My focus is essentially on South Asia and Southeast Asia, which account for 49% of the world's urban population, but only about 35% of the global GDP. And that is where Asia is lagging behind possibly the other regions, and we need to be making our cities much more productive than what we have done so far. This is the second point that I wish to make. The third point that is very, very important is the urban demographics in Asia is changing very rapidly. Compared to the kind of demographics that Asia has faced, let's say 3 decades back or the 4 decades back, those conditions have changed completely. In 3 ways in particular. One, that cities are expanding outwards. The distinction between rural and urban is becoming thinner and thinner year after year. So much so that the UN Statistical Commission had just come out with a report saying that this kind of a division that the UN has been making, urban and rural, now we should begin to look at in 3 parts. That is urban cities, the second part being the towns and dense areas, and the third part being the rural areas, the villages. So the whole context as far as urban spread is taking place in Asian economies, I think we need to check. This is one factor that we should take into account. The second thing that we had not anticipated was that there would be cities with 20 million people, 25 million people, 30 million people. No one really had anticipated cities of that scale, but now they're increasingly, we are getting both the numbers and the shares of population in the metropolitan part increasing very, very rapidly. I recall Janice Perlman saying that world does not have experience of dealing with cities of this scale. We do not know how to bring food into the city of 30 million people or 35 million people. We do not know how to correct this waste that is disposed of and all the other challenges that cities of those scales really produced worldwide. And the third urban demographics component, which is beginning to engage our attention, is that there's both aging in some of the countries that we know We know Japan, and we know China, South Korea, they're already aging. And many other countries have the demographic dividend. In India, let me give you an example. Very interesting it is, some of the more advanced states, some of those states which are more urbanized and where the per capita incomes are higher, they are now beginning to age. Like Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, they're beginning to age now. And one really has to wonder as to how these states, which have been in the front runner in the economic growth of the country, how will the productivity of those states will be maintained, particularly in light of the changes that are taking place. And the other part is really demographic dividend, which once again, in the case of India, is the characteristics of states such as Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, and Odisha, which are relatively backward, which are not urbanized, and which are not growing at rates that ought to. So where the case for where the need for the demand for jobs is much greater, these are really backward states, and where the productivity is much higher, the beginning of age. Now we begin to see these kinds of challenges which need to be looked at when we look at the city's growth. Jobs is much greater. The third point that I want to make is that I do not know how many of you would have seen the first paper of the World Bank in the 1990s, which really said cities are really meant for economic growth. They're meant for, they have to be competitive, and they have to be bankable. These were the three main goals which the first paper of the World Bank in the 1990s had emphasized. Now, from those three goals, we have moved on that our cities need to be sustainable, they need to be resilient, and they need to be inclusive. So this change from growth, competitiveness, and bankable to moving on to sustainability, resilience, this really makes a huge departure from the way in which we have been dealing with our cities. And the models of efficiency that we try to use in in most of the countries, they now have to be adjusted to meet the demands of a equity-based, sustainable-based, or sustainable-led kind of a growth. The fourth point that I want to bring in is the whole issue of governance, to which much emphasis has come to be placed in recent years, not just in India, but throughout Asia. Now, historically, governance and finance have been part of the public sector engagement. That public policies, public management of services, local services delivery, and likewise local financing of services, that have been the key factor in most of the countries. From there, the change which is coming about, and we are still not getting used to it, is that the neoliberal models of governance, where the non-state actors should play a much bigger role than what they have done in the past, that is now beginning to be talked about, that is beginning to be discussed, and we still do not understand how long will it take us to the neoliberal models where the private sector, the non-state sectors, and community participation will either replace or supplement the public sector agencies. Similarly, the public finance, local government finance, it has always been funded and monitored and managed by local governments with transfers or without transfers. And I think Omar will talk about it because the 2019 report especially mentioned about it. Now, from public finance, we're asking that it is market finance that ought to be funding local services. And that kind of a change is, whether it's through the municipal bonds, or whether it's through debentures, or whether it is through mortgages, we are still trying to adjust as to what really it means to change from public financing to private financing of global services. We do know that in the US, the bond market alone is $4 trillion right now. And even in China, it is $3 trillion, which is more or less equal to India's GDP. But that is the local government debt in China at this point in time. It may have created problems in China, but certainly that is the kind of scale that we are speaking about. So these are some of the points that I picked out in the reports, and I thought I'll mention them in the first session, first session being that what are really the pathways and what are really the challenges that we need to be working on. With this, I will call upon Neeraj. Neeraj is Principal Secretary, Urban Development with the government of Madhya Pradesh. We have known each other from the time he was with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. And I'm sure that he will bring, he is delivering a keynote address. I'm sure you would give him a clap before he or come and take the stage. Yes. You can move the address.
You can move the presentation. Thank you, OP sir. It's been a pleasure and honor to be part of this panel and in front of this esteemed house. I welcome all the urban practitioners here, the honorable mayors who are participating today. And the morning session, although the minister said it was not technical, but I think it was very fruitful, and it did speak and bring out, like an inaugural session should, all the urban issues which are facing us. This session, as Mathur sir has said, we are talking about collective urban response to an evolving crisis. What are the evolving crises in this sphere? There are some short-term and some long-term. Next slide, please. Collective urban response. Also, in my limited 10 minutes, I would be highlighting on the efforts and achievements of my state. For my foreign delegates and participants, India is a federal country which has a union government and states. I belong to the central part of a country which is called Madhya Pradesh, which is by and large the largest area in the country. We have about 70 million population, out of which 2 million is urban. Our urban areas are divided into 3 categories: large, medium, and small. The large towns are called municipal corporations, and the others are smaller in nature. So in India, we have rural areas and urban areas, and the urban evolving crisis. When I thought about this topic, I thought there are some short-term crises and there are some long-term. Against our common thought, the short-term crises are very well attended because they are handled by all agencies together. In a city, in a state, the government comes in, the police comes in, the experts come in, the NGOs, the social, the finance, all together come in for short-term crises. And they are by and large handled in a reasonably okay fashion. May it be a pandemic, natural disaster, or a civic unrest, or an urban flooding sort of issue. But the long-term crises are all left to the city, which is actually, as Kunal, the Joint Secretary, mentioned in the morning, leads to a huge capacity crisis. The long-term crisis, which we can talk about, are urban planning, the environmental challenges, the transport issues, and likes. Really speaking, in India and in so many other cities, these issues are left to the city to handle, or the parastatals, or the organizations dealing with these particular sectors. And that's how the crisis starts brewing up. And in larger terms, in 10 years, 15 years, or in the Amrit Kal vision, these things are now which have to be addressed to correct our roadmap. And that's how the crisis. Again, in the short slot available, I would be speaking on the environmental issues by and large, because it is impossible to cover in any meaningful way a large sector of the crisis. And in the crisis, I would not go into any genesis or the reasons, because it's a learned an intelligent audience, I would like to share how Madhya Pradesh and our cities have tried to address some of these crises which has come in front of them. The environmental crisis a city typically faces are in the pollution side, in the solid and liquid waste management, in the carbon footprint in any activity they do, and of course to maintain the green cover of the city. The environmental crisis a city typically the air pollution part is well known and every Indian city is facing it. The growing air pollution is a big problem. Delhi is in national news for not good reasons on this ground, but other cities are also not doing well. And by and large, we have accepted that the rural areas would be cleaner and the urban areas would be polluted, which is not true. We have to change our mindset that we can have a cleaner and greener urban conglomeration where we have the proper inputs and policies which contribute to maintaining and preserving the environment. What we have done in our city and state is in terms of mobility, if we speak specifically as an example, in the vehicle sector, we have phased out all 15-year-old commercial diesel vehicles. That's a big step in terms of looking at the resources of the cities, looking at the resources, economy of the city, but it's a policy decision which will be done in a phased manner. Green fuel and electric vehicle, which sounds so futuristic as of now, are in place, and a large number of them are plying between our cities, within our cities as a means of public transport. The issue of regulation of pollution has also been enforced in a very strong way by the pollution certificates and the checking the emission levels. And the policies on e-vehicles, e-rickshaws, and parking are all progressive and looking towards reducing the carbon footprint, as well as by looking at the air quality index aspect of a city. Another pollutant for the city is the construction. On one hand, we keep on saying that the capital investment brings prosperity. That is the key to economic growth. And each year we focus on capital investment, capex growth. But a capital project would entail construction, and construction in turn entail huge pollution if not done properly. We have taken care of such issues in our city, and along with the mandate of the Swachh Bharat mission, the cleanliness of construction site, the construction and demolition waste yards, and a lot of activities which are mandated in the National Building Code are being very strictly implemented in order to cut down the pollution due to construction. Similarly, cities also do have industrial areas. Cities do have some industries and economic activities in terms of manufacturing. That is taken care of by multiple actions which look at the air pollution. We have classified them as white industries, as green industries, as orange industries, and then the normal blue and red industries. And many activities have stringent norms that if they want to function within the city limits, these commercial and economic activities must comply with these emission, pollution, sound, and air pollution norms. When we talk about solid waste management, that in a way is Madhya Pradesh's crowning glory. Honorable Prime Minister launched Swachh Bharat mission in 2014, and since then the country has not looked back. It was not on the agenda, and the 5 Ps which Honorable Minister mentioned initially, all of them were taken in the right earnest in Madhya Pradesh. Be it the waste collection in a scientific manner, we are proud to say that we have 100% segregation, transportation, collection, and scientific treatment of entire solid waste right up to the last kilogram in our cities. Either by a cluster approach, if they are smaller cities, or the larger cities like Indore, Bhopal, and Jabalpur are doing it as just standalone projects. They have been evaluated by scientific agencies, by academicians, by experts, and all of them have certified that the model is working, is efficient, is environmental friendly, and is sustainable. Recently, we have started a big drive to clear all these sites of dump yards in our state. The cluster approach and the use of waste, either for treatment in terms of material recovery, waste to compost, all of these models are working in Madhya Pradesh in our all 413 cities. And that actually has been extremely successful in bringing down so many indices which correlate to health and sanitation and in terms of maternal mortality and child mortality. Bhopal alone, for example, which is the capital of our state, cleared a piece of its dump yard, and by way generating a huge amount of 85 crores through the remediation of land and clearance of the site, which has increased in value all around it. The water and solid waste both work hand in hand together. And if we look at the solid waste management and ignore the grey water and the liquid, either waste management or water management as such, then the story is incomplete. So when Indore became the cleanest city of the country and still holds a title in the 6th running year, it also looked at managing its water. And there was a model in the Water Plus certification the country launched, the ministry launched, and then looking at the entire consumption pattern, the conservation, the recycle, the circularity in the use of water, and all of these sectors, looking at it, certifying it, scientifically measuring it, and then proving the usage. The water sector is now our priority in the state. After successfully completing the solid waste interventions, the water sector becomes a focus because we are a landlocked state with a few perennial rivers in our state. Carbon credits and carbon footprint has been a side gain. Our Chief Executive Officer from Indore Smart City is here, and he can share with you later that all the projects of our state which are eligible for earning carbon credits have been documented well, and we have started the cash inflow, the incentive has started flowing for so many of our projects which earn carbon credits from the international organization. If it may be the CNG driven vehicles or solid waste management or reduction of non-revenue water or e-buses or all other public transport initiatives. That has been a great success. Finally, environmental story cannot be complete without use of energy. Madhya Pradesh has the credit of the largest floating solar power plant coming up by this September in Omkareshwar. Madhya Pradesh had the credit of the largest solar power project, which is now not the largest, but when it was formed in the Riva solar project, it was the largest of the country. And the renewable power obligation, which of the solar power, which was mandated to be only about 4%. Madhya Pradesh today proudly can say that we have crossed 8 to 10% of that achievement, and we are moving further ahead. So the Sanchi is a very beautiful small city. It's a heritage city, UNESCO World Heritage City, and is the seat of a Buddhist temple. That city has been declared solar city in our country, which has zero carbon footprint from energy sector, and the entire energy is supplied by the solar. And it's the seat. Finally, I would just dwell upon the environmental aspect and the crisis of urban mobility. And I firmly believe that the solution to urban mobility lies not in infrastructure and pumping in more money and in bringing more elevated corridors and underground metros, but it lies in proper planning. The proper urban planning of the residential mixes, the clusters, the height and the mandate of the building permissions, and well-designed scientific analysis of the future needs of the city will lead to effective urban mobility. Many times we only think as in the short term of infrastructural interventions for urban mobility, which do not help out. The more roads you create, the more cars will come in. The solution lies in proper urban public transport, and that can come from urban planning. We have taken baby steps towards that solution also. Indore and Bhopal, our two flagship cities, are doing reviewing their master plan now, the urban land use master plan, and we hope to bring in the most modern concepts of urban mobility into that, so that Madhya Pradesh maintains its leadership, which started with Swachh Bharat Mission and moved on to water, into the urban mobility and urban planning in the current next coming years. And with that, I end my presentation. I'll be very happy to take questions and discussions whenever the opportunity arises, or informally later on.
Thank you very much.
Planning in the current next coming years. And with that, I end my presentation.
Next speaker, Omar Siddiqui. Omar is with UNESCAP. He is a spatial planner with geography background, has been with the UN now for several years. I think I met him in 2013 or 2014 the first time. And since then we have run into each other at various places. He's also the author of the 2019 report on Asia's urbanization on behalf of UNESCAP. And I'm sure that he will bring to bear some of his experiences in spatial. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mathur. And it's always a tough job to come in before lunch. So I'm going to try to keep this as interesting and dynamic and short as possible. I have been working in the UN system now for over 18 years. And when putting together this presentation, I had a little bit of deja vu because my first job in 2004 was working with UNDP on MDG localization. And then I look back at what we were doing in 2004, and it's like very relevant to the SDGs and what we are doing now in terms of the localization agenda, just different acronyms. So my career has kind of come 180 in a way. So thank you so much for that invitation. And it's again privileged to share some of our work and to zoom out a little bit at the Asia Pacific level. And again, as I mentioned this morning, our team advocates for national sustainable development policies within UNESCAP and countries in the region more broadly. So the challenge I was put today is to summarize multiple urban crisis and collective response to that for 53 countries in 10 minutes. So I'll try to do my best to communicate that. So I can't take credit for this cartoon, but it kind of resonated with me, and I think maybe with all of you in the audience from this morning, in terms of how myself and colleagues felt coming out of this pandemic. So the world is really facing a series of multiple and interlinked crises, and it's really a perfect storm that's testing the limits of our current development paradigms, from the health crisis to recession, and probably the most existential crisis of all, climate and biodiversity collapse, right? So really a perfect storm that's testing the limits of the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, impacts of the war on Ukraine, and a worsening climate crisis have negatively impacted the Asia Pacific's region's energy and food security, and also fiscal soundness. These multiple interlinked crises have plunged millions more people into poverty and reversed years of development gains. It's disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable people in the region, as food and energy price shocks and the resulting surge in inflation has worsened consumption inequalities and created a cost of living crisis. The fiscal position remains under greater stress than ever before, which is impeding the ability of governments to support vulnerable households and economies further from decline. And at the same time, the climatic and natural disasters continue to have a high toll on the most vulnerable groups, who often have the least ability to respond. So I want to focus a little bit in terms of how we see the SDGs as a blueprint kind of for our sustainable recovery, and not only for the shocks, but the previous presenter talked a little bit about these long-term development stresses that increase those vulnerabilities. So the region's improvements in access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services under Goal 11 has been set back, with millions of people lacking the ability to pay for electricity services and shouldering increased cost of energy. The crisis also has diverted investment needed to strengthen progress in renewable energy, which is quite concerning. Hunger and malnutrition, one goal that I'd like to point out, Goal 2, is on the rise. There's an estimated 425 people in the region undernourished, and more than 1 billion people moderately or severely food insecure. Under Goal 8, on decent work, the outlook for the region's economies remains quite mixed and uncertain. Labor markets in many countries continue to operate in crisis mode with an incomplete recovery and lower real wages. With narrow fiscal space and high debt burdens, countries face widening financing gaps for achieving the SDGs and reversing a lasting impact on the region's development prospects. Other goals are also directly and indirectly implemented and impacted, rather, given the interlinked nature of the SDGs. So this is an important slide. So UN SCAP, we work very closely with national statistical organizations in the region, and we do the regional progress reporting on the SDGs based on that. So the bar graph you see on your left-hand side is the snapshot of SDG progress for the Asia Pacific region in 2019, so when the pandemic was kicking off. And the bar chart on the right side is the latest data that we have for 2022. Now, in order for a goal to be on track to be met by 2030, the blue bar has to touch the vertical black bar. And what you'll see is that in 2019, only one goal for the entire region was on track to be met by 2030. That is Goal 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. But what is really worrying is that we are actually regressing behind 2015 levels in many of the environmental dimensions of the goals. For example, Goal 13 on climate action and Goal 12 on responsible consumption production. As we emerge from the pandemic, you'll see that we are now no longer on track to meet any of the 17 SDG goals for the Asia Pacific region. While we have made some progress, for example, in partnership for the goals. Goal 12 on responsible consumption production. So cities and human settlements are where all of these development challenges come together in sharp relief. So what SDGs do you see in this picture? Asia Pacific region? You can just call out. While we have made some progress, for example, in partnership for the goals. 11, why do you say 11? So cities and human settlements are where all of these development challenges come together in sharp relief. So what SDGs do you see? Maybe SDG 5 on gender. I see some women's unpaid care work happening. SDG 11 also, you see some informally built structures. Maybe SDG 10 on inequality, you see some high rises in the background. I think you get the point, right? So basically in urban areas, you can connect all of the different SDGs. So this event really comes at an important time, with multiple regional forums convening along the global review of SDG 11, which was mentioned by the lady in the audience, and the upcoming SDG Summit later this September in New York, and the second Habitat Assembly in June, where SDG localization is one of the main tracks. So when you go to the SDGs, we passionately believe that the localization agenda is crucial, but it's already happening in Asia Pacific. I mentioned in the morning, the first reason is that national governments can't get there alone. We needed them to agree on the agenda, but the implementation is on all levels of government and actors in society. The second one is that this is not a compliance agenda. Rather, it's a beautiful opportunity to use the SDGs and voluntary local and subnational reviews as a local and regional policy tool. And the third one is, if we do not highlight the granularity of how local and regional governments are performing against the SDGs, we can't meet the targets by 2030. So there's a very strong measurement and subnational data component to this work. As a local and regional policy. For the first one, we know that 65% or more of the SDG targets need to be met in or by local areas. During COVID-19, local and regional governments were really on the front line, support for social economic measures for vulnerable groups. So for us, the pandemic really brought out clear that regardless of the level of decentralization in the country, there's a number of policies discharged at the local and regional level: housing, mobility, local economic development, waste management, sanitation. And it's equally clear how we move forward as a primarily urban society in building this resilient future. It's closely related to the SDGs. Most mayors and governors that I meet, it's not like they wake up every morning and say, my agenda is to implement the SDGs. In fact, in these challenging times, it might seem something a bit disconnected from everyday life, but a mayor or a governor that we often work with wakes up every morning and says, I want to fix the housing affordability issue. I want to fix the air quality issue. And many of those issues are really connected to the global transformations needed for the SDGs. But a mayor or on my second point on the compliance agenda, it's true that national governments are ultimately accountable. They have to say where they stand and they report to the UN every year. The commitment is intergovernmental, and of course, local and regional governments are engaged in the implementation. But if you flip this around and see the SDGs and specifically voluntary local reviews as providing a comprehensive and holistic agenda for local and regional governments to rethink the way you design local policies more strategically, develop more sustainable plans, the way you have to prioritize budget for capital investments behind each of the SDGs. So this shift from compliance to formulating new plans and strategies or adapting existing ones to align better to the SDGs is really the way to go. Sustainable plans, the way you have. Now, I'll go a little bit fast because I'm running out of time, but my last point is really on measurement. So in our view, there is a very big risk that we continue to report on the development progress and each of these 17 goals based on national averages. For those of us who work in local and regional policy, we know that sometimes the disparities within countries, within regions, even within city neighborhoods can be greater when you're comparing countries internationally. For example, in Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia, data from UNICEF showed that the level of child malnutrition and stunting in its informal settlements was 3 times higher than in rural areas. So if we don't go forward in terms of the measurement agenda, the subnational statistics to help cities and regions know where they stand, you really can't advance the agenda for the SD. Level of child malnutrition and I will go a little bit faster. I'm being told to wrap up, but moving forward, SCAP, we work very closely with local and regional governments. We've developed a regional guidelines for voluntary local reviews. We've applied them in 9 municipalities so far. Currently, we're supporting our first state level review in West Java and Indonesia, Indonesia's biggest province, and also the Pacific's first voluntary local review in Suva City. And at the regional level, the SCAP Commission session is the apex legislative body for the UN and Asia Pacific. And this May at our 79th session, we have a draft resolution entitled Advancing Regional Cooperation for Sustainable Urban Development and Localization of the SDGs. It's been submitted by the delegation of Malaysia for adoption. So if passed, this will constitute a significant scale up of the support provided to member states and local authorities in the region and will be a key input for the habitat ascension for sustainable. So I hope I inspired you a little bit today, but in case you wanted some more resources on how you can participate in this localization movement, if you're not already engaged, those are up on the screen here. And much of the data and information that I took from this presentation is from this publication we launched on World Cities Day on October 30th last year called Localizing the SDGs to Address Multiple Interlinked Crises. We really are going to be continuing this conversation this week to the 8th Asia Pacific Urban Forum this October in Suwon, Republic of Korea, where we hope we will see all of you. Thank you very much for your time. We really are
very much, Omar.
This conversation this week to the
Our
8th Asia
detailed
Pacific Urban Forum this
yet
October.
concise presentation.
Korea.
Thank you very much.
We hope we will see all of you.
May I now request
Thank you very much
Mr.
for your
Rajiv Yadavanshi, who is the Additional Chief Secretary, Delhi Administration,
Really are
for
very
his
much
views on Delhi.
this week to the 8th Asia
Detailed
Pacific Urban Forum this
yet
October.
concise presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody.
May I now request.
So a little correction, I'm no longer in service. I retired on 31st January, but I'm still active on the subject of urbanization, which I started learning 25 years ago. I was posted in
northeastern parts in Himalayas. There the problems of urban areas is different ball game altogether. We had a speaker earlier from Himachal, the mayor, who spoke about it. Then I came to Delhi, where the real urbanization and the issues started coming up, and I was hit by big bats every day. Delhi's problems. Those were the times when I learned about. Then I came to Delhi, where the privatization started coming up, the unbundling of the power sector, and the regulator being put there. And it has had good stead for Delhi's power sector. And I think it would hold for any city. But privatizing a utility like power, because basically from the finance point of view, it is a non-tax revenue. And as finance secretary, I've seen that you have whatever is your expenditure, you have to outweigh with your cost. So better to privatize it, unbundle it, and put a regulator in place. So those were the times when it was done properly. Then the water supply and sewage disposal for Delhi, we put in water treatment plants, sewage treatment plants, got the help from Japanese under JICA, the technical know-how, electric motor area, which is also an issue for India, where cremations do take place, and it is a healthy way of disposal of the dead bodies. Of course, the garbage was rising. We had huge bonds. By the time I learned and tried to handle them, I was posted out of this place. I went to Goa, and there I learned about urbanization in a different sphere. Goa's area is around 3,082 square kilometers. I'm telling you this because India has a mixed bag of various cities having different sizes in different states, in different geographical conditions, which is a learning experience for both cities inside India and all for the Southeast Asia countries, because I traveled intensively to the Southeast Asia countries and I found similar problems, and that helped me to think that what is a solution for India and for Southeast Asia is a different set game altogether, which of course we have things to learn from Europe or maybe Japan or China or any US also, but what is our way for each city way has to be chalked out separately. So when I went to Goa, with an area of 3,000 odd square kilometers with a population of 12 lakhs at this, and more tourist population, how do you handle the area with a rolling terrain, which is not high mountains, but you still have a problem of brackish water, which is beautiful, but still you have a problem of the fresh water. There, a trend was that 50% of the area is urbanized and rest of the Goa is rural area. And I was secretary for urban development as well as for rural development and panchayats, looking after both. So it was this, Dr. Mathur had said, it's a rural-urban continuum. You just feel that the urban area is here. It is strictly not urban in the sense of Delhi or any other big metropolitan city. And it's not totally rural, and there's a semi-urban area in place. So there the problem was, how do you balance? So I was trying to learn my lessons at Delhi. I was thinking that, oh, let me see how to handle this way. But what was a solution for Delhi would not be a solution for Goa. So that is a takeaway point, which I learned from hard realities. Delhi, at Goa, they were trying to put in a transport system. I was transport secretary also. So all these problems, handling it one way. So there they came up with a model that they wanted to put a monorail as a connectivity system. And there was a comfort level in people living in their homes and going to their workplaces, which was not more than 1 hour or 1.5 hours travel. In Delhi, I used to see the problem. People used to come from neighboring states after in Uttar Pradesh or Haryana, and even some parts of Rajasthan, daily traveling 2 hours, 2.5 hours days, one way, coming, working in Delhi and going back to their homes and sleeping. I don't know what is a success model, because if you're going, your bodies are tired while traveling from your home to workplace and back home, and then you just go back, sleep, and then again, like a machine, you are coming back. So
this thing was not comprehensible by me. At that time when I was in Delhi, the Delhi metro system was being installed. And the problems I had looked at in Delhi was the modal system of the bus transport was there, a ring rail was there, metro was not there, but there was a problem of modal exchange. How do you change the mode from one, if you're traveling by bus, there's no connectivity to the rail. And if you're coming by car, how do you change onto the rail and then how do you go to reach your destination? So that means there was a planning which had failed or which had lost its relevance in terms of time. And you had to put in a rail-based system, a metro system, which was done a good job. Now, when I went to Goa, the same thing I found that they wanted to put a monorail system. Then learning from Delhi's experience, I talked to Mr. Sridharan in Delhi and said, because he put the monorail system and I was director of Konkan Railway Corporation. I said, let us put something in between. So the learning point was Delhi, the rail is heavy rail. In Goa, a monorail system would not work, but a light rail would work. So this only needs a very intensive study. It's a very specialized field by itself. And nobody just who's handling the municipality subject from a view of like handling a funding of a municipality or working in a municipality, they would not know the solution. So this has to be a learning experience and a handholding is required. A very, very careful planning is required. These are long projects. So having learned that lesson, I found that rather than having a total urban solution, it is better to make people comfortable in their home in townships, which are away from the highly urban areas like, of course, Delhi or Mumbai, etc., and make them people more comfortable in their work and their homes. As this is also my learning experience as time went by. So from Goa, I went to Pondicherry, which is on the east coast. There also it is a French town, Auroville city. And if you have visited Auroville, it's a very planned city like Chandigarh, etc. It has people from various countries living there as a living model for the rest of the nations, for the other countries also to see how a harmonious living of people from various countries it is there. So very good urban model, but also there the learnings are entirely different and could be learning for planning newer cities which are greenfield projects rather than existing cities and you retrofit into another thing. After that, I landed in Andamans and I put up the smartest smart city as a project where Government of India's initiative was to put a smart city. So that smart city project, and Neeraj was also there in the ministry at that time, sent the whole process of discussion on the what is your long-term plan? Engage the people in the planning, particularly in the municipalities, because once they've put a plan and put a corporate, rather than being a municipality, corporatize it. The projects which are there, then you have to fund those projects because the funding is the biggest issue in the putting up infrastructure. So then having in an island territory, putting a smart city, I thought I had learned and I'd really achieved something which was more of, handling urban and rural together. And that is in ideal condition. After that, again, I came back to Delhi and from which I had superannuated. Here, the problems again were there. The garbage dumps had gone even up. And also there were issues of COVID hit. So Government of India, not the Government of India, but the Supreme Court ordered a committee under my chairmanship that you see how to reduce this garbage dump, which could be a parameter for the entire country also. And all state governments and National Green Tribunal took up the matter at a later date. So the garbage dumps, which are nearly 65 meters out high, they brought down in a certain way, and that would be a learning lesson for the other cities, etc. So the point which I'm saying is that, and lastly, one more point is that at that time COVID hit. When COVID hit, how to put the city into an organic whole, a disaster which is man-made, or how to handle it. Then there was a program of Government of India, like Central Public Grievances Monitoring Redressal System, CP-GRAM program. So the grievances of the people were put onto that, and all the things we were working online, like whatever we traveling time from homes to the workplaces, that got reduced. People were working from home, they felt more comfortable, and how to handle the crisis first, and later on that system stabilized. So these are the learnings which I've done. These are available in my PPT, which you can share. Time is short, already signals is giving. So these are the things. My saying is that there is no single solution for everybody. What is my solution for Delhi would be different for Goa and for different. This is the takeaway from India. And what would be the linking of the cities? Like Government of India has got a twinning in the city program. So what could be the future way of solution is what learnings we have done, we could share with the cities of the same sizes, of same populations in different geographical settings, and have the formal agreements, and with Government of India and do the learning experience and share from each other and find our own way ahead. What is typical of the South Asia? That would be a way for the South Asia itself, which is different from the normal learning ways of, goals of, which are also important, sustainable development goals, etc. Thank you.
Very much.
For South Asia itself.
May I now request
Normal
Doshi,
learning ways of
convener of Sustainable Environment Ecological Development Society, in short seats.
Thanks, Mr. Mathur. Good afternoon, all. And I can understand that we all are edgy because there was no coffee break, and we are standing in between the lunch break. So I would be very quick and brief in terms of my presentation. So I'm working with an agency called SEEDS. It's a NGO, Delhi-based NGO called Sustainable Environment and Ecological Development Societies. We have been working in the space of disaster management and environment from past 29 years. And today I would just like to share a few of our own experiences within the area of urban resilience and how we are trying to tackling the evolving crisis that is around the uncertainty of the climate. So the way I have structured my presentation is I would like to kind of speak about why we are talking about this issue, what we are doing, and what is the conclusion that as a group, how we can take this forward. So SEEDS is working for building resilient communities. So we work with various partners, including the local governments, even the national government. We work very closely with NDMA, NIDM in India. Even at the regional level, we are working closely with various UN agency, UNDP, UNDRR on certain issues around the disaster risk reduction and the resilience. In terms of our mission, what we are trying to do is the way we are seeing our role is a facilitator for a community for shocks and stresses which they are facing, and how we can solve that, but through facilitating some of the ideas, technology, and exchange. So that's what, as a organization, we are trying to do. These are the major areas of our work. We are focusing on building resilient communities, ownership-driven architecture. So we have been part of lots of reconstruction programs, both within India as well as within the South Asian region. Latest one was the Nepal earthquake, where we have worked in Gorkha and helped in reconstruction of more than 30,000 houses. The third one is the humanitarian response and relief, and we are also trying to see that how technology can be leveraged where the humanitarian response can be anticipatory. So rather than after an event, how you can prepare the community before an event. In terms of the climate change, these are few numbers. I think from the morning we have been hearing the numbers, but these are scary numbers in terms of how climate change is going to impact the communities across India. And the same scenario is there within the region, considering the 90% of the development is going to happen in the Asian region, and that too majorly within the cities. So in terms of the why, these are the numbers which we are talking about. In addition to this number, there is also
increased number of climate migrants every year within various countries within Asia. And that is also very alarming, that how climate change is forcing people to migrate, and most of them, they migrate to the urban areas, which is putting in more pressure to the city. Within various countries within Asia. So I would like to talk about 4 cases where we are working using various technology, but we are keeping the people at the center of the solution. So first is the Sunny-Lives model, which is talking about the hyper-local risk information. So how you can utilize the artificial intelligence to identify the hyper-local risk information based on the hazard and the type of the roof, because the type of the roof gives a lots of information in terms of potential damage for various hazards. So how you can use this model and identify the hyperlocal risk information, and based on that, how you can work on various issues, be it response or resilience building. So this is a case where we have looked at one area within Delhi for the heat impact. As you can see, we have identified that which are the area which are going to risk, like which are going to experience higher heat because of the typology of their houses. And based on this, we have also given a specific advisory in the local language in that particular area. So you can use this model for such kind of, so this is one use case, but if you have to do a resilience building, you can identify those at-risk area and plan your interventions in those areas, which will reduce the issues of the risk. So you can use the second is the how you can create a informal urban citizen group which can tackle the issues of disasters and resilience building. So this is our experience working in East Delhi, where we have created this PDAP, which is a citizen-based forum which looks into various risk and resilience issues. So by Citizen Forum, we have been also able to reach out to youth, then the community action groups, as well as the construction workers and the local government and other key actors. So in a way, what we are trying to do is how citizens can be mobilized to take action on various risks which they are facing within those city action groups. These are some of the pictures of the citizens group in action. So the other example is how the traditional knowledge of that particular area can also be utilized for some of the risk reduction issue. So this is a picture from Assam in Guwahati, how they are using this traditional man-made mounds to reduce the issue of water logging. Same way, the traditional way of building on stilt has also helped them to minimize the economic losses due to recurring flooding in the Assam region. This is an example of how data can help you identify the key areas, as well as how you can institutionalize some of the solutions. So we have did the study of 2 flooding incidences in Chennai and identified that what are those areas which has been impacted. And surprisingly, what we learned that, so in 2015, we know that Chennai received more than 883% of the rainfall. And that has created more issues in the city. And these are the mapping which we have done based on those 2 incidences. Interestingly, what we also found so that also gives you an idea if we can institutionalize some of this citizen-based response work that can also be useful for building the resilience in that area. So just to conclude my presentation, I think we as a stakeholder, we have to look at the community participation more deeply in various aspects. And these are some of the areas
where we can look at, because what we are looking at urban within urban areas is we have urban systems, we have vulnerable groups, and we have impacts of climate. And if you combine all three and work towards reducing the impact on the vulnerable groups, that will build the overall resilience within the urban areas. And these are some of the areas where we have seen lots of citizen-based initiatives, which can be promoted as part of the institutional mechanism. So just to conclude, what I would like to suggest is, apart from the key pillars of urban resilience, if we can also add the community engagement as one of the pillars and try to find some of the good practices across various regions, that will also help all of us to realize the dream of resilient Asia going forward. Thank you. Initiative, which can be promoted as part of the institutional. So just to conclude, what I would like to
Thank you so much.
suggest is, apart from the key pillars of urban resilience, if we can also add the community engagement as one of the pillars and try to find some of the good practices across various regions.
Who is a JNU product? He is PhD there, and they know each other.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, for the introduction. I would like to share some thoughts on the responses to urban challenges and the aspects that require further attention. And I would be covering 3 points only. The first one is on the urban planning. Second is about peri-urban areas. And the third is to do with municipal governance. Regarding urban planning, as you know very well, the master plan is an important instrument for guiding future urban growth in a planned manner. And almost in the entire world, this is a very popular practice of preparing a master plan and implementing it so that cities function in a proper manner. About peri-urban areas, and the third is. But in the case of India, there are still several urban centers, towns where master plan is an important instrument. Master plans are yet to be prepared. This means that such towns are growing in an unplanned and unorderly manner, which is not good for the citizens of those towns. Taking note of this, the Indian government, concerned departments, namely the Town and Country Planning Organization, and in collaboration with the National Remote Sensing Center, they are working together to prepare master plans for as many as 500 cities in the country. This work is in progress. From what I learned from the website, about 135 such master plans have been prepared for different towns in the country. Note of this, the Indian government and the distinguishing feature of this initiative is that a geodatabase is created, and these master plans are prepared using GIS technologies. And in this process, there is a capacity building of the personnel who are engaged in preparing the master plan. Work is in progress, but it needs to be reviewed. The quality of these master plans need to be reviewed. From an assessment of the Delhi master plan, the previous master plan for Delhi, which I undertook at the Observer Research Foundation where I work, I found that the plan is not responding properly to the various needs of the city and the citizens.
These master plans are
Uh,
prepared using GIS.
and for this reason,
There is a capacity building of
the ongoing work needs to be evaluated
preparing the masters.
from various points of view, from the point of view of safety, security, inclusion, etc. The upcoming master plan for Delhi, which is in the process of approval by the national government, it does address several of the concerns that were experienced in the previous plan. If it is implemented in a correct manner, in an effective manner, then it is quite possible that some of those adversities that we see in cities would be addressed. So that's the first point about master plans. The second point, and this is a related issue, is the developments that are occurring in peri-urban areas of the country. Many populous cities are extending outwards, and there seems to be you might have seen an urban sprawl, a huge urban sprawl in some of the populous cities of India. Now, what is happening is that the sprawl is leading to changes in the character of peri-urban areas. Those peri-urban areas are undergoing a transformation. While there is nothing wrong, this activity is witnessed all over the world. There are many cities, global cities like Shanghai, which are huge. The urban sprawl is huge. If you see from the top,
what is happening is that
then it's a huge sprawl. But the issue since I've studied India and the conditions in peri-urban areas of India, the problem here is that such changes, by changes I mean that there is increasing population densities in such peri-urban areas. There are land use and occupational changes that are being witnessed. Build structures, a lot of build structures are coming up, and also there is a reduction in farmland. So these changes are negatively impacting the lives and livelihood of the farming community, which is not a very good indication of how future growth should occur.
By changes, I mean that there is
the third and final point is about the quality of municipal governance in the country. I see a lot of municipal functionaries present here, and I would like to say that although you know very well that these entities are elected bodies, and they are required to perform a wide range of functions, and also to keep the city in proper order. And I fully agree that a lot of work has been done in the past, especially in the recent past, about the various projects that have been implemented by the municipalities, corporations, councils, or Nagar Panchayats. But we are also, when you experience living in an urban area in India, then you experience a lot of problems also. They are visible, they are quite stark, and it makes you unhappy. You feel that you're leading an inferior quality of life. The examples that you just heard about of various indicators about the air quality, surface water bodies, green cover, biodiversity, etc., sanitation, infrastructure and services. So a lot of problems. I feel that there is a need to further strengthen these municipalities, because they are important actors in the governance process. They are responsible for bringing about a transformation, and three aspects on which work is needed is the building of skills, coming up with new technologies, and also revenue mobilization in innovative ways. So if nations in South Asia can come together to develop products or tools or technologies or things that are required, which can be shared by various functionaries in all of these nations, then that would be very helpful in producing new ideas and addressing the challenges of urbanization. Thank you very much. Also, revenue mobilization.
Our last speaker is Dr. Rajshri Kamath. She comes from Bhopal and IT. She's a specialist in earthquake and flood-prone areas. She's a specialist.
Various functionaries in all of these nations, then
Please 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Very good afternoon to all of you. And I know everybody is just waiting for the lunch. So what I wanted to take, can you just start my presentation? I wanted to talk on the topics. Okay, before that presentation starts. In fact, I had worked in the Disaster Management Institute, Bhopal in 2003, 4, 5. And that Disaster Management Institute happens to be the first disaster management institute to be established in India because of the Bhopal gas tragedy. And I'm a pass out of 1992 architecture. So believe me, when I had listened to the first lecture of training session of Disaster Management Institute, I had tears in my eyes. And that inspired me to work in this field. And I'm a faculty in MA and IT Bhopal, a senior faculty. But whatever I do, whatever duties and teaching I do, I'm keeping this work as a passion, and I'll continue afterwards. I've written around more than 50 research papers that include Q2 SCI papers and Scopus papers, and a lot of project work I have done. I've been teaching a lot of subjects in my institute on this topic, and also conducting expert lectures, because from my point of view, the subject is different. As a passion, just slide change this. I'll continue. Content pe aa jao seedhe. Afterwards, take a second. I've written around more than 50 research papers that include Q2 SCI papers and Scopus papers, and a lot of project work I have done. I've been teaching a lot. In fact, I wanted to talk in detail in 10 minutes on inclusive and resilient cities and evolution of crisis point of view. Inclusive and resilient cities in detail, then evolution of crisis, then relationship between the crisis and urban planning, which a lot of speakers had been putting a lot of stress on, because what we see a lot of chaos that is there is the non-coordination between different things like transportation, land use planning, master planning in the urban areas. That is creating a lot of chaos. Then collecting urban response, then institutional setup in disaster management. And I'm very happy to tell you that I'm the nodal officer for my institute with the NIDM. And recently I had been to the third session of NPDRR, and I literally met all the people from NDMA, NIDM, NDRF, SDMA, and whatnot, because I had the privilege of looking at the Disaster Management Act 2005. It was a bill. It was in my hands in 2003, 2004. I have the privilege of working on it. That is why I know that NDRF plays a very important role. NDRF has evolved. Crisis might have evolved, but India has evolved. Now we have to evolve at a much higher pace than the evolution of crisis. NDRF, SDMA, and whatnot. Now, these are all the things which I wanted to discuss. I'm taking with the speed of air. 2005. It was a bill. It was in my hands in 2003, 2004. I have the privilege of working on it. That is why I know that NDRF plays a very important role. NDRF has evolved. Crisis might have evolved, but now what we want to have is a very proactive world. We all come from different parts of world, and we have to protect the world, and we have a collective responsibility towards the crisis that is evolving. We have seen in COVID also, the COVID is a crisis, and through mutation, it was evolving like anything. Now we have to give to our future generation, we have to teach a lot of things. We have very short number of books, textbooks, and we don't have anything in this field. So, very proactive world. Sorry for bypassing all these things. I wanted to talk about all the control rooms and of various levels, SDMA, DDMA, and all. I'm straight away coming to the point. Now we have to give to our future generation, we have to teach a lot of things. That as I'm working in this field, I've recently written a book. Anything in this field. So planning model for earthquake and flood prone towns. How to proceed with this particular topic if there are so many cities in the world, there are so many disasters that are existing. We can have one methodology. We can work out for that particular place, for particular disaster, taking this as an example. So you can see this book. As I'm working in this field, I'm very happy to share with you. This is a paperback book, which you can also read in detail. And what all I want to say is summed up in this book. And in future also, I'm going to write many books. There are so many disasters that are. I'm already into the project of Home Affairs that is going to produce a textbook, a very simple textbook on disaster management. I've also written a chapter in that. It is going to come out very recently. So the methodology, you can see, is very simple. This methodology can be utilized by for working out the crisis for any particular place. And in future also, I'm going to write many books on. Okay, I'm already into the project of Home Affairs. There is a hazard factor in any place. We have the disaster history. It can be earthquake, it can be flood, it can be cyclone or anything. Then we have the base data. We can have it from the survey, any of the surveys or the population data, the demography data, or the land use, the existing land use data of any city. Then we have the elements at risk. All the population, all the wards, all the bridges, infrastructure, houses that are the elements at risk. Then we have the damage assessment criteria. We have to have different type of damage assessment criteria. Suppose there is a cyclone, we have different damage assessment criteria. If there is an earthquake, we have different damage assessment criteria. If we have flood, we have different damage assessment criteria. Then we have damage assessment tool and data. And then for any city, we can develop a scenario. Why to wait for any disaster? We know already that Delhi is earthquake prone, this thing, we can have a scenario. What zone it is in and what intensity it can expect. Suppose there is a cyclone, and we can create scenario of how many houses will be damaged. Depending on the typology of the houses, depending on the construction type of the houses, we can easily have a scenario of population affected, infrastructure affected, just everything. So by interpreting this disaster scenario on the maps, we can easily interpret it, and then we can do the analysis of these scenarios, and then on the existing land use maps and the disaster management plans, we can incorporate all these things, and we can have an integrated master plan along with the DDMP. Just like after 2005 Disaster Management Act, we had amended our Nagar Tatha Gram Nivesh Adhiniyam. There are different sections. Before 2005-6, we had even the disaster word was not there in our Nagar Tatha Gram Nivesh Adhiniyam. After 2005 or 6 and 7, after the amendments, we have disaster prone areas. At least now in master plans, we have disaster prone areas, earthquake prone areas, cyclone prone areas, and then we can plan why to live in such areas without any protection and be in a chaos. We can easily avoid all these chaos. I'm being an architect urban planner. I have taught many students in this direction, and this is a methodology. There is a lot of work that we have to do. I had been associated with training and teaching and research with all stakeholders. We have to do a lot of work. We have to produce a lot of projects and books, and we have to work on almost each and every city in detail. So this you can see, and this is with Red Cross or with the engineers of the state or the national level. Then in the school, all the stakeholders have to be given training, and the training is designed as per them only. It's not same for all. Nothing is same for anybody. All stakeholders, you have to do a lot of. So this is ICS training also I have taken and I have given. I have been associated. Now I'm very happy to say that I'm teaching these students. This is the studio, or even traffic and transportation planning. We take disaster risk, urban flood. We have so many subjects. So it's not necessary that earthquake comes every now and then. The earthquake comes, thousands of earthquakes come. But do you know, do you have the knowledge? The future generations should be having that knowledge. You know, we won't be facing any crisis or disaster of that level. Maybe our future generations will face. Because for suppose centuries or within 10 years, we have some calamity, or in a century, we have a disaster. But preparedness is the key to it for all stakeholders. So you can see in first year, they are with the portfolio. In the final year, they are with the jobs. And suddenly after 3 hours of my class, they surprise me on my birthday. Crisis or disaster of that level. Maybe our future. So this online, and you can see pass outs like Anusha, like Ikansh, like Asta Kirar, like Monica, and all are working in AII-LST. Thank you so much.
Thanks, actually.
Thank you. I just want to have a picture with people on the dais, and Ravi sir, if you can come with my book, if possible.
Yes.
Just a click, just a click.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Hansa ma'am who would like to say something.
Let me take few minutes now before we go for our lunch. All India Institute Local Self-Government is having a National Fire Academy. And under National Fire Academy, we have multiple courses, and we have now settled ourselves into 4 different states, maybe 5 now, growing the Fire Management College. But I'm very much glad to see a woman talking about fire management. Congratulations. And let me tell you something else there. I have put a word to each municipal corporation in Gujarat, asking them to teach fire training to the schools. When a great fire happened in the school in Surat mayor is not here, but my Gujarat mayors are here. They are aware it was a big disaster. There was a tuition class on a building on the top, and it was very difficult to bring the children down, and we lost many souls. So let me say, we can encourage this training program into schools and awareness to the community, and we can also touch hospitals. We have never thought about hospitals having this crisis management training program. So we'll train the nurses, the doctors, the staff, and also the patients. Let us do something under All India Institute Local Civil Government. Thank you for such a great speaker. Wish you all the best. So let me
Do we
say,
have time for
encourage this training
questions and
programs into
answers?
schools and awareness with the.
give me the just break for lunch.
You can also
Thank you all. Thank you for your patience.
thought about.
10 + 2.
Now, ladies and
And,
gentlemen, thank you
like
so much,
to-
sir.
so
We have a
please say thanks to
felicitation
all
ceremony
panelists.
now.
The doctors.
Thanks to all the
staff.
Wow, why
and
you better-
also the patients. Let us do something under All India Institute Local Civil Government.
I know he's very hungry. He is very hungry. But thank you all very much. and Thanks for your patience.
Speakers, please be here. We have a felicitation ceremony now. Just 2 minutes and then we can head for the lunch, everybody. Okay, Mr. Khurshid Malik, Senior Advisor, JNK chapter is here with us or not? Then,
Now, ladies. and
all
gentlemen,
right.
thank you so much.
I'll request him to felicitate Mr. Om Prakash Mathur. DP Tiwari, please join us and felicitate Mr. Neeraj Mandloi. If he's not here, I did. Speakers, please be here. We have a felicitation ceremony now. Mr. Vinod Paliwal, Regional Director, Jodhpur Center, can come forward. And he's not here. Chapter is here with us or not? All right, Omar. I'll request him to felicitate. Ravi sir can felicitate Mr. Omar Siddiqui. DP Tiwari, please join us and felicitate. Mr. RPS Yadav, Director of Training. He's not here. Please felicitate Mr. Rajiv Yadhuvanshi, IAS. Mr. Vinod Paliwal, Regional Director, Jodhpur Center, can come forward. Apurva Shukla, Regional Director, Lucknow Center, please come forward and felicitate Mr. Mihir Joshi. Ravi sir can felicitate Mr. Omar Siddiqui. Sayan Acharji, Project Manager, is here. Mr. R. Please felicitate Dr. Rumi Ejaz. Ladies and gentlemen, I know everybody would like to head for the lunch, but let's put our hands together for such an insightful session. Mukul Sharma, please come forward and felicitate Dr. Rajshri Kamath. Please come forward. Hansa ma'am, please join us and felicitate Dr. Rajshri. Thank you so much to all our speakers for such an interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna break for lunch, but it is only going to be for 45 minutes. We're already running late with our schedule. We'll request you to please assemble sharp after 45 minutes. Thank you. Hansa ma'am, please join us and felicitate Dr. Rajshri. 3 o'clock, we will see you all gathered back in the ballroom. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you so much.
Request all the delegates to please wear your delegates badge. Otherwise, maybe you won't get the lunch also, because without this approval, you can't get the lunch. So please wear this badge. Request all the delegates, please, speakers, please wear your badge when you are having your lunch. Thank you so much.
We will see you all gathered back in the ballroom. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you so much.
Request all the delegates to please wear your delegates badge. Otherwise, maybe you won't get the lunch also, because without this approval, you can't get the lunch. So please wear this badge. Request all the delegates, please, speakers, please wear your badge when you are having your lunch. Thank you so much.
Hello. Dear everyone, the lunch is served at two places, one downstairs and one in the lobby here. So if it is crowded here, so please feel free to go downstairs and enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Dear everyone, the lunch is served at two places, one downstairs and one in the lobby here. So if it is crowded here, so please feel free to go downstairs and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are starting now in 5 minutes. Request all the delegates who are outside, also request all volunteers to please guide all the delegates to join the seats. We are starting in 5 minutes. Please settle down. Request all the ALSG team to please help the delegates who are having or who has done the lunch outside to guide to join the sessions. We are starting now. Those who are in the hall, please settle down. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are starting now in 5 minutes. Request all the delegates who are outside, also request all volunteers to please guide all the delegates to join the seats. We are starting in 5 minutes. Please settle down. Request all the ALSG team to please help the delegates who are having or who has done the lunch outside to guide to join the sessions. We are starting now. Those who are in the hall, please settle down.
So good evening, everyone. We hope that you had your lunch, and we are just about to begin for the technical session 2. So I just request you all to kindly settle down. So good evening, everyone. We hope that you had your lunch, and we are just about to begin for the technical session 2. So I just request you all to kindly settle down. So the technical session 2 will be the EU support to climate smart and inclusive urbanization in India. So I just request you all to kindly settle down, and those who are standing outside the tactical hall 1 are requested to come inside. So the technical session 2 will be the EU support to climate smart and inclusive urbanization in India. So I just request. So we'll soon begin with the session. And those who are standing outside the tactical hall 1 are requested to come inside. So we'll soon begin with the session. That's fine. The delegates are requested to kindly occupy the seats in the front.
Delegates, will request you to please settle down. I hope everybody had their lunch. Please take your seats, settle down. We're about to start with our technical session 2, which is all about EU support to climate smart and inclusive urbanization in India. Can I request everybody to please take your seats? Will request you to please settle down. I hope everybody had their lunch. Please take. I hope everybody had their lunch. Please settle down. Technical session 2. With this, I would like to call our chair, also the moderator, Mr. Laurent Le-Denois, Team Leader, Corporation Section Delegation of the European Union to India. Well, I would like to give a brief introduction, ladies and gentlemen, about him. Mr. Laurent is a team leader of the Corporation Section at the Delegation of European Union to India and Bhutan since September 21. Over 30 years of experience in development and international cooperation in Central and Eastern Europe, the Indian subcontinent and Africa. Key experience in the implementation of health and education policies, political economy analysis, the involvement of civil society in public policies, local governance, social inclusion, as well as global partnerships. In particular, the global funds to AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria, as well as the global partnership for education, and more recently, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, holds a Master of Public Health degree from the University of Liverpool. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once again for Mr. Laurent Le-Denois. Malaria, as well as the global partnership for education, and more recently, the Coalition for Disaster. I would also like to invite our speakers so that they can just join the dais. Dr. Ishe Namgyal, President, Le Municipal Corporation. Please join us, sir. Dr. Ishe Namgyal, President, Municipal Committee, Le, for the last 4 years. First ever elected municipality body in Le. Le is now the capital of the newly formed UT Ladakh. Le is very popular tourist destination and ecologically very fragile region. Can we have the speaker to Mr. Shashi Ranjan, IAS Commissioner, Ranchi Municipal Corporation? For the last 4 years. Mr. Shashi Ranjan posted as Municipal Commissioner, Ranchi Municipal Corporation, graduated from Mumbai University and joined IAS in 2013. worked as Deputy Development Commissioner and responsible for implementation of rural development programs. As District Collector and District Magistrate in managing land and revenue administration, law and order, implementation of government schemes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause for Mr. Ranjan. Now let's have our speaker number 3, Mr. Naim Keruwala. He is an urban management professional with over 14 years of diversified sector experience. He currently leads the CII's program as a program director at the National Institute of Urban Affairs. The program is an urban innovation sandbox supporting the development of innovative and sustainable urban infrastructure projects with an outlay of 150 million across pounds across 20 cities in India. He's also heading the design and development of the second phase of the program with a proposed outlay of Euro 400 million. Naim is a senior fellow at Symbiosis Center for Urban Studies. He has taught postgraduate students at Symbiosis School of Economics, Pune for 8 years, a visiting professional for urban economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Naim. Of the program with a proposed outlay of Euro 400 million. Naim is a senior fellow at Symbiosis Center for Urban Studies. He has taught postgraduate students at Symbiosis School of Economics, Pune for 8 years, a visiting professional for urban economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands. Also, now I would like to call our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Anshuman, Associate Director, Water Resources Division, the Energy and Resources Institute. Mr. Anshuman has been working in the field of water sector since last 25 years. His key qualification includes M.Tech in Energy Environmental Management from Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Delhi. His expertise in the water sector lies in the areas related to integrated water resource management, water use efficiency, water quality, and quantity assessments, where he has carried out several comprehensive research studies in the context of source issues, water scarcity, pollution, use efficiency, etc. Sectors: irrigation, domestic and industrial, stakeholders, central state governments, and local communities. His focus work areas includes integrated water resource management, water use efficiency, urban water supply and demand management studies, water audits, water conservation, watershed management, climate change, and water security, provision of drinking water, resource evaluation and pollution load assessment, adequacy and efficiency studies of sewage and effluent treatment plants, training and capacity building in water environmental management, regulatory legislations, environmental impact assessment studies, etc. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Anshuman. Our next speaker, Mr. Jay Kumar Gaurav, is a senior advisor climate change and circular economy in JIS India. He's also project manager of the waste solutions for a circular economy in India project with MoFCC as nodal ministry and MOA as implementation partner ministry. Prior to GIZ, he has worked with Adelphi, International Development Enterprises India, United Nations Development Program UNDP, and Syndicatum Carbon Capital on implementation of climate change mitigation projects. He holds a master's in climate change and development from the Institute of Development Studies, University of Sussex, UK, for which he was awarded the Commonwealth Scholarship. I'll be presenting about water-based solution for circular economy in India project activities in the climate smart inclusive urbanization session. Let's give it up for Jay Kumar Gaurav. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move forward to call our next speaker, Mr. Pankaj Sinha, Senior Investment Officer, International Financial Corporation. Overall, 15 years of experience in structuring and implementing PPP transactions across sectors in India and other countries such as Bangladesh and Bhutan. He has successfully closed PPP transactions across sectors such as power, solar, health, urban, and water. And now I would like to hand over to our chair. Over to you.
Overall, 15 years of experience in structuring.
Well, an important announcement, ladies and gentlemen. अगर आप सभी को translation चाहिए हिंदी में, तो please आप सब लोग अपने headphones उठा सकते हैं registration desk. Please collect your headphones from the registration desk in order to get the translation in Hindi. Thank you. Or you can also raise your hand alternatively. Our team member will bring the headphone and hand over it to you. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I hope you're still awake. We are 45 minutes late. We have one of our speakers who needs to leave in about 45 minutes. So my colleague Shuvik here has prepared for me a nice speech, but I don't think I really have time to have this nice speech. I think the people on the dais here we are going to listen to them, and they represent what I could say. Basically, we are engaging or have engaged with them from the EU, and that's been, let's say, through them that let's say EU support has been possible. And just two things I would say. I mean, why we're here, because we have global problems and we have local problems, and we are trying to find local solutions, and these local solutions will contribute to fix the global problems. So for me, while I'm going to I have been given also a set of questions, but I don't know if I will have time to ask them questions because we're very much behind schedule. If ever we have time, either we'll ask those questions, or I may get more questions coming from what they are going to say now. I'll be very attentive to what they say. I'm interested to hear in which way they contribute to fixing local problems about inclusive and resilient cities. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Ishe Namgail, the president of the Leh Municipal Corporation, if you'd like to share a few words. So you have 5 to maximum 7 minutes if you can. Local problems about inclusive and resilient. Still deliver some of your key messages. That's important. No, we shouldn't rush so much that we have nothing to say. So please do say what you want to say. Namgail, the president of the Leh Municipal Corporation. Share a few words. So you have 5 to maximum.
Distinguished personality on the dais, and all the distinguished delegates coming from different places, both nationally, internationally. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm coming from a region that is a very cold desert area. So this morning, to give just brief introduction of my region, this morning when I left for the airport at 8, the bucket with water which was lying outside my house had a thin layer of, freezing. So it is still sub-zero temperature in winter. So that is the and it is trans-Himalayan located, so we cannot compare Ladakh region with any part of the country, except for some part of Himachal Pradesh. Having said that, Leh is a very small town. It's a population of 40,000, 50,000, but we receive a huge number of tourists, more than about 400,000 plus in a year. And there is a huge presence of the Indian Army and paramilitary forces, then migrant laborers. So all that put together, there is tremendous pressure on the limited resources, in particularly the town Leh. Particularly, the stress is on water. Because in Ladakh, there are about in the region 300 plus villages, and almost 90% of the villages depend on the glacier-fed water for agriculture. And now, because of the global warming and other factors, the glaciers are fast receding. So water is going to be a huge concern in the coming days. So water management is one of the very key issues in that area. And we sitting there up there in the Himalayas can't do much, because the global effect is there of the climate change. Coming to our topic with the EU-funded, International Urban Regional Cooperation, Leh signed an MOU with the 3 Greece cities of Trikala, Meteoria, and Kharkodana in 2016, and that was to end in 2021. But because in between we have the pandemic, so that MU got extended, and the contract will be ending by the end of this year. So in this process, a delegate from Leh, we visited Greece, that's 3 cities, and we learned about the best practices of that area. And then back home in Ladakh, then we thought about how to implement the practices that has been, practiced in Greece. We have been to in Greece, waste management plant, biogas plant, and so many other, sanitation wise, water management centers. But, when you really think very deeply, there are challenges in our part of the country. Number one, in Greece, what you have learned is, there is so many other the work culture, the very, number one, the population is less. Number two, they are responsible citizens. They just don't litter everything here and there. So that makes the municipal work quite easy. In our country, we have a huge population with diverse both social, economic, religion backgrounds, and therefore it is very challenging. But when we compare that to Leh, it is manageable because Leh is a very small town, and we have exceedingly done well in terms of management of this waste in Ladakh. But one thing we are now doing is we have already distributed, we collect waste, separated waste, segregated waste, dry and wet. We have distributed bins to every household, and then it goes to the processing plant. Similarly, the single-use plastic has been banned very long back. One thing before the Honorable Prime Minister, gave a deadline. We banned that much earlier. The other thing, the challenging for Ladakh is most of the things now come in packages, and that is a huge challenge, and we don't have a processing plant as such in the area. Therefore, what we do is we segregate the waste into different, of course, the wet part we convert it into manure, the other things we segregate into different categories, and then we have entered with a private company, Sun and MU. He leaves that material, give the municipality some amount, certain, prices for each item, and then he leaves that and takes back to Jammu or other processing area. That is how the system works there. And regarding water, we have we work with very closely with the there. In our place, the structure of the administration is quite different from other areas. Earlier, we were a part of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, we know. Now it has become a UT, Union Territory since August 19. Now the structure is, we have the UT administration. Under that, you have the Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council. This is an elected body. Then you have the municipal, municipality. Then you have the PRI, Panchayati Raj system. So the Hill Council, in a way, does the job of an assembly in a very small scale, limited scale, with limited powers. So that is how it is. Therefore, the vision document will be adopted by the Hill Council, and their recommendation and deadlines as per the recommendation. The deadlines are there, and we are into implementing that. So that is one aspect. The other aspect, in Greece, what we because technology is there in this, whereas that technology, smart technology, what we call, that is those are things which you have to learn and adopt in place like my place, because it is quite remote. Although it is to travel by the air, it is just an hour from Delhi, but since it is trans-Himalayan located, high altitude, the average altitude is 3,500 meters. The town itself is 3,500 plus meters. So anybody visiting Ladakh, for the first 24 hours has to acclimatize. So that is the kind of situation there. And the region is vast. It is about 70,000-80,000 square kilometer, which is in our part of it, leaving apart other Pakistan and others which are in POK and Aksai Chin, which are in now part of China. So it is a huge area, but mountainous. The population is just 300,000 plus. So you can just imagine the region, the whole region, the population is 300,000 plus. But we receive 400,000 plus tourists and another 1 lakh, migrant workers. Then there is a huge presence of the army. So all this makes, play a very challenging place because there is tremendous pressure on the resources. That is it. And then coming back to yes, one of the greatest advantage, we enjoy is the solar, challenging solar radiation. We have almost 3 out of the 365 days, we have on an average 370-380 days of very good sunshine. So solar potential is very, very high. And now technologies are there, the solar passive buildings are coming up, very energy efficient buildings are coming up, both in private sector, in government establishment, and defenses. So that is one. In fact, the government of India has sanctioned a very big 7.5 gigawatt solar project. And we have potential hydro potential also because we have the river, and then we have geothermal potential. All this it is there. So once these are if we bring this all those into practice, I think the pollution within Ladakh area can be reduced to minimum. So therefore, I think what we learn from the conferences such as here and other places, many things we can't implement there because of the cold climate, because of the extreme high altitude too, and these are the challenges there. And one of the things, we all talk about now how to mitigate. There is a global warming, there is air pollution, there is water shortage, all these things. If you go very deeply, what I personally feel is that in our, in our, what do you call, in our quiz for generating wealth, generating GDP, we exploit Mother Nature so much. And now there is air pollution, there is water pollution and everything. Now we are, whatever we have, wealth we have generated, we are reinvesting how to correct it. Therefore, I think one of the things we personally I think is generating simple living, live simply. That is the mantra. I'm a Buddhist, so there is something called Buddhist philosophy. Buddhist socialism. So that Buddhist socialism is applicable now because there is no end to your greed. So therefore, I think we all live simply. Suppose, for instance, when you go to a shopping mall, you are attracted to buy things. You have the money, you are attracted, you buy, but you never think whether you really like, you want that for, So I think we should fundamentally, we should live with the nature. And the rest of the thing now that will mitigation and all the things are the secondary issues. So not taking much time. Thank you, the All India Institute for this, one that our the organizers, All India Institute, fundamentally, All India Institute for Local Self-Government, for inviting me here, and thank you very much. Not taking much time. Thank you, the All India Institute for this,
Yeah, thank you very much, President. So very interesting. I think we were in Ladakh, we were far from the mega cities that we've been hearing also before. So it's a very different environment, but still very much affected by global climate change for sure. So now I would like to ask Mr. Shashi Ranjan, IAS Municipal Commissioner Ranchi, to come, and he has a presentation. So I think the team is interesting. I think we were, there's a presentation to come. Far from the mega cities that we've been hearing before, so it's a very different environment, but still very much affected by climate change for sure. So now I would like to ask Mr. Shashi Ranjan, IAS Municipal Commissioner.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shashi Ranjan, Municipal Commissioner, Ranchi Municipal Corporation. Please. Yeah. This is the presentation about European Union International Urban and Regional Cooperation and City-to-City Cooperation for Sustainable Urbanization. So International Urban and Regional Cooperation Program supports the decentralized sustainable urban. This is the presentation about urban development, and with the support of IURC, Ranchi has cooperation with the Reggio Emilia in Italy, and with their cooperation, with their knowledge sharing and knowledge transfer, we are working on non-motorized vehicle transportation system in Ranchi. So first of all, I will tell you about the Ranchi city. This Ranchi is the capital of newly formed Jharkhand state. You all must be knowing that it's only 22 years old capital, and this is the city is surrounded by hills and lakes and waterfalls, and have a very pleasant weather there. And also, Ranchi is selected by the government of India as a smart city for the smart city project, and won the prestigious award in the year 2021. This is some statistics about the Ranchi, and we have 53 wards, 174.91 square kilometer of area, and around 15 lakh, that means 1.5 million population, that is estimated as on 2020. So what are we good at? So RMC has performed tremendously well in areas of tax revenue collection. So in last 10 years, it has increased from 5 crore to more than 60 crore, and it's still increasing at the rate of more than 10%. And with the association with the IURC, Municipal Corporation intends to deliver the best services to ease the life of citizen of Ranchi, and it has given the opportunity to identify the best practices of municipal domain across the globe. And also, IURC supports the development of decentralized cooperation in sustainable urban development and innovation between the European cities. So, under this program, the cities of Ranchi and Reggio Emilia have agreed to build relationship and promote concrete cooperation for the year 2021 to 23. Both cities have agreed to share expertise in promotion of non-motorized vehicle transport system. This is very important because of this climate resilient systems are coming out. So this going back to the bicycles, and the use of non-motorized vehicle system is very important for the future. So it all started in year 2021, and we had several meetings and then exchange visits from Ranchi to Reggio Emilia in June 2022. Municipal Commissioner from Ranchi and CEO Smart City, both they have visited Reggio Emilia, and they got to know about the whole non-motorized vehicle system, that is bicycle tracks and the whole the planning and everything. And from there also the team came just 2 days back. They have visited Ranchi, and we saw our the future projects and gone around the city, and we have made a plan, and some suggestion and some inputs we are getting from Reggio Emilia team also. So review of best practices and preparation of urban population action plan on safe bicycle route concept. So Ranchi is having some planning on this bicycle routes. So focus area in this program will be to promote the establishment of long-term collaboration approach and mutual exchange to know how. This knowledge transfer and sharing is very important, and develop an urban cooperation action plan on urban mobility and thematic events. We participate and support development of action plans, pilot projects and concepts. Ensure the collaboration of city experts, personnel commit. So this is basically what they have, what they are working on it, and how we are going to implement in our city. Basically, this is the core concept of all this organization, and IORC is facilitating all this for the both cities. Ensure the collaboration of so what we want to achieve is design and development of dedicated and secure bicycle route in the Ranchi city to promote individual and sharing bicycle ride for day-to-day activity, and retrospective analysis of existing public transport and making it accessible for all, covering all entire city, and develop culture for sharing of ride inside the city. So before we plan something, then we had a survey in our city, and in that survey we came to know that still 36% of our citizens commute by foot, by walk, and 28% by shared auto. So nowadays in smaller cities, these autos, and they are having some kind of problem with all the city, because due to this lot of traffic congestions are coming out. And also this bus has only 5%, because Ranchi doesn't have any public transport system. We have very few buses. And also we have asked some question on the cycles, how they want to perceive this bicycle ride. So after this survey, we found some challenges that need to be addressed. So this is the effect of traffic congestion, poor road network. Develop a culture of sharing of ride inside the city. Now this auto sharing is going on, but we want to put bicycles so that the people use less autos and they commute on the through the bicycles. So encroachment issues are there, under resourced road networks. So the vehicles have increased 16 times more than the road network has increased. So what are we doing right now? So Ranchi is selected as a smart city. So for smart city, in smart city development of integral command and control center, already it's functioning, and this intelligent traffic management system is working on. A surveillance system is there. We have cameras, CCTV cameras in all around the city. Variable messaging, this kiosk is there, LED screens are there at junction point. PA system is there. From the command, control and command center, if some important message needs to be broadcasted all around the city. This can be done from the command and control center. And there is emergency box at all the traffic junctions. So in case of any emergency or disaster, we can broadcast the message. So already Ranchi has some kind of public bicycle sharing system. Already in 2019, it has been started with 600 cycles, and in second phase, the work in progress, and 60 stations and more than 600 bicycles will be kept for this. And so this is rented to the citizen. This is basically app-based system, and the first 30 minutes is free, and just you have to download the app and register on it, and just you go near the bicycle, just scan the QR code, and that bicycle will get unlocked, and you can ride first 30 minutes for free. Then it is chargeable, but it's very few. So if you see from 2019, it's more than 1 lakh people have used it, and average distance is 3 kilometers, and duration of ride is approximate 40 minutes. So there are many flexibilities have been provided, no burden of ownership, one-way trip. So this is slowly picking up in city, and once we expand and once we incorporate a new bicycle tracks, and that's why we are being engaged with the Reggio Emilia, because the Reggio Emilia has a very robust system of bicycle rides. So these are some progress which are under progress, and hopefully next 1 year will able to cover more than 20 kilometers of bicycle tracks inside the city. And what Reggio Emilia is doing, like they have earmarked the pedestrian areas and limited traffic zones. So bicycle routes are very extensively carved out in whole traffic management system. Bicycle sharing system is there, and increased salary to bike to work. Because 2 days back, they have said that how they have done in Reggio Emilia, and we quite like that they have used some kind of carrot and stick policy. So it is very hard to get someone out from their fancy cars and put them and give them one bicycle and tell them that you ride on bicycle. So this has to be enforced. Some enforcement is required. Some hard decision is required for this. They have used some kind of just yesterday only we had team from Reggio Emilia, and I would like to thank Honorable Deputy Mayor from the Reggio Emilia and Project Director. They are still here, and I would like to thank Mr. Karanamos from IURC also, because of their support only, and with the cooperation of team from the Reggio Emilia, will able to do what we want to do, and we'll look forward to more cooperation and more support from the IRC and the Reggio Emilia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we have moved from the slow living and low energy consumption to cycling and ranching, so a little bit faster, but still quite remote, not so much urban, not crazy urban cities. So thankfully, there's still some places like this. Now I would like to ask Naeem Kerouwala from NIUA to share with us insights of the cities program. And again, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Shashi Ranjan, for also reference to your partnership with some European cities. So we think that's also a good thing, good way to move forward by sharing experiences with European cities and Indian cities. I think the learning is both ways. Thank you. And again, thank you. All right, Naeem.
Thank you very much. Can you put the presentation up, please? So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Naeem from NIUA, National Institute of Urban Affairs, and I lead a program called Cities. It's called City Investments to Innovate, Integrate, and Sustain. And the program, I think, in terms of project design, it's
So good afternoon, everyone.
in terms of project design, I think it's one of the
I lead a program.
very
called
few that I
Cities,
can quote,
called
which really focuses on impact at
And the program, I think, in terms of project design.
which in terms of impact really focuses at all three federal levels. When we are looking at local action, we are also looking at state action, and we're also looking at national level interventions, and how at each level, while the program becomes the anchor, the end goal is actually capitalization of that knowledge for further learning. So the program is actually was launched by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs in 2018, and it is financed through a 100 million euro loan from the French Development Agency, AFD, and a 6 million euro technical assistance grant from the European Union, which actually makes it possible to really capitalize on the learnings and also disseminate it to almost all the urban local bodies in the country, and also provide a very important part of technical assistance for developing those infrastructure projects. In terms of
a 6 million euro technical assistance.
if you look at the principles, there are four major values or principles of the cities program. We have relevance and feasibility, excellence and sustainable urban development, innovation and integration, and participatory approaches. So it was a challenge process. And there are three components to this process. Component one is local action. So in 2018, Government of India launched a competition amongst the 100 smart cities, saying that, okay, you have the smart cities program going on, we have all the projects going on, but can we create a small niche out of it, wherein we say, we'll give you additional funds over and above your smart city funds to do something innovative. And that's where EU and AFD came into the picture, and the program was designed and launched. We received 67 project proposals, and it was highly competitive. And out of the 67, 27 were shortlisted and called for an interview. So the smart city CEO and municipal commissioners were required to come down to Delhi. There was a 10-member jury, and they were supposed to defend why should their city get this grant. And this grant was not limited to financial, but also technical assistance. And technical assistance again was at three levels. We had a global mentor that would be assigned to each city, and these are like very well-known people, like someone who has designed Abu Dhabi Metro, or someone who has actually written the NACTO street design guidelines, to someone who was heading the 100 Resilient Cities program. So really global experts with like a lot of knowledge and experience. So that's the kind of expertise that the city will get, and quite a substantial, because they'll be spending 15 days every quarter in that city. So that is one thing that we were offering the city. Second was a domestic expert, that apart from an international mentor, you'll also have a domestic expert working with you almost again 15 days in every quarter to help you in designing your program. And then we had a pool of transversal experts. So we onboarded through a competitive bidding process 3 agencies, Ernst & Young, AECOM, and TERI. And all these cities also will have access to these agencies on-demand based service. They can actually go and get their whatever work is required to be done, they can get it done. So there is a financial assistance and there is technical assistance, and then is also they will be able to get all the support from NIUA in other areas as well. So out of those 27, only 12 were selected, and on an average, each project size is roughly around 100 crores. So that's how we have roughly around 1,200 crores worth of projects that is being implemented right now, which is, I would say, on an average around 150 million euros. So that is at local action. Then we said we'll also choose one state and put resources in that state to really build capacities of all urban local bodies across that state. And then we'll have at the national level, we will basically do capitalization, we will do monitoring and evaluation, and we'll do cities management platform, basically an tech-enabled dashboard for project management. So this is what we have done. So Like I just talked about, the challenge process, the city level action. These are the 4 thematic areas under which the projects have been selected. We have sustainable mobility, social and organizational innovation in low income settlements, public open spaces, urban e-governance, and ICT. And these are the 12 projects all across the country that were selected. We have Amritsar, Dehradun, Surat, Ujjain, Hubli, Dharwad, Agartala, Bhubaneswar, Kochi, Chennai, Puducherry, Visakhapatnam, Amravati, and Bhubaneswar. This is the technical assistance that I was talking about. So we have global mentors such as Mr. Alfred Preeter, Amit Grothi, Chris Blash, Michael King, Prasanna Desai, Pratap Kumar, and domestic experts such as Gurmeet, Pranjali, Sita, Shahina, Swati, Vidya. Again, very well-known experts in the sector. And this is the a very important thing that we launched as part of the city's program was a maturation phase. As you would understand, in most infrastructure projects, as soon as the project is prepared, the first thing we start doing is saying, let's start preparing the DPR, the detailed project report, and then you go out for tendering. We said, no, before even you get to the DPR stage, there are 24 steps that you need to follow to de-risk the project and also ensure sustainability of the project. And when we say sustainability, it's also financial and environmental sustainability. So all the 12 projects mandatorily were required to go through an environmental and social impact assessment. They were required to develop a social environment management plan, and they were required to develop a monitoring and evaluation framework, the project-logical frameworks, and all this work. We also gave them a dedicated grant to actually go through the maturation phase. And we saw that the kind of the project ideas that came in, that got completely transformed when they went through the maturation phase. And during the maturation phase, the mentors and experts were actually hand-holding the cities almost on a daily basis. So there was also a lot of learning that the cities could, replicate in other projects. For example, in Chennai, we are developing 28 smart schools. In Ujjain, we are developing the Mahakal Lok Corridor, the first phase of which some part of it was developed under the cities program, which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister. In Hubli Dharwad, we are developing the Unkal Nala Corridor, a green mobility corridor. In Agartala, we are redeveloping the Howrah riverfront on the entire stretch of the river. In Amravati, we are developing 24 schools and 23 Anganwadi centers in the villages which were not part of the erstwhile master plan. Some part of it was developed. In Kochi, we are developing a e-health solution across 32 hospitals in the city. In Surat, we are developing a biodiversity park. It's one of the largest biodiversity parks that will be developed with almost 500,000 trees that will be planted across 87 hectares of land through Miyawaki technique. The pilot project was inaugurated by the Environment Minister of France last year. In Visakhapatnam, we are also developing 40 new smart schools. In Amritsar, we are replacing 7,000 diesel autos with electric autos. And in Bhubaneswar, again, we are developing 21 playgrounds, around 500 kilometers of natural green rejuvenation, and 8 new parks. And in Dehradun, it's a smart schools, a smart street project where we are developing safe streets through which students can actually reach their schools more safely. And in Puducherry, it's a housing project. We are developing 1,400 new housing units and also developing community assets. So in terms of impact of the program, if you see, we will have more than 7,000 new public and intermediate public transport vehicles, around 85 kilometers of NMT infrastructure will be developed, almost 7,000 hectares of green open space will be developed, more than 150 hectares of new public space, around 1,400 new housing units, 340 education institutes, almost 45,000 students will benefit from this, and around 31 new health facilities. Intermediate public transport vehicles. Get into this part, but yeah, I think just some of the pictures in terms of when the Honorable Prime Minister launched the Mahakal Lok Corridor. The Honorable Prime Minister also laid the foundation stone of the project in Dehradun as well as in Surat. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister recently inaugurated the Hubli Corridor in the Green Mobility Corridor in Hubli. The Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu laying the foundation stone of the schools, and same in Puducherry and Agartala. So that's very quickly about what we are doing in component 1. And very quickly, component 2, we are working with Government of Odisha, where we have so far conducted 16 training programs and developed a detailed toolkit on water body mapping. And right now we are working with Odisha State Housing Board on developing an entire procurement ecosystem for the state. And there's a lot more, but you can please visit our website. And we recently actually took municipal commissioners and CEOs of 6 cities to France for an exposure visit. So it was done through the Sciences Po Urban School in Paris and Africa City. And we also launched the Cities of Tomorrow photography competition and exhibition, which was done at India Habitat Center. The Honorable Ambassador of the EU delegation to India and Bhutan, he was a chief guest, and this was a week-long photography exhibition that we launched. So the photographers from these 12 cities submitted more than 500 photos, and around 30 were selected for the exhibition. And just last week, we also launched the India's first Urban Climate Film Festival, which was launched by Mr. Amitabh Kant. And that's it. Thank you very much. Photography exhibition that we launched. So, photographers from this.
Thank you very much, Naeem. I think quite impressive work, but let's say the resources that you are providing are bigger than the ones for Ranchi or Bay. So I think it's going to be more work, but you do very interesting work. I visited Kochi and Chennai, so I relate to the work. So thank you very much, Naeem. And I know you will have to leave us soon, so thank you. I would like now to give the floor to Dr. Anshuman, Associate Director at TERI. In the Kochi and Chennai work. So thank you very much. And I know you will have to leave us. Naeem is going to leave. We just present him with.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, since Mr. Naeem Keruwala is just running a little late and he will be leaving the session now. So we'll request Anusha Fatima, Head of Business Development, to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Keruwala. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'll request everybody to please put your hands together for Mr. Keruwala. All right, ladies and gentlemen, since Mr. Naeem Keruwala is just running a little late and he will be leaving the session now. So we'll request Anusha Fatima, Head of Business Development, to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Keruwala. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'll request everybody to please put your hands together for Mr. Keruwala. All right, ladies and gentlemen, since Mr. Naeem Keruwala is just running a little late, he will be leaving the session now. So thank you so much. Please come forward and felicitate Mr. Keruwala. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'll request everybody to please put your hands together for Mr. Keruwala. I would like to hand over to our moderator, our chairperson, to continue the session.
Thank you, Chair, and the organizers for this opportunity to discuss about the project. I've been asked to, discuss about the project Pavitra Ganga, which we are doing, in 2 locations in India. It's a project where we have a consortium of, various partners across from Europe and India. This is a project which is basically funded by the EU and the Government of India, Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology. What I'm going to talk about is about the wastewater management by and large. And of course, there's a kind of range of technologies that we have been implementing in this particular project. But if you take a look at where we are in our country, you'll see that the kind of wastewater generated from across the cities, class 1 and class 2 cities, and many of the representatives are here from the cities. You'll find that a significant proportion is basically, going to the water bodies, either partially treated or totally untreated. And if you look into the India-wide scenario, it's almost around 27% of what we are generating being actually treated based on the actual treatment capacity. Now, this leads to the pollution and various associated challenges, impacts of climate change aggravating all of these. All the kinds of reports that we have today in our country, tells us that while there are improvements with the programs that are going on, but we still have a long way to go. What what we are actually also kind of looking at is how to basically take forward this particular problem as a challenge, not as a challenge, but as a solution. Now, I like to call this wastewater as a resource rather than a waste, water. And in that sense, we need to change the narrative of how we are actually, dealing with wastewater. Is by and large what I want to, kind of share with you all. This also assists in the impact of climate change mitigation, because all the GHGs emission that happens in the process of the treatment, I think this actually, if you're improving the, technologies and if you're improving the wastewater kind of treatment, it actually helps in that. So this particular project, what we have actually looked into is three verticals of, basically interventions. One is a bouquet of technologies, and might I say, the technology that we are proposing, or let's say we are implementing in this project, is basically on the premise of having lower impact, lower energy, and lower cost kind of, footprint. And that's something that we are proposing in this particular, intervention, supported by the stakeholder engagement at all the levels, which is under the water governance, and smart monitoring, which is basically about monitoring what is the kind of impact and what is the kind of situation around what we are dealing with. So if we are working, I'll skip this. We are working in two locations in India. One is as pilot, one is in New Delhi, Barapula Drain. And that's some of you who are here and would want to visit this particular location, please contact me. I'll be more than happy to, demonstrate and showcase to you what we're doing there and what is the kind of, intervention impact that is happening. And the other is in Kanpur, Jajmo, where we have this, tanneries and other, domestic sewage mixed up, together, and the challenge basically of having the wastewater managed, where we are as well implementing a range of technology. Now, what I want to share with you, and therefore also it's a way in a message to what the cities can actually, look forward to us in the current context about how to treat wastewater and how to deal with wastewater, is about those options and, solutions which are available as of now. And that's the thing that I would want to emphasize over here. So these are the range of technologies that we are actually implementing over there. So one of them is, for example, the bulk organic and nutrient removal. The cities actually deal with the, very high pollution load, which is a cocktail of not just the domestic sewages, but also the, untreated or partially treated, industrial sewages in many cases. For example, Kanpur is a classical example over here. So Andicos is a technology which actually combines the organic waste, with the municipal sewage to basically improve the loads. So it is basically a technology in which we are using IP membrane and as well as anaerobic digester. What it does is basically, concentrates the, organic matter, and, along with that, we add to that this, kitchen kind of, kitchen waste to improve the load. And then we digest it under the anaerobic conditions to basically make use of it three things, basically. One is the treated wastewater, of course, can be used. But in the process, you can also generate energy, which can be basically reused into your system to, kind of for all the operations that you need. So that's a very, innovative technology, which is patented in the process of patenting. And we are already piloting this in Jajmo. This actually reduces the energy requirement by around 50%, and as well as a low cost kind of option that can be taken forward. There's another one which has come forward, as a very promising technology. It's called self-forming dynamic MBR, SFD MBR. This is again a kind of pseudo MBR of the sort, because what we are doing in this one is we are using a material which is having a slightly larger pore size than the traditional, ultrafiltration membrane, which are costlier actually. And what it does is basically it's a robust, resilient, and cost-effective technology which actually limits the pressure requirement. Therefore, it's suitable for kind of filtration with the gravity, and also reduces energy requirement. So this works with a very equilibrium, into the system, and it's a very effective thing. It's already, piloted, and it's already in the process of, working in Kanpur. Then we have structured adsorbents. These are basically, granular composites with high binding capacities and fast kinetics. What it does is that it actually has a high absorption capacity to the range of around 30 to 60 milligram per gram. And it's very effective in removing the chromium and phosphorus and other kind of, nutrients and problem, entities from the wastewater. Then many of you would have heard about the wetlands. What we are introducing here is a constructed wetland plus. What it does is it's a vertical flow kind of system in which, along with the normal gravel and other system, we have, activated, carbons, granulated activated carbon, which is mixed along with a particular kind of bacteria, which has a very, and of course the plants, the Canna indica, for example, and all of this together in a vertical flow creates a very good, filtration system. And what we are seeing is, around 70 to 80% of heavy metal removal, including pharmaceutical products removal to the range of around 65 to 80%, for example, diclofenac and ibuprofen removal to the range of around 65 to 80%. Likewise, ozonation, photoactivated sludge. These are the kind of technology. Photoactivated sludge, for example, is a more it's a concentrated biomass of kind of bacteria and the algae, which creates a high biomass algae concentration, which actually creates a much more volumetric removal of the wastewater pollutants in the wastewater by making use of the algal oxidation process. So that's a very useful. This is there in Delhi. If somebody is wanting to visit, we can show it to them. Then we have, of course, clean blocks, which is a biofilm carrier nutrient removal kind of system. So all of these are kind of technologies which are being used here, and all of them, like I said, are basically low energy, low cost sort of options which are there, which can be used by any city, any municipal corporation across the country or other parts of the world. Then we, of course, are monitoring simultaneously with low-cost mobile sensors and stationary sensors. The idea is to see, what kind of situation the background information is about the pollutants, and also what are the hotspots that one needs to focus on, and also how is our systems performing on ground. We also used modeling techniques to understand the background information of what is the kind of situation of water and wastewater kind of management in the these two locations, to combine the information to supplement these recommendations of not only just the technologies but also what kind of policy interventions are required, as well as what is required to promote this reuse of these treated wastewater with the local community and the farming community. So I'll skip the kind of the results or the findings, because that's very detailed and complex kind of detailing. But I would want to stop to this particular part, that there's enough information which is available on the website. There's, as you can see at the right top, in which the details of a lot of these interventions, as well as what can be done together, and also any suggestions, if anybody has, and I mean, that's most welcome, and we can actually integrate into part of our exercise. In fact, we have had this, project working with very closely with the Ministry of Water Resources and other stakeholders on the ground in cities, and the farming community together, with the inputs from them, and also seeking what are their priorities to assist them. We actually launched a policy brief on basically mainstreaming of wastewater recycle, reuse, and resources recovery in our country, and what are those interventions and learnings we can have between Europe and India that can be basically customized for particular location and taken forward. So more than happy to share. This is available online as well. In fact, this policy brief was launched by Honorable Minister Shri Shekhawat-ji. And of course, in various other forum, we have been sharing the findings of this project as well as this technology. Right, I'll stop here. If there are any questions, we can take it later. But thank you for the opportunity. That can be basically customized.
Thank you very much, Anshuman. I think you bring a different element to the other presentation with the angle of the technology, and really I think the issues here of the cost of the technology itself, the cost of the maintenance, and I would say that would be the traditional issues we would have always been concerned. I think today we are also concerned with the energy consumption. I mean, is it going to consume energy, and what type of energy, and the cost of that energy consumption. So that's very important. And then about the environmental pollution, so many angles to that. So I guess for lay would have to decide what kind of technology can we afford, and what kind of technology we cannot afford. So and do we have the people to maintain that technology? So that's a lot of exchange. I think it's important to have other cities who share similar context, so that to see, is it adapted to my context and my resources. But thank you very much for the presentation. Now I would like to call Jai Kumar Gora, Senior Advisor, Climate Change and Circular Economy at GIZ. So that to see, is it adapted to my context, my resources? But thank you very much for the presentation. Now I would like to call
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jay Kumar Gaurav. I'm Senior Advisor, Climate Change and Circular Economy in GIZ India. GIZ is German Development Agency. And we are implementing this project called Waste Solutions for a Circular Economy in India. It is a project funded by NAMA Facility, which is a multi-donor fund. And in this fund, contributions come from different countries, including the European Union. So for this project in particular, we are financed by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action and the European Union. The project has already started in September 2020, but due to the COVID pandemic, some on-ground activities couldn't continue. So we have had a delayed start, but now we are almost full steam and implementation is going on. The concept of the project is that we have these 5 selected geographies, which we call as lighthouse geographies. And we are implementing initiatives in these geographies, which we will try and replicate in at least 10 more geographies over the course of the project, and also support national level and state level dissemination of the best practices and solutions that we pilot. The idea of the project is that we should be able to support 4,500 tons per day of municipal solid waste processing capacity. So this includes both wet waste and dry waste processing capacity, and it is a climate finance project. So the main purpose of the project is that when we landfill waste due to lack of processing capacity, methane emissions happen from the landfills. And if we are able to process that waste, those methane emissions will not happen, and the project will lead to climate change mitigation. And also, we are supporting recycling as a solution for dry fraction of waste, because any recycled product that we use, we avoid the use of virgin product. For example, if you use 1 ton of virgin plastic, it will cause 3 tons or 2.5 tons of CO2 emissions. But 1 ton of recycled plastic only emits around 1 ton of CO2 for production. The project has Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change as the nodal partner ministry, because it is a climate finance project. But we have in addition, we have the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs as the implementation partner ministry, because the urban issues, waste management related issues all are under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So we also have the project working at 3 levels. It starts at the urban local body level, where we are providing grant and technical assistance to cities so that they can set up these low carbon waste management processing facilities. It includes material recovery facilities for dry waste, composting and biogas facility for wet waste, and RDF, which is refuse derived fuel, basically low value plastics and soiled paper and other dry waste items that cannot be recycled due to economic reasons or due to the level of contamination being too high. It includes and also we support recycling through the project. As a means to achieve a successful operation of these processing facilities, we are implementing a very large source segregation and home composting awareness program in all the 5 geographies. And this we are implementing through partner NGOs. So we had TERI as one of the partner NGOs for Varanasi and Goa, and Sahas is our partner NGO for Trichy and Bangalore. Sahas is a Bangalore-based NGO working on waste management for many years. And then we also focus on informal sector integration because a lot of waste is currently handled by the informal sector, the rag pickers. And when we set up formal waste management systems, then these rag pickers kind of, it's like a competition with them. So it is very important that you integrate the informal sector in your material recovery facilities, in your waste processing facilities, or in the collection systems, so that their livelihoods are not adversely impacted because of improvements in the formal waste management system. We also do a lot of capacity building of urban local body staff in these 5 geographies, so that they are able to implement the projects that are part of the project, as well as in general the processing capacities that are required. At the state and national level, we are contributing to development of national standards on biomethanation and recycling. How it helps is that as an urban local body official, if you are implementing one of these processing facilities, you need a reference document. How do I decide what to set up in an MRF, what kind of machinery to buy? And here the guidance from the ministry, central ministry, is very helpful. So we work with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs in developing these guidelines and standards. We are also working with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs on this Swachhata Knowledge Partner concept. So it's basically a group of institutions that are, in our case, we have one Swachhata Knowledge Partner for each city. But it's also a state level concept that Mahua is implementing. So these are basically training programs that will be implemented by these institutions. They'll be doing studies, and they can be universities, colleges, or even NGOs that can apply for Swachhata Knowledge Partners. And then we have a technical support unit at Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs that provide the advisory services, guidelines, and standards related work. As you might be aware that we have the extended producer responsibility framework in place now due to the plastic waste management rules. So for implementation of the EPR policy, CPCB has developed the portal, and there is a lot of activity going on. But at the state level, states are also coming up with their own state level policies for extended producer responsibility, because some financing can go from EPR revenue to the urban local body to the operators of the dry waste management facility. So that component also we are helping few states to develop. We have a risk sharing facility as part of the project. As a private sector entrepreneur in the waste management space, it is very hard to get loans from banks. And also when the banks or NBFCs are willing to give loans, they ask for a very high rate of interest because of the perceived risk in the sector. So we have set up this risk guarantee facility, risk sharing facility, where we provide partial debt guarantee. 25% for companies that have more than 25 crores turnover, and 50% for companies that have less than 25 crores turnover. And that sort of helps in meeting the collateral requirement. Also, it can help in reducing the cost of debt for waste management companies. As I mentioned that we are looking at stakeholder engagement at various levels, and starting with the citizens. So we have these innovative initiatives at the city level. For instance, in Bangalore, we have set up a concept called Chila Mela, which is like a cloth bag made from old clothes. Because the SUP ban is in place, and we are trying to promote reduced uses of plastic bags, we have to provide alternatives in the form of reusable cloth bags. So that Chila Mela, it's already going on for a year now in Bangalore, and has been very successful. In around, I think 6,000, 7,000 bags have been distributed through this measure. We have set up a shop with your waste campaign in Goa. There are 17 shops where you can go and exchange your waste for useful products. So at the shop with your waste campaign kiosks, you can basically sell even low value plastics at a particular price, and in exchange you can buy products. Then we are in Trichy, we are supporting this concept of Udavar Sandhai, which is basically no like plastic-free vegetable markets, and you have all these reusable utensils and no bags, no plastic bags being used in these markets.
Even low-value plastics.
Then we use these innovative concepts to create awareness about the importance of not using single-use plastic and avoiding littering and waste generation. So we had these boats designed in the form of plastic package items just to show that the problem is bigger than we think. We think it's just a bottle that we are throwing, but it all adds up and become mountains of waste. Then we create a lot of awareness for children in schools and in public places so that they're aware about SUP, the harmful impact of single-use plastic. And we have a very active online campaign which has reached out to 600,000 people, promoting home composting and promoting the habit of less littering, avoiding use of single-use plastics. So last slide, from the risk sharing facility, we have already started implementation of this risk sharing facility and have issued in principle loan guarantees to these 5 companies. So NEPRA is into material recovery facilities. It's operating in Gujarat, Indore, and a few other places. Carbon Masters is a company involved in biomethanation plant development. They are active in Bangalore. GPS Renewables is a small biogas manufacturing company. Now they're getting into larger plants. MSGP Infra, again, a biomethanation company, and Green Tech Enviro is into composting. So all these companies have applied for partial loan guarantee through this facility. And I would encourage mayors and representatives from different cities here to encourage your private sector partners to access the partial debt guarantee facility from our project. And it is being operated by the Small Industries Development Bank of India. So it's a government partnership initiative, and it's very supportive in terms of providing the debt through SIDBI as well as loan guarantee from the risk sharing facility. With that, I'd like to close. Thank you so much.
To access the partial debt guarantee facility from
Thank you very much. I think here we've seen a kind of more complex project architecture, more complex in many ways. If I just want to mention one thing is like some of you who may have known the EU in the past and who've been used to getting our support, you have had grants as a support, and more and more I think in India we see loans coming in or guarantees coming in, so it makes more complex, let's say, financing architecture. But at the same time, as our grants really decrease, these guarantees are hugely important. And this is what manages, especially larger cities who have more complex problems because they have bigger problems, still manage to actually find resources. And I think what you mentioned with SIDBI is quite important. So we are talking, it's not foreign banks, it's Indian banks, it's the Indian system trying to help find solutions. So we are actually quite happy with GIZ and the EU to be part of it, to be promoting that. But again, it's still quite complex issues. Also, what you were mentioning about having to take care of the livelihood of drug takers, for instance. So it's a circular economy. We are all for it, no doubt about it. But there may be some social consequences as well that have to be addressed. So thank you very much. Our last speaker, Mr. Pankaj Senior Investment Officer from IFC.
As we have the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for us to have Minister of State, Law and Justice, Government of India, Professor S.P. Singh Baghel amongst us, who will be speaking in the next session. Now I would like to hand over to our next speaker, who is already at the podium.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister,
As we have the next
ladies
speaker,
and gentlemen.
it is an honor
At the outset, let me express my thanks to the organizer for this opportunity. And I would also like to thank the European Union for supporting International Finance Corporation for taking various initiatives in the cities sector. Today, I would like to share, one of the cases that we have analyzed with respect to leveraging private sector in rejuvenating urban transport infrastructure. So with that, but before we get into that, I would like to briefly introduce IFC. I'll request the organizer to load my presentation. The cities sector. Today, I would like to share, one of the cases that we have analyzed with respect to leveraging. So while they load, I represent the International Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank Group. World Bank Group has got 5 different institutions. IFC is one of them. And IFC role is to promote private sector, both in terms of investments as well as in terms of advising to promote private sector development. So, I would like to cover these 5 topics. So we'll briefly talk about IFC and then why do we need, what are the challenges cities are facing? Why do we need private finance? And then what we have to serve cities. And then particularly about this case, how we can leverage private sector, and then some of our case studies. So as I mentioned, IFC is part of the World Bank Group. Our role is to promote private sector. That's primarily our role, as against IBRD, which gives loans to the government. What are the challenges cities are facing? Now, as you can see, cities face significant, challenges. I mean, we believe that by next, 30 years, about 70% of the global population will be living in urban areas. They are facing all sorts of problems, whether it is in terms of resilience, they are constantly getting shocks from pandemic, earthquake, flooding and all. So how we can, and then also they are facing all sorts of challenges in different sectors like, decongestion, water scarcity, wastewater treatment, recirculation, slums, housing and all. So if we have, if you see, there are 4 or 5 major, areas. That the reason why, we need financing from private sector in the urban sector. As I've discussed, there is increasing share of urban population. We believe that the population of urban sector would increase to almost 600 million by 2035. Then the spend has been also traditionally low in the urban sector. I mean, one of estimates has indicated that it would require about $841 billion in next 15 years, which basically would mean almost 1.2% of GDP every year in the urban sector, whereas traditionally we have been spending only 0.5% or 0.6%. Then the other, I'm not going to get into all the details, but one of the reason, and then some of the poor service delivery that, conditions that you can see, almost 70 million passengers, they commute daily by buses. But as you know, we have very inadequate and poor, infrastructure in terms of urban bus transport system in many cities. Almost in one of the presentation we saw, almost 70% of the wastewater which is getting generated every year is not getting treated before getting discharged into the river. Then there is the issue of water stress in different cities. One of the reasons that we have seen that lot of urban local bodies, they are primarily dependent on government grant. There are only few urban local bodies who have tried to go for commercial borrowing. So the moment you go for a government grant, then the tendency is to normally do government supported projects, or the desire to do more of private sector projects declines. So keeping all these factors in view, we believe that PPP, public-private partnership, can act as one of the instruments to unlock private sector both investment as well as their capability to solve some of the urban problems. I mean, within IFC, we have normally these 3 products. I mean, we have investments. So we invest in cities also, both directly in green loans, or we also help cities in raising money through green bonds. Plus, we provide advisory services, both PPP as well as non-PPP advisory services. So, so one of the urban sectors through the support of European Union, we have analyzed is redevelopment of bus terminals. As I said in the previous slides, that almost 60 million passengers, travel every day. But then we are facing issues with respect to inefficiently designed bus terminals or bus depot in many cities. they are not able to get adequate revenue so that they can invest in the renewal of their infrastructure. And then there are issues in terms of facilities for passengers. Plus, one of the areas that we have seen that these bus terminals or depots are located in prime locations within the city area. And they are not able to monetize some of them, and they, while they are losing some of the revenue potential from these areas. So we have analyzed, in 2-3 states like Kerala, Goa, and Maharashtra. And one of the case that I'm going to present today is with respect to Kerala, that how we can develop their 6 of their bus terminals. Not develop, it's the redevelopment. So bus terminals are already working, but our objective is to redevelop them into climate smart, resilient bus terminals with adequate potential for non-operational revenue. Just like airport, we are trying to develop, new airports with commercial, revenue potential. This is all on the same concept we are trying to develop bus terminals. So this is going to cover different, aspects. One is that definitely in the same area, we are not proposing any new land acquisition in the same area. Suppose the bus terminal area is only 10 acres and they are right now parking or handling, let's say 100 buses or 200 buses. In the same area through multi-level bus parking stations, we can always release 4 or 5 acres, for the commercial purpose. And the rest 5 acres can be utilized not only for 100, 200, but we can also increase the parking capacity with all modern features like electric bus charging stations, better facilities for crew as well as for passengers. And also to mention gender sensitive facilities also at the terminals. So, I'll talk about the broad PPP structure that we have proposed. Typically, it's going to be a 25 to 30-year concession agreement between the state transport undertaking, or in case of city, it can be with the city also. Whereas the private sector will take the responsibility of developing the terminal and operating it, not the buses, but the passenger facilities, while at the same time on the commercial side, they can develop their own commercial facilities and they can give revenue. In many cases, if it is done on a cluster basis, so when I say cluster basis, that if it is a mix of 4 or 5 sites, in many cases, it will result in revenue for the government. So instead of grant, they would be sharing revenue or premium to the government. While at the same time, so in this case, as I've explained, these are the 3 or 4 different roles of private sector. They will be designing, redesigning the bus terminals. They will finance and build it, and then they will also operate the passenger facilities. We have deliberately stayed away from operation of the buses or bus terminals, so that will be continued to be done by the public sector. But the passenger and the commercial part can be handled by so you can see in case of Kerala, we have analyzed that there is a potential of about $75 to $80 million of private investment. It will create jobs because it will create new space for commercial activity, plus providing better passenger amenities, and plus also, it provides access to better facilities to almost 150 million people. So, so this is just to share some of the findings that we have done in that project, but we can do in other states also. Before I conclude, these are some of the success stories that we have undertaken in India, but we have also done projects because I can see we have mayors from other countries in South Asia. So we have done urban projects in Bangladesh, Bhutan. Plus in India, we have done street lighting projects in different cities. We have done, so we have advised Government of India on Namami Gange projects. So we have already advised on 3 PPP projects. We have done affordable housing in Odisha. We have done a hospital project in Bihar. We have done health diagnostic centers in Jharkhand, all the districts of Jharkhand. So we have handled many urban projects so far. So with that, I would like to end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pankaj. So I think we have seen other facets of the partnership that we're having with India. And I think throughout all this presentation, we had a nice journey through India, from Leh to Ranchi to Bhubaneswar, Kochi, Chennai, Bangalore. So quite a diverse field here. I mean, so we've seen a kind of thread also in most of the presentation relating to water being addressed from many different angles, but is always a key issue. And indeed, the last presentation with the bus terminal redevelopment is a different kind of project, also quite complex PPP. But yeah, I can only thank you very much. I don't think we really want to ask too many questions. We would love to, but we are already half an hour behind schedule. We have a minister here, so we think we should give justice to the next panel. So I think we need to move on. But again, thanks a lot. I hope you appreciate the support that we provide, let's say, as the EU, or whether it's GIZ, it's the AFD, it's cities, the different cities in Europe. For us, it's a way to, I think it's really a partnership work with you. We are learning as much as hopefully you are learning as well. We hope we are relevant to all of you. We hope our support is relevant to you. That's what matters to us, that it is, after all, it's taxpayers' money, so we don't want to waste it. We want it to be well invested for your citizens, in your cities, in your country. And we try with my colleague Shuvik and other colleagues, Smita, who is not here today, we try to, as much as we can, go to the field, go to the different places to see exactly what's happening. And I think that's enriching, and that also keeps our motivation going, because we see the problems are big, and the bigger the cities, the bigger the problems. Okay, thank you very much again on behalf of the European Union.
Thank you so much to our session chair and all the speakers. With this, we come to an end to the session 2, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for the felicitation. Well, I would like to request Paschim Tiwari, Technical Director, to please felicitate Mr. Lauren D. Danois.
Okay, thank you very much again on behalf of the European Union.
Thank you so much to our session. Let's put our hands together, everybody. Also, let's have Mr. Harish Sharma, Project Director, to felicitate Dr. Anshuman. Request Paschim Tiwari, Technical Director, to please felicitate Mr. Lauren D. Danois. With a huge round of applause, Mr. Nimish Jain, Project Officer, to felicitate Mr. Ishi Namgyal. Let's put our hands together, everybody. Also, Minakshi, to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Jay Kumar Gaurav. Aditi Gupta, Project Manager, again to felicitate Mr. Pankaj Sinha. To felicitate Mr. Ishi Namgyal. Let's have Mr. Ravi Kumar to felicitate Mr. Shashi Ranjan, IAS. Aditi Gupta. And I'll request all our speakers and the session chair to please join for the group picture. Let's have Mr. Ravi Kumar to felicitate Mr. Shashi Ranjan, IAS. And I'll request all our speakers and the session chair to please join for the group picture. Thank you so much to the speakers and the session chair. With this, ladies and gentlemen, our technical session 3 is going to kickstart, which is about India's urban transformation. But before that, there's a very important announcement. Somebody from Sri Lanka lost their passport. If anyone found the passport, or because all the bags, hamper bags are similar, somebody might have misplaced or exchanged by mistake or picked by mistake. And we understand how important is the document passport. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in case you find this passport, please call on the number 077 390 8663. The name of the concerned person is Sandamali. Understand how important is the document passport. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in case you find this passport, please call on the number 077 390 8663. 663. The name of the concerned person is Sandamali. Nine zero 8 663. The name of the concerned person is Sandamali. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is about India's urban transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is about India's urban transformation. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, for this session, it's an honor for us to have none other than Professor S.P. Singh Baghel amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, he's an Indian politician and current Minister of State in the Ministry of Law and Justice in second run of government. Let's put our hands together as we are going to welcome Satyapal Singh Baghel, who is amongst us, and he is going to speak in this session. I would also like to call our speakers and, of course, the chair session person, Mr. Surendranath Tripathi. Mr. Surendranath Tripathi, IAS, retired as an IAS officer of 1985 batch, Odisha cadre, and MA in Political Science from Allahabad University and MBA in Public Policy from Slovenia. Mr. Tripathi is a highly seasoned civil servant with true academic flavor. He took over the charge of Director General IIPA in April 2019 while he was still holding the charge of Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, Government of India. Let's put our hands together and welcome our session chair, Mr. Surendranath Tripathi. तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं, everybody. I would like to call our next speaker for the session, Mr. Shekhar Singh, IAS. Is an alumni of IIT Guwahati and a postgraduate in structural engineering from the University of California. He cleared the Union Public Service Commission in 2011. Currently, he's the Commissioner of Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation and CEO of Pimpri-Chinchwad Smart City Corporation Limited. With a huge round of applause, let's have Mr. Shekhar Singh. Also, we have our next speaker, Pushyamitri Bhargav. Mr. Pushyamitri Bhargav is an incumbent mayor of Indore city of Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Bhargav was brought up in Indore, Madhya Pradesh, and has done a declaration course in journalism and mass communication from Allahabad University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up and welcome Mr. Bhargav as one of our speakers. Let's call our next speaker, Mr. Junaid Asim Mattu. Mr. Junaid Asim Mattu is a mayor of Srinagar, currently serving his second successive term as the longest serving mayor of the capital city of Jammu and Kashmir. A former financial analyst and economist, Junaid Asim Mattu is an alumni of the ELI Board College of Business, Michigan. Permanent residency in 2010 and returned to India to work with grassroots level in Srinagar to effect change. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up as we have Mr. Mattu amongst us as one of the speakers. To proceed further, let's have our sixth speaker, Dr. Sanjay Kolte, IAS spent the initial 23 years of his service in various capacities as a revenue officer in state government, and during his tenure, he worked in various districts of Maharashtra like Jalgaon, Nasik, Dhule, Mumbai, and Pune. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Kolte. We also have Sunaina Prakash. Miss Sunaina Prakash is an independent director of the Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers. She is a social entrepreneur and a lawyer, Supreme Court Bar Association member. Ms. Sunaina Prakash has been appearing on many news channels on various topics and has been closely working with a lot of well-known people internationally from the field of music, film, sports, and intellectuals. Let's put our hands together for Ms. Sunaina. We also have Ms. Debjani Ghosh, is a social scientist with master's and PhD in planning with over 20 years of professional experience in the field of development planning. Presently working as an associate professor, National Institute of Urban Affairs, New Delhi. She leads the projects related to sustainable urbanization, capacity building, and data-driven decision-making. Well, I would like to request Ravi sir to please join us and Hansa ma'am and felicitate our Mr. Jairaj and also Jairaj Pathak sir to felicitate ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together as we felicitate Mr. Baghel, who is amongst us, to grace this event and also one of the speaker of this session. एक बार जोर से तालियां हो जाएं everybody. Thank you, sir. And now I would like to hand over to Mr. Tripathi to begin the session, technical session number 3, India's urban transformation, opportunities and challenges.
Good afternoon, friends. Session 3, post-lunch, after 2 jam-packed, intellectually stimulating session becomes very difficult. But I'm happy that we have none other than Professor S.P. Singh Baghel, Honorable Minister, State, Law and Justice, Government of India, to address us. Since we are late, without further ado, may I take the privilege of requesting Honorable Minister to speak first. Sir, over to you. Sorry. I was told that the special address is at the beginning. Maybe I beg excuse from each one of you. Friends, urban transportation is not something new which we are not aware of it. But I am sure that we all have mismanaged during our tenure wherever we got a chance to manage it. I'm one of those who believe that urban conglomeration started as a marketplace first. Sooner it became place of manufacturing, and slowly with immigration and migration and people shifting as a labor and intellectual labor, it became a place for habitation also. Today, the time has come to think this transportation as a different thing, as a solution which emerges from the land use, planning, technology, and many more issues. In India, we all are aware that in 1986, the urban transportation was managed by either rail or road, rail by Ministry of Railway, road by Ministry of Road, and urban was not even involved. In 1996, there was a rethink, and by 2006, when the first new urban transportation policy came, for the first time we realized that urban transportation should be managed by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and neither by rail nor by road. We all are aware that Calcutta Metro, when it started with Ministry of Railway, whereas later on metros got shifted and managed in a very different way. Today, we have very different issues at our hand. Urban planning, which is once in a 5-year, 10 or 15-year affair, but urban management is day-to-day affair. The urban managers need to be equipped to manage any issue, including urban transportation. Today, we are lucky that we have got a galaxy of speakers to share their
views. Without further ado, may I take the privilege of requesting Sri Shekhar Singh Ji to speak first, and he should share his observation on India's urban transformation, including his own and the city that he has managed in the past. Over to you, Mr. Shekhar Singh.
Respected Minister, sir, members on the dais, all dear audience. Thanks to Tripathi, sir, for giving me a rather difficult task. I am not here today with any presentation after a rather heavy technical session. I'm just going to quickly speak about what my observations have been for managing city Pimpri Chinchwad. It's a twin city of Pune. It's roughly a population of about 31 lakh. Total Pune urban agglomerate is almost about 90 lakh or 9 million, so to say. And the kind of challenges that we face regularly in the cities in India, there are a few broad themes that I would like to speak today. First and foremost is about the expectation of the people. And by expectation, I mean that there used to be a time when, if I could use the word, there was a bit of a Stockholm syndrome where the people generally used to feel that if a public service delivery is not up to the mark or is not perfect, that is how it's supposed to be. Just to give a small example, potholes in the road or XYZ other things. But currently, the way that we see the expectations of the people, they match up to the best standards in the world. And the best standards in the world is very, very evident from social media, is very evident from your next Instagram reel, is very evident from your Facebook, to all other things. And especially the young people in the city, and in especially a young city like Pimpri Chinchwad, where the majority young population that we have is all IT people working in IT industries. The level of service or the level of expectation that they have from the municipal corporation matches the international standard. While meeting these expectations, there are always a bit of a conflict, and I'm coming from a little bit of a generalist point of view. I'm not going into the specific technical details in whatever I need. I'm speaking with you. There are a lot of conflicts that exist for any urban manager or any city administrator or any municipal commissioner for that matter, any mayor as well. There is always a conflict between the social classes that exist. So whether I provide the infrastructure for a socio-economic strata, which is lower down, so to say, on the economic scale, or lower up or up in the economic scale. Just to give you a classic example, there has been a lot of conflict in our city when we went out to make pedestrian walkways and cycling tracks. Pimpri Chinchwad currently has amongst the largest network of cycling tracks in India, but the vehicle drivers are up in arms against with the municipal corporation, saying that the space for the vehicles is reducing. All the while neglecting the fact that a person who is walking on foot, a person who is cycling to work is also someone who needs a fair bit share of the road, a fair bit share of the street. So these are the kind of conflicts I think that we face on a day-to-day basis. Another conflict that we often face is a challenge or a choice between a hard infrastructure versus a soft infrastructure. And so much of our time as municipal commissioners most often goes into preparing for the hard infrastructure, whether it's with regards to the roads, flyovers, bridges, etc. At the same time, we do forget sometimes about the social capital, the cultural part of the city, the soft component of the city, which also includes a lot of vulnerable communities, right from third gender people to transgender to even gender issues in the various policies that we implement, to even vulnerable communities. For example, say Pardi community in Maharashtra, which is a very crucial part of the entire urban landscape, but is more often than not quite neglected. So this is the kind of conflict that we face as urban managers. Apart from it, one very emerging thing, which was a predominant theme of the last session as well, is the sustainability debate. Now, even in sustainability debate, I think the choice is not very easy for the cities. The choice is always to go for a project which would be sustainable in the future, but would have a higher capex cost as of now today. And the choice is not very easy, whether to make do with my short-term needs that the city has, which a lot of time is also governed by the local scenario, the local demographics, the local politics, but is also governed by a very, very short, urgent local need versus a long-term need of the city, which might need to be taken care of, but which eventually becomes a bit of an issue. So environment and sustainability are coming as a very, very major theme in everything that I do. So whether it's a tertiary reuse of water, whether it's my waste management, whether it's river rejuvenation project, whether it's NCAP program of the government with regards to reducing of the pollution. Also taking everyone along, I've already mentioned, I think that is also another conflict that we as city managers often face. Another predominant theme that is now coming across that I increasingly see, and I keep giving this example, I would repeat it again today, is with regards to, for example, smart city. I often keep hearing our local media, a lot of times people also saying, what's the use of a smart city if there are potholes in the road? What's the use of the smart city if the drainage cannot be proper? And it's a continuous fight. Given the fact that we have growing cities, PCMC is expanded from 17 lakh population, 1.7 million to about 3.1 million today, and it is growing rapidly. So we always have growing areas versus already established areas where the problems of roads, drainage, in a perceptible future is going to be there. But at the same time, we also need to take care of concepts like smart city, and smart city really brought forth a paradigm shift in the way that we envisage data. So we can't really compare the two. There was, on a lighter note, a recent series on OTT called Rocket Boys, where we saw a whole debate with regards to going into the space versus feeding ourselves. So that debate has always been there, and that debate is still there, where people say, why do you need to invest for smart infra when the basic infra is not done? But then this is a choice that we need to take. We need to create basic infra as well, and we need to start creating smart infra as well, which smart city has really taught us how to do it. Data gathering, data analytics is again coming up as a very, very important theme. Quite often, our government data, say in India, is amongst the best in the world also. Say census data, NFHS4 data, we can very proudly say it's amongst the best fiddle data in the world. But a lot of times or sometimes the data that we have is also garbage in, garbage out. What Smart City really taught us in a sort of a mission mode or in a sort of a pilot, if I can use the word, is how data can be collected smartly, how data can be collected automatically, how there need not be a human intervention in collection of the data. For example, in the Pimpri-Chinchwad Smart City, we had a project with regards to water quality analyzers or sewage quality analyzers. Earlier, we used to collect sample from the water treatment plants or sewage treatment plants, and then there was a human intervention. Currently, the data that we are collecting is all automatic, meaning to say that the kind of data collection that is now happening is without any human intervention. But then it all depends on how we use that data. If the data dump is just lying in my ICCC without any analysis, it's not going to work out for me. But as and when the data starts becoming a decision matrix for me in trying to cross-reference various data, trying to cross-reference data across the departments, is where I can really leverage the power of the data. And we often keep hearing about big data and metadata, etc. We are just beginning to use that, but it is coming up very, very rapidly. And that leveraging that we are trying to do is also through a lot of startups which are there. Smart City, again, has been a really good initiative in trying to start or in trying to give a push to those startups in becoming a part of solving the problems of the city, where we float the problems, and we've had startups coming up to us and telling us problems. For example, hyacinth in our rivers. For example, the parking problem. So currently the parking app that I have in my city and the parking solution that we have in the city is very much run by a startup which was incubated by the city only. So these are the themes which are really coming up. But with the increased expectation, I said, the propensity is still, at least in our country, or the way that I see, for people to start believing in paying a user fee is still not to that extent. And that creates a bit of a stress for the municipal corporations in terms of the finances that we have. For example, I still remember 10 to 12 years back when the toll started on the national highways. In many rural areas, people didn't understand why they had to pay to use a good road. But slowly and gradually, that habit came into being. Currently, we are up in arms against with our residential societies in trying to explain them why we are charging them for the waste processing, which is something that Government of India mandates, but we are having to deal and negotiate that with our residential societies. We are still not charging our people in our city for sewage, but very soon we need to start charging them for sewage as well. Water user charges is well set, but we are in a situation, a tricky bit of situation, where the city residents demand services which are of the world standard, but are still not ready to pay for those services. And that is a graph that would come either gradually or little rapidly, but that's a graph that there's no switch on, switch off button. And just finally, the one theme that I just wanted to say is about financing and alternate financing. Now, there's a lot of things that were said in the last session. We had a representative from IFC. We are almost nearing, we've started talks with the IFC, trying to see how we can build a relationship with IFC, not just in PPP projects, but in terms of private financing also. A lot of cities in India have gone for municipal bonds, almost about 10 to 12 cities, and PCMC is coming out with its municipal bond just this very month. And that is for the river rejuvenation project. But there's a basic issue with regards to municipal bonds, and I would really request AILAGS also to probably pitch for that in terms of from the city sides. The municipalities or the municipal corporations still are considered at par with the private corporations. And I think that is a very, very faulty sort of a apple and oranges comparison that we keep doing. Municipal bond in US is a $3.2 trillion economy versus in India, where only about 10 to 11 cities have been able to come up municipal bonds, and no city has repeated a municipal bond, which is to say that the entire ecosystem needs bit of a tweaking. The entire ecosystem needs much more of a motivation for the cities to come up with these municipal bonds, because the kind of big ticket size project that we are talking about, especially in a city like PCMC, runs into 300 crore, 500 crore to even 1,000 crore projects for river rejuvenation, for example. And if I need to keep funding these projects going forward, municipal budget cannot be the end of it. So we need to go for alternate financing with regards to municipal bonds, with regards to multilateral institutions like World Bank, JICA, ADB, IFC, with regards to PPP projects, which are self-funded or where we can have a revenue stream. And now finally, as are coming up, Indore came out with, we have Mayor of Indore also, Indore came up with the green bond, which was the second green bond in India. Ghaziabad was the first one. And increasingly, corporations are moving towards sustainability linked finance, which merges both the aspects of sustainability and also of the need for municipal financing. But going forward, this entire conflict between A, having to provide for the best facilities, and B, trying to gather the resources for that, is something that we as administrators go through daily. And that also creates a stress with regards to the short-term needs and the long-term needs, and with regards to the need that the city wants to have 10 years later, 20 years later, versus the immediate needs of the people, of the councillors, with regards to road being built, with regards to other things being built. So that is just my 2 pennies from my side with regards to city administrator. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sekharji. You covered a lot of issues, but I would not like to sum it up because of paucity of time. Maybe may I request to share the use case of Indore's transformation through SBM and value chain. We have the privilege of having the Mayor of Indore, Mr. Sumitra Bhargava. May I request him to share his views. So time is 7 to 8 minutes as you feel like. 7 to 8.
Ten minutes is too late for Indore to describe the success story as far as the value chain is concerned. The dignitaries on the dais, delegates from India and the other countries. Recently, the Honorable Prime Minister was in Indore for Pravasi Bharati Sammelan. And during his speech, he said, Indore ek daur hai. And explaining this word, he said, कि Indore ek daur इसलिए है कि जब देश भर में किसी अच्छे काम को करने के बारे में हम लोग सोचते हैं, तब तक इंदौर वो काम कर चुका होता है. And the success story of Indore is all based upon the public participation. इंदौर की स्टोरी जन भागीदारी की स्टोरी है, पब्लिक पार्टिसिपेशन की स्टोरी है. 2015 जिसके पहले माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब गंगा घाट से कहा कि हम स्वच्छ भारत मिशन लेकर आएंगे और पूरे भारत को स्वच्छ करेंगे, तब मैंने जरूर ये सोचा था कि ये इतना कठिन काम सबसे पहले लिया, लेकिन फिर बाद में समझ में आया कि जब तक घर आंगन और हमारा आसपास स्वच्छ नहीं होगा, तब तक किसी भी प्रकार का विकास, डेवलपमेंट वो अधूरा है. And Indore took it as the challenge. In 2015, we had more than 2000 places जहां कचरा एक ही जगह पर इकट्ठा हुआ करता था. In 2016 we were at 47. From 2017 to 2022 we are the cleanest city of India. Last 6 years Indore is the cleanest city. We are the only city with a source segregation into 6 different parts. इस चैलेंज को लेकर डोर टू डोर कचरा कलेक्शन, 10 अलग बड़े गार्बेज ट्रांसफर स्टेशन और जो 15 लाख टन का लेगेसी वेस्ट था उसको बायो रेमिडिएशन से एक सुंदर बगीचे में बदलने का काम हमने किया. और ये सब संभव हुआ जन भागीदारी से. ये स्वच्छता का जो मॉडल इंदौर ने देश को दिया है, ये भारत की जो एक कहावत है, एक साधे सब सधे, सब साधे सब जाए. तो एक छोटा सा काम कि हम इंदौर को देश का सबसे स्वच्छ शहर बनाएंगे, इस अकेले काम ने हमको रेवेन्यू दिया, वेल्थ दी. दुनिया में इंदौर का ब्रांड कैसे सभी को नए लेसन्स दे रहा है और इंदौर के लिए भी रेवेन्यू दे रहा है. लगभग 300 मेट्रिक टन पर डे का गीला कचरा बायोगैस बनाने के काम में आ रहा है, and which is giving us around 2.5 CR of revenue per year. That project has been leased out. Similarly, the solid waste management has also been leased out, which is giving us around 1.5 CR of revenue per year. इसमें सबसे खास बात यह है कि इंदौर में जब पहले जो लोग गली गली से कचरा उठाया करते थे, प्लास्टिक इकट्ठा किया करते थे, वो सभी सफाई मित्रों को इन दोनों प्रोजेक्ट्स में कचरा सेग्रीगेट करने के लिए एम्प्लॉय किया गया है. उनको लाने ले जाने के लिए जो बसों की व्यवस्था की है, उन बसों में बायोगैस जो हम बना रहे हैं उसी को यूज किया जा रहा है. अराउंड 1000 buses are being filled by this CNG. एक कचरे से जो कंचन है, वेस्ट टू वेल्थ है, आउट ऑफ 85 वार्ड्स 1/4 वार्ड्स आर जीरो वेस्ट. हम अपने सीवरेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट से लगभग 450 एकड़ कृषि भूमि को सिंचित करने का काम कर रहे हैं. 300 टन्स पर डे सीवरेज ट्रीट करके बाय द रिवर्स लाइंस रिवर रिजुवेनेशन का काम कर रहे हैं. इंदौर का ये मॉडल केवल स्वच्छता इंदौर को नहीं दे रहा है. दिस हैज गिवन लॉट ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट, lot of new good schools, lot of new IT companies are coming to Indore. और जैसा कि मेरे पहले के एक वक्ता कह रहे थे कि no city has repeated its municipal bond, but Indore first time came up with a private placement bond for the Amrit project, and recently we are honored to say the Honorable Finance Minister during her finance and the budget speech was saying that it is high time that the municipal body should have come up with the municipal bonds. But before her speech, we got the approval of the SEBI for the first ever green bond of the country. That also has its own importance and a very good success story. Apart from cleanliness, we are lacking in proper water distribution. You won't believe we are using water at the rate of 21 rupees per kiloliter. The Jalud water station, जहां से मां नर्मदा को पंप कर ग्रेविटी से इंदौर में वाटर सप्लाई किया जाता है. And for pumping this water, we are using electricity of around 300 CR per year, which is costing us 25 CR per month. So to reduce this electricity charges, we have decided to come up with a solar plant at the water generation station itself, which is again costing around 305 CRs. So for implementing and executing this solar project, we decided to come up with the green bonds, and that too the first urban local body which has come up with a public issue. Out of that 305 CR, 44 CR being given by the central government as a subsidy, and rest of the 20 CR will be getting the solar credits. But this rest of the 244 CR, we issued the green bonds, and you won't believe SEBI for the first time has modified its rules so that in time we can get the approval. And the best part is, on the day one of the opening, we got 661 crores. And overall it closed at 721 CR. We, because of this cleanliness, has become the first city to make laws and to implement city surveillance system. 100% city surveillance through cameras, that too by public participation. Hyderabad has come up with the city surveillance system, but that was purely on 100% based upon the corporation or the government doing it. But again, this city surveillance is a public participation project. We have also implemented ITMS, Integrated Traffic Management System. So 51 squares of Indore will be operated through this ITMS. One project of this cleanliness has charged every citizen. उसका सबसे अच्छा उदाहरण है कि यदि सुबह कचरे की गाड़ी का गाना नहीं बजे तो इंदौर के लोगों का दिन सफल नहीं होता है. इंदौर के कचरे की गाड़ी की आवाज से लोगों की दिनचर्या शुरू होती है. And that has become the part of our life. And the next target is air quality index. दूसरा, सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक मुक्त करने के लिए हम लोगों ने सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स के माध्यम से 1.5 लाख कपड़े के थैले बनाकर बांटने का काम किया और एक अभियान चलाया कि हम सब झोलाधारी हैं. We have 29 markets which are single use, plastic free and disposal free. आप सब जानते ही हैं कि इंदौर स्वच्छता के साथ साथ स्वाद की भी राजधानी है. तो जैसा 56 दुकान है वैसा ही हमारा रात का सराफा भी है. और एज ए मेयर मुझे बहुत खुशी होती है आपसे साझा करते हुए कि इन दोनों ही मार्केट्स में डिस्पोजल्स का यूज नहीं होता है. 100% यूटेंसिल्स का यूज होता है ताकि वहां से कोई कचरा ना निकले. तो ये जीरो वेस्ट मार्केट भी हैं. एक स्वच्छता ने, जो वैल्यू चेन की बात है, एक स्वच्छता के नारे ने, एक स्वच्छता की आदत ने इंदौर को लाखों करोड़ रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट दिया. कई सारी नई आईटीज कंपनी लगातार इंदौर आ रही हैं. इंदौर में IIT, IIM दोनों हैं, उसका यूज कर उस रिसोर्स का यूज कर हमने कई सारे स्टार्टअप्स को, अकेले इंदौर ने 250 से ज्यादा, मोर देन 250 स्टार्टअप्स जो कि स्वच्छता पे काम कर रहे हैं. एंड आई विल एंड विथ अ recent example. There are 2 spots which are being taken care in the toolkit for Swachhata. One is red spot, another is yellow spot. Indore is yellow spot free. But even though we have red spots, yahan tahan log खाकर थूकते हैं, पीक करते हैं. So this time we have taken it as a challenge, or we have started no थू-थू अभियान. जहां लोग थूकते हुए दिखते हैं उनको हम फर्स्ट फेज में जागृत कर रहे हैं, अवेयर कर रहे हैं. सेकंड फेज में हम फाइन भी करेंगे. लेकिन मैं आपसे जो पॉइंट आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि इसमें स्टार्टअप्स ने खुद के लिए भी और शहर के लिए जो महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई. द मोमेंट वी स्टार्टेड दिस नो थू-थू अभियान, 3 ऐसे स्टार्टअप मिले जो स्पिट कप लेकर आए, स्पिट पाउचेस लेकर आए कि भैया ऐसा है कि हो सकता है कि इंदौर में हम लोगों की थूकने की आदत ना छुड़ा पाए, क्योंकि लोगों को पान खाने की आदत है. तो उन्होंने स्पिट कप बनाए, स्पिट पाउचेस बनाए, जिसमें अगर somebody spits तो इट टर्न्स इनटू जेल. तो हमने करीब ऐसे 3 लाख स्पिट कप और ऐसे पाउचेस को अलग अलग पान की दुकान पर लोगों की कारों में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया. विद इन 2 months हमारे आधे रेड स्पॉट अभी कम हो गए. एंड होपफुली बिफोर दी सर्वेक्षण हमारे सारे रेड स्पॉट्स खत्म हो जाएंगे. साथ में ये जितने स्टार्टअप्स थे उनको रोजगार मिलने का काम हुआ है. तो एक स्वच्छता ने पूरे इंदौर को रोजगार दिया, शिक्षा दी, पूरी दुनिया में नाम दिया. जहां जाओ इंदौर एक ब्रांड है, और उस ब्रांड के कारण ही जब हमने पब्लिक इशू किया तो 720 करोड़ हमको मिले. आगे कई सारे चैलेंजेस हैं, जैसे डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक बड़ा इशू है, वाटर का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एक बड़ा इशू है, जिस पर हम लगातार अभी काम कर रहे हैं. और मुझे विश्वास है कि ऑल इंडिया लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट का ये जो इंस्टीट्यूट है, आज से नहीं अपने पूरे इतिहास में इसने ऐसे कॉरपोरेशंस को, छोटी नगर पालिकाओं को बढ़ाने का काम किया है. तो मैं आप सभी को सबसे पहले तो भारत के सबसे स्वच्छ शहर में उसको देखने, घूमने के लिए भी आमंत्रित करता हूं. और ऑल इंडिया लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट से भी रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि देश भर के और दुनिया भर के मेयर्स का एक बड़ा कॉन्फ्रेंस इंदौर की स्वच्छता का मॉडल दिखाने के लिए वहां किया जाए. और उसके लिए मैं आप सभी को आमंत्रित भी करता हूं. मुझे आपने यहाँ बोलने का अवसर दिया, उसके लिए धन्यवाद करते हुए अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूं. धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद मेयर साहब. सूचना भी, संदेश भी, आमंत्रण भी, और क्या चाहिए. कंचन कचरे से कंचन, एक साधे सब सधे, सब साधे सब जाए. In fact, we are used to managing, thinking small and managing shortage. Now the time has come to think big and manage saturation. One aspect of sanitation has made Indore a pride of India. Sir, congratulations to all of you and all those who made it happen. I would like to quote what somebody has said. वतन की खाक मुझे एड़ियां रगड़ने दे, वतन की खाक मुझे एड़ियां रगड़ने दे, मेरा यकीन है पानी यहीं से निकले. इच्छा शक्ति जनाधार कैसे आगे ले जा सकता है, उसका एक दूसरा उदाहरण हम सुनेंगे हमारे कश्मीर से भाई मेयर श्रीनगर श्री जुनैद हाजी मट्टू जी से. Revamping India's urban governance architecture. Over to you, sir. As usual, time for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, fellow mayors on the dais and off the dais, fellow dignitaries, municipal commissioners from across the country. I believe that India's growth story is essentially pivoted on, especially in the last 2 decades, on planned urbanization and the benefits of urbanization. There was a time when urbanization was considered to be a liability in the country, and eventually as we went ahead in India's growth story, we realized that urbanization is probably the most important opportunity, both in terms of an economic revival and resurgence, and also in terms of a social movement in so many aspects. I will not speak so much about the city of Srinagar, but about the general opportunities as well as challenges that we face in India's urban transformation. And I would also like to briefly discuss the impact and the opportunities that the 74th Amendment to the Constitution of India has given us. As most of you may be aware, that Jammu and Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir, the 74th Amendment became applicable only in 2019, after the abrogation of Article 370. So we are very new to the decentralization process, which empowers urban local bodies. While a lot of urban local bodies across the country might have seen the devolution and decentralization of powers, especially the 18 functions, as mentioned in the 12th schedule of the Constitution, we saw them very recently, past 2019. It is also a matter of concern, and it is very important to highlight this in the presence of the Honorable Minister, and I'm sure that a lot of mayors would agree that it's a very important aspect and concern, that no state government in the country has devolved all 18 functions to municipal bodies till now. So the 74th Amendment, the essence of the 74th Amendment of the Constitution of India remains an aspiration that remains to be fulfilled. Now, there are very, there are very stark contrasts and arguments about the 74th Amendment. Central and state government functionaries, government officers, and the bureaucracy will have one view on it and believe that the urban local bodies don't have the capacities, both human resource capacities, the infrastructural capacities, and the planning capacities to delve into the arena of policy making. And I, for one, this is my second successive tenure as the mayor of Srinagar. I have realized that that is an argument that we need to defeat. That is an argument that we need to summarily confront. I believe, and in the August gathering, there are a lot of mayors from a lot of different cities. I think I echo their concerns when I say that we should very bravely accept the fact that we have imitated the idea of urban local governance, but I think we have not entirely emulated it till now. The half adoption of the 74th Amendment is one cause of concern. While there are various schemes, the Chain Durham, the Smart City Mission, the Newlam Mission, and the Amrut Mission and the Swachh Bharat Mission and the Smart Cities Mission, which are transforming the country. The biggest challenge remains the decentralization of policy making. Now, I'll give you two examples: the Swachh Bharat Mission and the Smart Cities Mission. And we've heard, the great success story of the city of Indore, and their great case study in sanitation. So I would like to take a moment in comparing the Smart City Mission to the Swachh Bharat Mission. The Swachh Bharat Mission started in 2014. The Smart Cities Mission started in 2015. The Swachh Bharat Mission operates through urban local bodies. The funds, functionaries, and the funds, functions, and functionaries aspect in terms of Swachh Bharat Mission is fairly devolved to urban local bodies. So in case of Indore and other cities, I'll talk about Srinagar. I remember when I took over as the mayor of Srinagar in my first term in 2018, it was for the first time after a decade that Srinagar had its urban local bodies. We didn't have any urban local bodies for 10 years. And I remember that we were in the late 400s, up to 46 पे थे हम तो 300 400 में होते थे तो किस्मती होती थी. तो हमारा जिक्र जब होता था वो इसमें depreciating order में होता था कि हम पीछे से कितना आज आगे चलें. But we then reached in a matter of 3 or 4 years achievement of coming in the top 40 and then the top 30 cleanest cities in the country, and briefly in the top 20 cleanest cities in the country too. We aspire to be in the top 10 and eventually someday probably overtake you and be the cleanest city in the country. We have a lot of natural scenic beauty. We would like to add better sanitation and solid waste management to it. But small metrics. I remember in my first term as the mayor for almost the same population. We are a city of 1.5 million people, 74 wards. We used to collect nearly 250 to 280 metric tons of waste. We changed and revamped our solid waste measures to collect for the same population 680 metric tons of waste. So that difference was going uncollected and polluting our water bodies in the city. But obviously, if we compare any city in the country to Indore today, there is a lot left to achieve. But I'll again go back to this comparison between SBM or Swachh Bharat Mission or Smart Cities Mission. With SBM, mein, funds, functions, functionaries devolve urban local bodies. Implementing agency भी urban local body है और किसी हद तक planning और policy making agency भी urban local bodies. आप स्वच्छ भारत मिशन का एक्शन प्लान कैसा बनाएंगे, उसको स्पेंड कैसे करेंगे और अपनी सिटी की चैलेंजेस को सॉलिड वेस्ट और सैनिटेशन की चैलेंजेस को मीट कैसे करेंगे, वो आपका एक it is what you have to do. और 2014 से स्वच्छ भारत मिशन की सक्सेस स्टोरी सिर्फ इंदौर में नहीं, ऑल ओवर द कंट्री, एवरी सिटी आई थिंक हैज सीन कुछ इंप्रूवमेंट, एवरी सिटी हैज सीन. और जो फेलो ऑनरेबल मेयर्स यहाँ पे है वो भी एग्री करेंगे कि स्वच्छ भारत मिशन की जो एक भागदौड़ है, जो पॉलिसी मेकिंग है, प्लानिंग है, वो एक्शन प्लान जो स्वच्छ भारत मिशन 1 और 2 का बनाना होता है, उसमें कंसेंसस बिल्डिंग है. आप लोकल ग्रास रूट लेवल्स पे, वार्ड लेवल्स पे जाके पूछते हैं कि यहाँ पे सैनिटेशन इंप्रूव कैसे होगी और वो एक्शन प्लान में रिफ्लेक्ट करते हैं. अब आप स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन पे आएंगे. स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन पे मुझे लगता है ये गलत कहना नहीं होगा कि मोस्ट ऑफ द अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज हैव नो पॉलिसी मेकिंग रोल इन स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन. हाउ ये एक डायकोटमी जो है, that is also a challenge, that elected representatives of a city have no role in decided how their smart city will progress and how it should be planned. I think that needs to change. Operating a smart city mission through an SPV, एक सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का एक उसमें रोल है, लेकिन अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज का रोल नहीं है. सम सिटीज इन द कंट्री हैव एन एग्जीक्यूटिव कमिटी. सम सिटीज इन द कंट्री उनमें एक एग्जीक्यूटिव कमिटी होती है जो स्मार्ट सिटी मिशंस में एक हाईलाइट करती है रोल कैसा है और क्या होना चाहिए. मैं अपने शहर की बात करूंगा. हमारे शहर में इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स का कोई रोल स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन में नहीं है. वो भी एक चैलेंज है. Grassroots governance is an asset for this country. To treat it as a liability is a big, it's a self goal. और कहीं पे हम शायद उसको एज ए लाइबिलिटी भी ट्रीट करते हैं. जो पार्षदों का रोल होता है, जो महापौरों का रोल होता है, उसको शायद हम कहीं पे एक लाइबिलिटी भी ट्रीट करते हैं और सिर्फ उतना टॉलरेट करते हैं जितना शायद कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली जरूरी है. मुझे लगता है उससे ज्यादा टॉलरेट करने की जरूरत है. कोई शहर ऐसा नहीं है हमारे देश में जो प्रगति की ओर नहीं जाएगा अगर आप पार्षदों को और मेयर्स को और अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज को एम्पावर करेंगे. तो वो एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज. डेवोल्यूशन ऑफ फंक्शंस एंड फंक्शनरीज है. बिल्डिंग जो है हमारी ह्यूमन रिसोर्स कैपेसिटी जो अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज को है उसको बिल्ड करना है. हमें रेवेन्यू मोबिलाइजेशन अपनी इंक्रीज करनी है. आप म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स की बात करें या अपने टैक्स बेस की बात करें, हमें म्युनिसिपल बॉडीज को, अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज को फाइनेंशियली सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग बनाना है. ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है क्योंकि अगर आप सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट या सेंट्रल स्कीम ग्रांट्स पे ही निर्भर हैं, तो आपकी पॉलिसी मेकिंग का जो एल्बो रूम है, जो स्पेस फॉर पॉलिसी मेकिंग और क्रिएटिविटी है, इंजेन्युइटी है कि आप ग्रास रूट्स की नीड्स को रिफ्लेक्ट करेंगे, आपके पास वो रूम और स्पेस बहुत कम रहता है. जो सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग, फाइनेंशियली सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग अर्बन लोकल बॉडी है, सही मायनों में वही पॉलिसी लेवल पे भी इंडिपेंडेंट अर्बन लोकल बॉडी है. बीएमसी का एक एग्जांपल है. उनकी फाइनेंशियल सेल्फ सस्टेनेबिलिटी की हम सब एग्जांपल्स देते हैं और बीएमसी की जो ऑटोनमस पॉलिसी मेकिंग भी है वो डिराइव होती है उनकी फाइनेंशियल सेल्फ सस्टेनेबिलिटी से. तो वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा हमारा चैलेंज है. एक चैलेंज हमारा इफेक्टिव ग्रीवियंस रिड्रेसल मैकेनिज्म्स है जिसमें सिटीजन फीडबैक मैकेनिज्म्स को डॉवटेल किया जाए. श्रीनगर सिटी ऐसे पोर्टल्स पे अभी काम कर रही है. वी आर अबाउट टू लॉन्च वन ऑफ द मोस्ट मॉडर्न सिटीजन ग्रीवियंस रिड्रेसल मैकेनिज्म्स इन द कंट्री. और उसी से हम ग्रास रूट लेवल्स की ग्रीवियंसेस को रिफ्लेक्ट पॉलिसी मेकिंग में करना चाहते हैं. एक्सेसिबिलिटी टू फोरम्स ऑफ पॉलिसी मेकिंग बहुत जरूरी है. मुझे ये कहने में कोई संकोच नहीं है कि हमारी एक्सेसिबिलिटी ऑफ सिटीजन पार्टिसिपेशनशिप, कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशनशिप पॉलिसी मेकिंग में बहुत कम. उसको इम्प्रूव करने की जरूरत है। और अगर सही मायनों में जो सारी सेंट्रल स्कीम्स हैं, मैं फिर से स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन की बात करूंगा, जो पुणे के कमिश्नर हैं, जो उनने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि क्रिटिसिज्म, काफी क्रिटिसिज्म होता है स्मार्ट सिटी स्कीम्स का, क्योंकि reforming and rejuvenating urban spaces in a country like India is a very complicated. In a Western country, European country, it is not a complicated thing. In our country, it's a very complicated thing. You have to unlearn things, learn things. You have to deal with congestion, you know, huge urban populations and so many urban challenges. But I think all those challenges can, to a certain extent, be met by empowering elected representatives, by empowering the urban local bodies and all tiers of local governance. And I would also request All India Institute of Local Self-Governance and also congratulate them for the 6th South Asian Cities Summit. I spoke at the 5th South Asian Cities Summit in my first tenure, I remember, which was held in Goa. And I congratulate you for this. But I would request you to also speak very vociferously and very emphatically and hold sessions about the fact that no state government in India has devolved all 18 functions of the 12th schedule to urban local bodies. And I think that is the elephant in the room. We talk about all aspects of local governance, but until we address the elephant in the room, we should not, or again, हमने कहीं पे शायद ये एक्सेप्ट कर दिया है कि महापौर का जो रोल है हमारे देश में टाइटुलर रोल, and executive administration as well as policy making has to be relegated to the bureaucracy. मुझे लगता है हम अपने लोगों के साथ जो हमें चुन के इन positions of responsibility पे रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, नॉमिनेट करते हैं, उनके साथ एक नाइंसाफी करते हैं कि हमने भी शायद कहीं पे इसको एक्सेप्ट कर लिया है कि हम एक टाइटुलर पोस्ट पे बैठे हैं और ब्यूरोक्रेसी को पॉलिसी मेकिंग भी करनी है और पॉलिसी इंप्लीमेंटेशन भी करनी है. That role reversal has to change. Policy making, the idea of India is that policy making is the exclusive domain of the elected representatives of the country. And the implementation is the responsibility of the officers and the bureaucracy of this country. कहीं पे वो role reversal हो गया. एक role reversal ऐसा हो गया है कि हम policy implementation के पीछे रहते हैं और policy making officers करते हैं. और ये हर एक शहर में कहीं पे ये story होगी. मैंने अपनी 2 terms में जिन fellow mayors के साथ ये discuss किया है, मुझे लगता है इससे बड़ा कोई challenge हमारे urban governance architecture में नहीं है. We have an honorable minister present here. We would also request him to take this concern to the relevant quarters. And I would request my fellow mayors to speak about the elephant in the room, which is the unfulfilled 74th Amendment of the 12th schedule of the Constitution of India. Once again, thank you for the opportunity. I congratulate all the delegates for the exchange of views and ideas. And I would also like to extend this opportunity to welcome you to the city of Srinagar and get an opportunity to show you all the wonderful things that we are doing with the city of Srinagar. माहौल तो ठीक है, आप थोड़ा ये कीजिए, भरोसा भी कीजिए और थोड़ा संयम भी कीजिए, आ जाइए. माहौल तो ठीक है, माहौल बहुत ठीक है. और we hope to see you there और आपको दिखाएंगे कि माहौल भी ठीक है, हमारी नीयत भी ठीक है, हमारा काम भी ठीक है और हमारा जो लक्ष्य है वो भी ठीक है. Thank you.
थैंक यू सर. आपने बहुत से कहा कि 74th amendment, the time has come to take a restock of situation because decentralization, devolution and digitalization has changed the total scenario. So decentralization can be delivered effectively without even going through so-called proper channel. We have all seen DBT, government transfer 200,000 lakhs without anyone even able to smell the money. So decentralization coupled with technology can deliver development. And perhaps the time has come to rethink. Even public-private partnership also has to be rethought. Partnership for public purpose is the right word, not the only risk sharing and risk allocation. I must compliment you, sir, for highlighting the 74th amendment, which has become applicable to Jammu Kashmir by now. There is saying that कोई हाथ भी न मिलाएगा जो गले मिलोगे तपाक से.
कोई हाथ भी न मिलाएगा जो गले मिलोगे तपाक से, ये नए मिजाज का शहर है जरा फासले से मिला करो. We all have seen that 74th Amendment after abrogation of 370 is doing wonder. He's sharing his views and things are changing and changing for the better. This is the message for all of us that whatever the caged, arrested development, when it is opened with its full potential, can deliver development to the ground, even if there is inadequacy in terms of power. We all have seen, so there is a book I will recommend highly. There is a book like Kicking the Ladder. I think this is a very relevant book for each one of us. We were told when we were studying that a good policy and good institution is the only way to develop a nation. This used to be Western philosophy which was shown to us. But we have seen that Indore, with similar less delegation, similar elephant in the room, has shown that they can deliver development without even 74th Amendment being re-looked and revamped. I'm not saying that is the best way, but there is way, where there is Ichha Shakti, all Shakti come together. And that is how Indore and all of us have to look into in these areas. Friends, the time has come to invite another speaker, Mr. Sanjay ji, sharing the Pune experience in Maharashtra. Over to you, 10 minutes.
Honorable Minister, dignitaries on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to all. Since we have heard several eminent speakers right from morning regarding urban transformation, I will not be repeating the common points. However, I will be highlighting the initiatives made by Pune Smart City and Pune Municipal Corporation so far as the urban transformation journey is concerned. So far as the strengths of Pune city are concerned, it's a big city, 6 million plus is the population of the urban agglomeration. After the inclusion of 34 new villages into the old Pune city, 62 lakhs is the population. And with this, the massive growth of population and the urbanization, several issues have come up, the increase in the urban sprawl, the traffic issues, the strengths of the city is being being the hub of IT industry. At the same time, the manufacturing industry is also on a path of growth, and it's also an education hub. The largest university in the country, which has more than 900 colleges, is also housed in Pune only, and Pune has 11 such universities to its credit. So with all these strengths, at the same time, it also has a natural resources. A river length of almost 44 kilometers is there. For Pune and its twin city of my colleague has already mentioned, Pune and Pimpri-Chinchwad, 42 kilometers length of river is running in these two cities. And there are also hills, and the city has adopted the policies of biodiversity preservation. So on this background, several issues have come up. And in this background, the city has to fight for the bringing about the urban transformation, which would be sustainable for the future generations. Let's go to slide number 3. I'll go through the initiatives which Pune Smart City and Pune Municipal Corporation has taken so far, so as to ensure the sustainability of urban transformation. In the mobility sector, Smart E-Bus is a major project which we have implemented. We started with 150 e-buses, and we are almost up to now about to upgrade it up to 650 e-buses in the city. And TCO2 percentage in the city has significantly reduced from 7% to 4%, and bringing about the reduction in the fossil fuel consumption, and major sustainable transport measure has been achieved. With the help of our partners like Rocky Mountain Institute and other partners, EV readiness has been our focus since last 2 to 3 years, and clean fuel initiatives have been implemented by the municipal corporation and smart city. Several EV charging station and the supporting infrastructure is the focus now, and registration of EV electric vehicles, we are aiming to increase it up to 25% by 2025, and we are working in this direction. It is also supported by the metro rail corridors. 2 metro rail corridors are coming up in the city, which are of length of 31 kilometers. 13 kilometers has already started, and within 3 months again the remaining part will be going on. Total 100 kilometers of metro rail has been planned for the twin cities. So that will be again adding to sustainable transport for the city. So far as the energy sector is concerned, street light street light has been implemented since 2018-19, and 1,87,000 lights have been replaced. 60% of reduction in the energy and overall 74% of saving. Together, energy and the maintenance has been achieved by way of implementation of projects like smart street LED lighting, which is implemented on a PPP mode for a period of 12 years. So again, that financial sustainability or financial resource has also been raised and implemented by way of this project. 7.2% of reduction in carbon footprints has been possible by way of smart street LED lighting. So that is quite significant. We have also focused on the solar rooftop project, and Pune Municipal Corporation in all its buildings have implemented the solar PV model, and almost 1.3 crore units of solar energy are generated every year. The effort is now driving towards making at least 15% of our energy demand from the non-conventional energy resources. That is our ultimate objective. City West to City Bus, it's another innovative project, as Honorable Mayor from Indore had mentioned. So we have also implemented a 125 metric ton project, which processes the waste into energy, and which is being directly utilized for the 100 e-buses for running in the city by way of a joint venture of PMC, PMPML, IOCL, and Noble Exchange. In the solid waste management front, 100% segregation of waste is again followed by. We are fighting on the both sectors of dry waste recycling and wet waste processing. And 1,100 tons of dry waste is daily recycled by way of its 11 units, and 2 units for wet waste to energy plants are also working. We are also upgrading our wet waste processing capacity by 750 tons soon, which will be implemented, and 13.19 megawatt of energy will be generated by way of this project. In future, again, we are going to upgrade the dry waste processing capacity up to almost 2,400 metric tons. For sewage treatment, with the help of National River Conservation Scheme and support from JICA, sewage treatment plants have been taken up. At present, out of the 883 MLDs of sewerage which is generated by the city, 567 MLDs are processed. With the help of this new project, 10 STPs have been planned, and the remaining almost 400 MLDs will be processed with this, so that the 100% of the sewerage of the city will be processed. That will be again a major step in the field of sustainability. Water management is also very crucial part, and reducing the energy consumption for water distribution in the city, making water distribution more efficient and smarter. That is the ultimate objective by way of our Water 24/7 project. And sustainable and equitable distribution of water is being achieved by way of smart AMR meters, the smart reservoirs, the sensor-based pipelines, which will be again reducing our expenditure on the maintenance and other part. Already almost 20% of the zones have already been made functional, and in a year or so, complete the project of Water 24/7 will be completed for the older city. As I mentioned about the river rejuvenation, again on the lines of cities like Ahmedabad, we have also taken up the river rejuvenation project by way of an SPV, and we will be tackling the 44 kilometers of Mula and Mutha rivers which pass through our cities, and the work has already been started, which will be adding to the flood carrying capacity of the rivers, the water quality. It will also upgrade the mobility along the rivers, and also it will raise the places of citizen engagement by way of this. Green building promotion is another major initiative which Pune Municipal Corporation and Smart City have taken up. We have an MOU with IGBC and Griha, and through the rating system which they are providing to the construction projects, we are incentivizing green building development by providing the incentive FSI to the extent of 0.3, 0.5, and 0.7 as per the rating which the projects are receiving. We are proud that almost second number of green building footprint amongst the cities is available, has been achieved by in Pune by way of with the help of our partners and municipal corporation efforts. Again, as I mentioned, housing, affordable housing is another issue which the growing city needs to tackle. And with the projects under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Urban, almost 6,000 houses have been planned. Half of them have already been delivered, and half of them are almost in the last stage of completion, which they soon will be handed over. Collaboration with international agencies has been another hallmark of development in Pune or the urban transformation. Agencies like IGBC, UN Habitat, ICLAI, BVLF. We are working with BVLF for the infant, child, and toddler caregiver friendly environment creation in the city. At the same time, ITBP is helping us in the transport and the mobility sector. WRI, Birmingham City, and several other organizations are helping us, and they are guiding source of inspiration to us, and they are partnering us with us in several initiatives. So to sum up, sustainable infrastructure, which is being by way of the smart city mission projects and the PMC initiatives, inclusive growth, which we are going to achieve by way of all our projects, so as all the sections of the societies are benefited and they are taken along in the trajectory of urban transformation. Smart technology by way of the several technology-driven and technology-rich projects of smart city mission and the municipal corporation, thereby livability of the city is being increased. And of course, the governance and participation, which is most crucial, which earlier speakers have already mentioned. So methods like participatory budgeting, which was implemented for the second year now this year, and every citizen had an opportunity to suggest a work to be included in the annual budget of the municipal corporation. And that system, that mobile app and the system was developed by Smart City for the municipal corporation. So on these principles, Pune City and Smart City SPV have been working for bringing the urban transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. In fact, India's urban future should be read that India's future is urban. Cannot be said that we will manage the urban-rural continuum only by separate policy, by separate ministry and separate department. The time has come to think through and think as a single policy initiative. May I request Sunena Prakash to share her idea. And let me thank Sanjay ji for not only being smart, but doing the smart presentation and sticking to the time. Thank you.
Hi. Hello. Good evening, everyone. I think it's been the whole day. You people are here and I can see the tiredness and the smile is little left on your face. So please just smile. Smile is the best accessory that one can carry. So big round of applause to you all that you have beared us from like in the morning. How can I say anything? First of all, this is such an important day for me because my ideal, Baghel Bhaiya, our Law and Justice Minister, is here, and in front of him, I'm just delivering some of my thoughts, which is really, really a moment for me. Secondly, I can talk with my DICE members, the Mayor of Indore, look at the thing, how can I say anything, because your akra is incomparable. So I cannot even talk about that. The Srinagar Mahal bhi or Mausam bhi. And I'm really looking forward for, and this is even a very good day for you that you can give your representation to Minister itself on behalf of all of your fellow mayors, that your voice is directly be rising in a parliament. So yeah, and all of you, the mayors, the dignitaries, and our team, and especially, yeah, I'm saying our team because I really feel like the part of, and Ravi, your name is really like the meaning of Ravi is son, and he's a deputy general. So big round of applause for him. He's trying to make everything just so perfect. So this is 6th Asian City Summit. So I just wanted to say that submit yourself here, because just be in that moment, be aware, as Indore Mayor said, कि सुबह सुबह हमारी कचरे की गाड़ी गाना गाती है. तो I think that city anthem because koi bhi cheez which makes you aware, which gives you attentiveness, that become a nth. So I think, yeah, that is what one can do the best for the thing. And urban बात करते हैं तो जो मेरा experience रहा है, that is, if I'll talk about our honorable minister, he's a man, urban man, because he always take the best out of everything. When he's into a rural side, he tried to, give that calmness to urban people. And when he's in urban side, he always think that I should do something more, I should go in a better manner. तो I think हम सबको जो विकास है वो हर चीज का positive लेना चाहिए और उस positivity के साथ, and mayors are, I think this is again a जन सहभागीदारी. तो जब आप अपने लोगों को उसमें मिला लेते हैं, जैसा कि इंदौर की बात हो रही थी कि इट बिकम अ जन सहभागीदारी उत्सव, एक उत्सव के जैसे वो बदल जाता है. तो I think it's not only about talking things. I think this is a time to do the action. And really, thank you so much for all of you for your time. And thank you so much.
थैंक यू सुनैना जी, आपने बहुत अच्छे पैसे बिंदु पर प्रकाश डाला. तो सुनैना प्रकाश जी, आपने मुस्कुराने की बात की, हैप्पीनेस की बात करी, तसल्ली के साथ तरक्की की बात करी. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. मैं रिक्वेस्ट देवजानी घोष मैडम को शेयर करें.
Dignitaries on the desk and the esteemed August company here, a very good evening to you all. I know I stand between the end of the day. Most of you are patiently waiting, I think, to hear our ministers are here. So I'll keep it short and brief. I'm Dr. Devjani from National Institute of Urban Affairs. A lot of you would know that NIUA is a think tank for the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And I'm very proud to say that all the city representatives who are sitting here, NIUA has been working with them on multiple occasions under multiple projects. So I bring to you a different side of the urban transformation, which is essentially that NIUA believes that to bring in urban transformation, what you need is that you build the capacity of the people who are going to bring about this urban transformation. So without building the capacity or building the knowledge base of the people who are going to transform your city, how can urban transformation be possible? So NIUA's engagement in the domain of knowledge management and capacity building has been immense for over 40 years now. And instead of going to, a lot of you might be knowing about it, so I don't want to get into the generalistic side of capacity building and knowledge management, which NIUA does. Rather, I will bring to you a very specific, I would say, capsule of capacity building. When we're talking of urban transformation, we increasingly are talking about digital transformation through digital means, because for everybody time is precious. And when we are wanting to build the capacities of our urban stakeholders in the various cities and state governments, we know that it is very difficult for them to come for capacity building and knowledge management and trainings and workshops. So what has been coming out is try to give it to them on the go, give it to them digitally where they don't have to be physically present. So basically doing something online. So under this context, I would try to, can we go to the earlier slide, please? The first one, please. Yeah. So I bring to you a specific capacity building initiative which NIUA is supporting, which is called the National Urban Learning Platform. This is a platform at the national level, which is basically a tool to distribute and disseminate knowledge and information to all our city officials, elected representatives, the state government, urban development departments, and the wider domain of the canvas of urban development. Next, please. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So what forms the NULP or the National Urban Learning Community? As you will see that it's an approach where a network of actors come together. And who are these actors? the platform which can be accessed by different stakeholders, be it the urban officials, be it academia, be it civil society, researchers, and anybody who has interest in the domain of urban. And the idea behind this is basically to build a very strong urban community who can learn from each other. So how does NULP drive digital transformation, which I was just telling you earlier? So we have three components majorly under the National Urban Learning Platform. One is self-paced learning, which is, as I was telling you, short or small bite-sized modules. These modules are basically urban solutions which can aid the urban official to access or quickly get to urban solutions if that person is facing a challenge at the moment. Secondly, as I mentioned, peer-to-peer learning. So this platform is a place where a lot of documentation and best practices are put together for the entire urban community to learn from each other, because we all believe and know that the best way to learn is to share ideas and share knowledge, and you also learn in the process. The third is an online nationwide program, which is being hosted by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And NIUA is giving, because NULP or the Urban Learning Platform is also a learning management system. So we provide online courses also, both certificate courses as well as other courses in pretty much most of every domain, so that officials who are interested in enhancing their knowledge, they can do so through this platform. So what does NULP bring in terms of value for its users? So as I said, that we have a large community and the stakeholders are also quite large. And it's a demand-driven platform because we go to the state governments as well as to the cities and we do a need assessment. We ask the officials and the other stakeholders that what is it that you need that has to be there in the platform, which is going to help you, which is going to enhance your knowledge. It could be any sector, it could be any domain in the urban sphere. And that is how we provide the content on the platform so that ultimately it is demand-driven and it is useful to the people out there. I mentioned peer-to-peer learning before, so I'm not repeating. And as I said, we have diverse domains. So you can see, as of now, we have a vast range of e-learning solutions. We are working in 15 domains and we are adding every day. And then also, what does it give you? It's a very easy access. I will share the login ID. I'll share the email ID. So any of you who are interested, you can just log into the platform and see what it gives you in terms of knowledge and learning. It rewards and recognizes you. So the officials who are on the platform, who are learning or contributing, because it gives you a two-way thing. You can either learn or you can also contribute for others to learn. And everybody who's contributing on the platform is recognized and rewarded. And then we have courses, which are certificate courses. And also the award goes in terms of custom certification. So these are some of the features in terms of courses as well as other things which are available. And we have started from NULP 1.0 and we are going towards NULP 3.0, which is an upgraded version every time, adding more diverse features to it. So we are pretty much in almost all the states and the cities pan-India, and we are engaging every day with them in terms of both online and offline to bring more people and convince more people who see value in coming to the platform. These are some of our partners because we provide content also. So we have partners who are providing content. We have partners who are providing courses, and we also have partners who are empaneled with us, who are providing quality learning in terms of making what is good for you better every day. And it's always through multiple quality checks at every level, so that what ultimately goes to you is never compromised in terms of quality. So I will end today with a particular a short video which will tell you a particular event which we have launched on National Urban Learning Platform. It is a 45-day challenge for every ULB and state government official working in the domain of urban. And it's a challenge which asks them to provide solutions, any form of urban solutions, be it a video, be it a best practice. And that solution in the end will be awarded in terms of cash prizes. You see the video, it's a 1-minute video which will give you the details. And I would request every city, state representative in this room to please connect on the NULP platform and have a look. And I'm sure you won't be sorry. Can we? So I'd just like to end by saying that the Learnathon Challenge was launched by the Honorable Minister Shri Hardeep Singh Puri last month. And once again, I request all of you to come and engage with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for not only being brief, but also telling something which each one of us can fall back upon. Friends, all good things come to an end, and they should end with the speech of none other than Honorable Minister. Let me, sir, 1 second. We just heard from Mr. Sekhar Singh the problem of cyclists. We heard from Mayor Indore the problem of Thukna. We heard from others problem of Muskrana. We also heard from others from how to go for e-learning. Friends, India has 22 million bureaucrats who are serving the Indian and nation state. And there's a Mission Karmayogi, a very major achievement, major initiative of Government of India to change the mind and mindset of bureaucracy, and National Urban Learning Mission is part and extension of the same. And I must compliment them for having self-paced learning, peer-to-peer learning, and even on-demand and online learning, which anyone can take advantage of it. I hope and trust that version 3 will be more popular than the version 1 and 2. And with this small, brief about the session 3, let me take the privilege of requesting Professor S.P. Singh Baghel, Honorable Minister of State, Law and Justice, Government of India, who also hails from Agra and MP from Agra, and for almost 3 decades you were MP from Agra. It would be a pleasure to listen to you, sir. Over to you. And there is no time limit for Honorable Minister.
मंच पर बैठे हुए सभी महानुभाव, सभागार में उपस्थित देवियों और सज्जनों, मेरा सौभाग्य है कि शहर में कैसे सफाई हो, वाटर मैनेजमेंट कैसे हो, सुंदर कैसे दिखे, लोग शहर की तरफ आकर्षित हो रहे हैं, एक अच्छी लाइफ कैसे उनको दी जाए, उसके बारे में विद्वान वक्ताओं के विचार सुने, इसीलिए मैंने कहा था कि मैं बाद में बात करूंगा, क्योंकि मैं जहाँ से एमपी रहा हूँ उसमें कोई शहर ही नहीं था, जहाँ से मैं 3 बार एमपी रहा हूँ, बहुत रूरल की पार्लियामेंट थी। पहली बार आगरा से एमपी होने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ। मैं पूरे देश से आए हुए मेयर साहिबान का और अदर डिग्निटीज का राजनीतिक राजधानी और प्रशासनिक राजधानी दिल्ली में अपनी पार्टी की तरफ से और अपनी सरकार की तरफ से आपका स्वागत करता हूँ और अभिनंदन करता हूँ। आज दिल्ली की यमुना में दक्षिण से आई हुई गोदावरी का, कृष्णा का, कावेरी का, आपकी नर्मदा जी का और उज्जैन की क्षिप्रा का, गंगा का, झेलम का संगम हो रहा है। पूरा देश आज यहाँ पर बैठा हुआ है। मैं थोड़ा इस अवसर का सरकार क्या कर रही है, मेरा विभाग नहीं है, लेकिन थोड़ा सा बताना चाहूंगा। मुझे लगता है कई मेयर होंगे जिनका शहर स्मार्ट सिटी में भी होगा। मुझे लगता है इंदौर भी स्मार्ट सिटी है। इस शिखर सम्मेलन का विषय जो इंक्लूसिव एंड रिजिलियंट सिटीज है, यह 2 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम क्लाइमेट क्राइसिस, मोबिलिटी चैलेंजेस, रेसिलियंस इशूज, वाटर मैनेजमेंट से संबंधित मुद्दों सहित हमारे शहरों के सामने आने वाली कई प्रमुख मुद्दों पर ध्यान केंद्रित करने का उद्देश्य रखता है। इस सम्मेलन में आप विशेषज्ञों से जानेंगे कि स्थानीय स्तर पर इन चुनौतियों को कैसे निपटा जाए। इंक्लूसिव सिटी सभी नागरिकों को समान अधिकारों और भागीदारी की गारंटी देता है, जिसमें सबसे हाशिए पर रहने वाले नागरिक भी शामिल हैं, और यही अंत्योदय है। आज के विकास की दौड़ में शहरों को रिजिलियंट बनाकर संभावित खतरों के प्रभाव को कम करके मानव जीवन की रक्षा और संरक्षण करने की आवश्यकता है। आज दुनिया रिजिलियंट होने पर ध्यान केंद्रित कर रही है। आंकड़े ये बताते हैं कि क्योंकि दुनिया की लगभग 60% आबादी शहरी क्षेत्रों में रहती है। हालांकि मैंने अपने बचपन में पहला भाषण जो चौधरी चरण सिंह का सुना था, ये 1969 में, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि भारत एक कृषि प्रधान देश है, गांव का देश है, देहात का देश है, देश की खुशहाली का रास्ता खेत खलियान से जाता है और 90% देहात। उस समय का ये आंकड़ा था, और उसके बाद शहरीकरण हुआ है। मुझे लगता है कि विश्व में बड़े शहर हैं, इसलिए ये 60% आबादी का औसत निकल के आया। भारत ऐसे शहरों के निर्माण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है जो व्यापार और रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करे, जिससे नागरिकों का जीवन सुलभ और समृद्ध हो। शहर में अर्बन लोकल गवर्नमेंट, स्थानीय निकाय सरकार शब्द लोगों द्वारा अपने निर्वाचित प्रतिनिधियों के माध्यम से एक शहरी क्षेत्र के शासन को दर्शाता है। वर्ष 1992 में संविधान के 74वें, जिसका बहुत जिक्र हुआ है, संशोधन से एक नया भाग जोड़ा गया है और संविधान के अनुच्छेद 243P से 243ZG में नगर पालिका के लिए प्रावधान किए गए। मेरे ख्याल से वहां से शक्तियां भी ज्यादा मिली हैं इस अमेंडमेंट के बाद, और धन की उपलब्धता भी उसके बाद ज्यादा हुई होगी। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कुशल नेतृत्व एवं मार्गदर्शन में भारत सरकार ने शहरों में इंक्लूसिविटी एंड रेजिलियंस को ध्यान में रखते हुए कई कार्यक्रम शुरू किए। 100 शहरों में स्मार्ट सिटीज मिशन में शामिल किया गया। इसके अंतर्गत 5000 से अधिक प्रोजेक्ट पूरे हुए हैं। इसके अलावा शहरों के विकास के लिए जो मेयर साहब ने कहा था कि अमृत योजना के तहत 4000 से अधिक प्रोजेक्ट पूरे किए गए हैं। आगरा को गंगा जल भी, जो वहाँ से 100 किलोमीटर से दूर है, इस अमृत योजना से ही हम लोग पानी पी रहे हैं। 62 करोड़ से अधिक शौचालय बनाए गए हैं। पीएम आवास योजना के तहत 1 करोड़ 22 लाख हाउस स्वीकृत हैं। 72 लाख घरों का निर्माण हो गया है। ये भी सभी योजनाएं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के व्यापक दृष्टिकोण को दर्शाती है। शहरी विकास को बढ़ावा देने में मदद कर रहे हैं। इससे लोगों के जीवन में गुणवत्ता सुधार हो रहा है, ईज ऑफ लिविंग को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट वाला पैराग्राफ मैं नहीं पढ़ना चाह रहा हूँ, आप सब इससे सहमति हैं कि कितनी सारी योजनाएं चल रही हैं। हम सतत विकास के लक्ष्यों की बात करते हैं तो भारत ने दुनिया के सामने मिसाल कायम की है। इसका उत्कृष्ट उदाहरण हमने कोविड जिसमें आप लोगों का बड़ा रोल रहा है, मेयर साहबान का। कोविड-19 महामारी में समय पेश किए गए अपने प्रतिदिन अपने शहरों का सैनिटाइजेशन अमृत था उस समय। सोडियम हाइपोक्लोराइट, ये महसूस किया होगा आपने कि सबसे ज्यादा उस समय आपकी भूमिका रही है। हमने प्रतिदिन अपने शहरों का सैनिटाइजेशन, 2 गज की दूरी, मास्क को सार्वजनिक रूप से सभी लोगों के लिए अनिवार्य करने की दिशा में त्वरित कार्रवाई की। हमने प्रतिदिन औसतन 43 लाख से अधिक वैक्सीनेशन किया। उपरोक्त सभी कार्य यह दर्शाता है कि हमारा देश रेजिलियंस प्राप्त करने में कितना सक्षम है। निःशुल्क टीकाकरण योजना के अंतर्गत 198 करोड़ डोज देश के दूरस्थ व दुर्गम स्थानों पर उपलब्ध कराई गई। कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म की भावना को आगे बढ़ते हुए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी राज्यों के मुख्य सचिवों, मुख्यमंत्रियों के निरंतर संपर्क में रहे और स्थिति से निपटने के लिए मार्गदर्शन दिया। इतना ही नहीं, वैक्सीन मैत्री योजना के अंतर्गत वसुंधैव कुटुंबक की भावना से आगे रखते हुए हमारे पड़ोसी देशों और सुदूर पड़ोसियों सहित विश्व के 98 देशों को भी वैक्सीन और दवाइयों की आपूर्ति की गई। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास की विचारधारा से भारत को सतत विकास की तरफ ले जा रहे हैं और मैं इस कार्यक्रम में आपका स्वागत करता हूं। मैं मेरे विभाग ने जो लिखा वो मैंने पढ़ दिया, लेकिन मैं कुछ और बोलना चाहता हूं। मुझे लगता है कि समाधान है पंडित श्री राम शर्मा आचार्य मेरी लोकसभा के अमलखेड़ा गांव में पैदा हुए और उनका एक वाक्य मुझे दुनिया की सभी समस्याओं का समाधान लगता है और वो ये है कि हम सुधरेंगे, युग सुधरेगा, हम बदलेंगे, युग बदलेगा। मुझे लगता है कि यही आज की पूरी सेमिनार का शीर्षक है। मैं आज एक रहस्य उद्घाटन और कर दूं कि जब मैं पुलिस छोड़ के राजनीति में आया तो अपने शहर का मेयर बनना चाहता था। बाद में यह अनुभव हुआ कि देश के सभी मेयर एमएलए बनना चाहते, फिर यह अनुभव हुआ कि सभी एमएलए एमपी बनना चाहते, तो मैं सीधे 5 बार एमपी हो गया। लेकिन फीलिंग क्या, ऐसी क्यों मेरी इच्छा थी, कभी मेरी भावना समझो। मैं चाहता था जो भी काम करें उसमें एक इतिहास लिखा जाए। सांसद इतिहास नहीं लिख सकता, मेयर लिख सकता है। आपसे पहले वालों ने लिखा और अब आपकी जिम्मेदारी है कि उसको मेंटेन कर। मेयर अमर हो सकता है, थोड़ी कमिश्नर वाली टीम उसके साथ रहे। इनका भी ननद भाभी जैसा झगड़ा रहता है। कई बार मेयर दूसरी पार्टी का चुन जाता है और राज्य में सरकार दूसरी होती है। मेयर बड़ा परेशान किया जाता है, खासतौर से वो बिलिंग। और ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार हो तो ठीक से काम होता है। अभी तो डबल इंजन ही होता है, मैं इसको ट्रिपल इंजन कहता हूँ कि केंद्र की, राज्य की और स्थानीय निकाय की सरकार अगर एक पार्टी की हो तो ये डबल इंजन वाली तो जा नहीं रही है, तो तीसरा इंजन के लिए भी अपील करता हूँ कि वो भी जोड़िएगा तो ज्यादा अच्छा विकास होगा। हालांकि यहाँ सभी पार्टी के मेयर बैठे और वो समझ रहे होंगे कि जो मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ उनको कितनी परेशानियां राजनीतिक कारणों से भी होती है। हमारे आगरा के मेयर काउंसिल के अध्यक्ष थे, अब आप शायद हो गई, आपको बधाई। मैं आगरा से एमपी हूँ। कई बार सम्मेलनों में गया तो कहते हैं सारा इलाज ये है कि मेयर को कमिश्नर की चरित्र पंजिका लिखने का अगर अधिकार मिल जाए तो काफी समस्याओं का हल हो जाएगा। अब ये तो पॉलिसी मैटर है, लेकिन भय बिन प्रीत भी नहीं होती है। कई बार जब बुलडोजर चल जाता है ना तो वो भी कई समस्याओं का समाधान, चाहे नगर निगम का बुलडोजर हो या योगी आदित्यनाथ का बुलडोजर हो। उधर क्रिमिनल्स की सफाई हम लोग कर रहे हैं और इधर आप इंक्रोचमेंट की सफाई कर रहे हैं। शहर के एक कोने में चलता है, कई लोग ठीक हो जाते हैं। तो जन भागीदारी, और मुझे लगता है वो एक अंग्रेजी की कहावत है कि गिव मी ए फिश एंड आई ईट फॉर ए डे। टीच मी टू फिश एंड ईट फॉर ए लाइफ। एक मछली दे देंगे तो एक दिन खा लेंगे, मछली मारना सिखा देंगे तो पूरी जिंदगी खाया जा सकता है। मछली इसलिए इस्तेमाल है कि यूरोप की कहावत है। आप इसमें दाल बाटी चूरमा बाफले भी जोड़ सकते हैं। इंदौर मॉडल एक तीर्थ स्थल हो गया है स्थानीय निकाय के मामले में। मैं मिनिस्टर बनने से पहले अर्बन डेवलपमेंट कमेटी का स्टैंडिंग कमेटी का मेंबर था। दुर्गा शंकर मिश्र जो इसके सेक्रेटरी थे और जगदम्बिका पाल जी इसके। अक्सर एमपीज की डिमांड होती थी कि इंदौर के मेयर और सीईओ को प्रेजेंटेशन देने के लिए बुलाया जाए। मैंने आगरा के भी कमिश्नर को और पार्षदों को कहा था कि आप इंदौर विजिट करके आए। हर राज्य की अपनी अलग अलग स्वभाव होता है, हर शहर के नागरिकों का अलग स्वभाव होता है। मैं कह रहा था कि कुछ राज्य ऐसे हैं और कुछ शहर ऐसे हैं कि विश्व बैंक भी उनको गोद ले ले तो भी वो नहीं सुधर सकते। इंटरनेशनल मॉनिटर फंड भी हाथ जोड़ जाएगा कि पैसा बहुत खर्च हो गया है, सफाई नहीं हो पा रही है। तो स्वभाव भी होता है। लेकिन कई बार घटनाओं का बड़ा फर्क पड़ता है। गांधी ने एक मुट्ठी नमक उठाया, देश खड़ा हो गया था। ऐसे ही श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने एक दिन वाल्मीकि मंदिर दिल्ली में झाड़ू उठाई तो देश ने झाड़ू उठाई। उन्होंने प्रतीकात्मक उठाई, अवेयरनेस आई है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। तो वो एक दिन के झाड़ू उठाने से आपका 20% काम तो कर दिया है। बाकी तो संसाधन होंगे तभी सब ये सब हो पाएगा। मुझे लगता है कि ये जो कंक्रीट का जंगल बहुत तेजी के साथ शहरों में बन रहा है, अगर गांव में 3 कारणों से हम गांव छोड़ना चाहते हैं, अगर वो 3 सुविधाएं मिल जाएं तो आपका लोड कम हो जाए। एक शिक्षा, एक चिकित्सा और एक रोजगार। बाकी तो आपके कितनी ही अच्छा इंदौर शहर हो, लेकिन गांव से अच्छी हवा नहीं होगी, गांव से शुद्ध दूध नहीं होगा, गांव से अच्छी सब्जियां वहां पर नहीं होंगी। कोई छोड़ना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन ये मूलभूत अगर सुविधाएं मिल जाएं तो जो लोड पड़ रहा है आप पर। दूसरा मुझे एक समझ में आता है कि अभी तक एक कोई बिल्डर या बिल्डर भी नहीं कहेंगे, प्रॉपर्टी डीलर खेत खरीद लेता है और प्लॉट काट देता है और बिक जाते हैं, वो बनने लगते हैं। डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी अगर 50 साल पहले और नगर निगम और विकास प्राधिकरण अगर सख्ती बरतते तो शहरों की हालत नहीं होती। तो वो उन्होंने लिए 1 एकड़ जमीन ली और बस ईंटों की ऐसे ऐसे बाउंड्री बना दी, वो कर दिया, बल्कि चूना डाल दिया, 200-200 गज के काट दिए, बीच में जो मार्क कर दी केवल गली का, बिक गए। फिर अगले दिन से जब वहां आ जाते हैं तो हमें हमारे लिए तो चाहे वो चांदनी चौक का वोटर हो या गांव का हो, हमारे लिए तो उसकी सबकी बराबर है। या इंदौर में जो पॉश इलाका हो या दूर के मलिन बस्तियां हो। ये एक बहुत बड़ा कारण रहा कि शुरू में अथॉरिटीज ने और नगर निगम ने ध्यान नहीं दिया और बेनक्शे के। अब जैसे ही वहां मकान हो जाते हैं, 100-200 मकान बन जाते हैं, 400-500 वोटर हो जाते हैं, अब वो सारी शहर की सुविधाएं मांगते हैं। तो उनको सड़क चाहिए, फिर वहां पर सीवर लाइन चाहिए, वहां ओवरहेड टैंक चाहिए, सोडियम लाइट चाहिए। अब ये सबसे बड़ी मेयर साहिबानों को भी सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत का सामना इसी वजह से करना पड़ रहा है कि जितना आपका बजट उस गुना नहीं बढ़ा है जिस गुना से शहर का विस्तार हुआ है। और वो भी तो मुझे लगता है कि क्या किसी ने सिटी प्लान के ऊपर बोला है? यहाँ पर सिटी प्लान जरूर बनना चाहिए और आने वाले 50 साल को लेकर। एक्चुअली हम तो ये हमारे पुनर्जागरण का काल है। विदेशी लोग हैं नहीं है, नहीं तो फिर मैं इनको विस्तार से सिंधु नदी की घाटी की सभ्यता और मोहनजोदड़ो हड़प्पा के स्नानागार, वहाँ का ड्रेनेज सिस्टम, वहाँ वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग का सिस्टम, वो मैं उनको विस्तार से बताता कि ये बीच में रहा है कि आपने हमें सांप छछूंदरों का देश और काले जादू का देश कहा है, लेकिन हमारी सभ्यता बहुत पुरानी है और बहुत विकसित सभ्यता थी। मुझे लगता है वो 5-7 हजार साल पुरानी रही होगी। कृष्ण जी से पहले की सभ्यता है मोहनजोदड़ो हड़प्पा। 2-3 इशू जो मुझे लगता है सबसे ज्यादा इस समय मैं हिंदुस्तान में खतरा महसूस कर रहा हूँ। आपको लग रहा होगा भ्रष्टाचार या बेरोजगारी या बढ़ती हुई जनसंख्या, मेरी दृष्टिकोण से गिरता हुआ भूजल स्तर, मरती हुई नदियां, ये सबसे बड़ी समस्या मुझे समझ में आ रही है। मैं गांव का रहने वाला हूँ, छोटा सा गांव है, 32-33 घरों का, एक कुआं होता था। जुलाई अगस्त के महीने में ऊपर तक पानी आ जाता था, तो बिना रस्सी के लटक के भी मैंने पानी उसमें से खींचा है। फिर मैं बड़ा हुआ तो रस्सी बड़ी हो गई, तो रस्सी 10-12 फीट की हो गई। फिर मैं और बड़ा हुआ तो रस्सी 22 फीट की हो गई। और जैसे हमारी उम्र बढ़ती गई, रस्सी की लंबाई बढ़ती गई। उम्र बढ़ रही है लेकिन अब रस्सी खत्म हो गई, क्योंकि वो सब कूड़ा घर हो गए हैं। यही हाल होगा आपके राज्यों में भी, आपके शहरों में। अब उसमें से पानी वानी नहीं आ रहा है। शादी से, बारात से पहले माँ कुएं में पैर लटकाती थी, अब पता नहीं कहाँ लटकाती होंगी, क्योंकि अब कुएं नहीं रहे। हमारे यहाँ रिवाज है कि कुएं में पैर लटकाती है, तू शादी करने जा रही है, वादा कर, वरना मैं कुएं में गिर रही हूँ, कि मेरे खाने पीने का ध्यान रखिएगा। तो अब क्या हैंडपंप को पकड़ती होंगी या क्या करती होंगी, खैर। तो फिर वो ये बेकार हो गए। फिर तालाब, हमारे पूर्वज वाटर मैनेजमेंट और वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग हमसे ज्यादा अच्छा जानते थे। उनके पास ऐसा कोई प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं था, लेकिन एक तालाब भरता था, ओवरफ्लो होने पे दूसरा, उसके बाद तीसरा। तो पानी का स्वाद ठीक रहता था, पशुओं को पानी पिलाया जाता था, और इतने स्वच्छ रहते थे कि हम लोग उसी में नहाते भी थे और कपड़े भी धोए जाते थे। मुझे लगता है कि जिसके घर के आगे तालाब था, उसने अपने घर का कूड़ा अपने सामने डाला, फिर आगे डाला सबने, और धीरे धीरे उस पर हम अतिक्रमण करते रहे। और मुझे लगता है लगभग तालाब, अगर प्रधानमंत्री जी अमृत महोत्सव में तालाबों वाला इशू नहीं लेते, तो ये पुनर्जीवित अब हो रहे हैं जाकर। जो जीवित थे वो मर गए थे, अब पुनर्जीवित होने का काम मोदी जी के जमाने में जो है, ये अमृत महोत्सव में कहते हैं। तो हो सकता है कई शेर अच्छे सुनाए, लेकिन शहर वाले नहीं थे आपके, रिलीवेंट शहर बहुत थे। तो कौन कहता है आसमान में सुराख नहीं होता? एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछाल गया, तय कर लें तो सब कुछ हो सकता है। हम क्यों नहीं? जब इंदौर इंदौर है तो भोपाल इंदौर, चलो हम तो दूर हो गए आपके। भोपाल, आपका नगर निगम ग्वालियर होगा, आपका नगर निगम जबलपुर में होगा, मुझे लगता है शायद रीवा में भी हो, 10-12 होंगे। मैं जब उधर पढ़ता था तो, हाँ, अब तो इतने। तो पहले तो चैरिटी बिगिंस फ्रॉम होम। मध्य प्रदेश पहले इंदौर को रोल मॉडल बनाए, लेकिन तारीफ होती है, अच्छा लगता है जब इंदौर की बात होती है, सूरत की बात होती है। सूरत का बताते हैं कि प्लेग आई थी, उसके बाद किसी एक कमिश्नर और एक मेयर के सतत प्रयासों से, ऐसा मैंने सुना है, कोई साउथ इंडियन थे, हाँ साहब, मुझे ये भी कहा गया कि उस जमाने में अगर वो निर्दलीय चुनाव लड़ जाते तो वो सूरत के एमपी हो जाते, इतने वो पॉपुलर हो गए थे। तो मेरी जो इच्छा थी ना मेयर बनने की, वो इसीलिए कि सुबह 5 बजे मैं उठता, नाले के बगल में खड़ा होता। अब 5 करोड़ मिलते हैं, 5 विधानसभाएं, 1 करोड़ रुपए एक असेंबली के लिए मिलता है, 200 किलोमीटर लंबी पार्लियामेंट है, नगर निगम का 1000-1200 करोड़ का जो भी रहता होगा आगरा का। इसके बावजूद जो भी कारण हो, मुझे सांसद निधि से आगरा शहर में गलियां बनानी पड़ती हैं। अब मैं कोई आरोप नहीं लगा रहा हूँ स्थानीय निकाय पे, सब कोई काम करते हैं, इसका मतलब वो 1000 करोड़ का बजट भी कम पड़ रहा है। और हमारी वो जो 1 करोड़ है एक विधानसभा के लिए, उसका भी मैं 60-70 लाख रुपए सड़क बनाने में इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं देश का अकेला 6 टाइम का एमपी हूँ जिसने कभी एनजीओ को, ट्रस्ट को, सोसाइटी को, किसी विद्यालय को मैं पैसे नहीं देता, और मैं केवल सड़क बनाता। क्योंकि मैंने जॉन ऑफ कैनेडी की किताब पढ़ी, तो उन्होंने लिखा था कि अमेरिका पैसे वाला शहर है इसलिए सड़कें नहीं बना दी, हमने अपनी प्राथमिकताओं में पहले सड़क बनाई है इसलिए हम पैसे वाले शहर हो गए, पैसे वाला देश हो गए। ऐसा उसका प्रभाव मेरे पे पड़ा। दूसरा ये है कि आप हैंडपंप हमारे प्रयास से कोई ले जाता है, फिर पड़ोसी को नहीं पीने देता, मैं लेके आया हूँ। विधवा पेंशन इंडिविजुअल है, विकलांग पेंशन बिल्कुल इंडिविजुअल है, वृद्धावस्था पेंशन बिल्कुल इंडिविजुअल है, बंदूक का लाइसेंस एकदम इंडिविजुअल है। मुझे लगता है सड़क सेकुलर है, वो मना नहीं करती है कि तुम दूसरी पार्टी के हो, बीजेपी के एमपी ने बनाई है, तुम फलानी पार्टी के मेरे ऊपर क्यों चल रहे हो। ये केवल सड़क है जो सेकुलर कह लो या मना नहीं करती है, उसमें हर जात क्षेत्र पार्टी के लोग उसमें चलते हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि शहर में जब मैंने गली बना दी, परसों मैंने एक बहुत मलिन बस्ती में केवल 300 मीटर की सीसी का उद्घाटन करने गया, तो एक महिला ने मेरे से कहा कि इस सड़क बनने के बाद मेरे लड़के की शादियां ज्यादा आने लगी। क्या ऐसा नहीं होता है? मेयर साहब समझते होंगे जब आप किसी मोहल्ले में, उन्होंने ये कहा कि मकान की कीमत, तब तक मिट्टी थी वहां पर, कुछ भी नहीं था, वही खेतों में बने मकान, इसके बाद हमारा घेराव, इसके बाद इलेक्शन ईयर। तो मैंने वो सीसी बनाई तो उन्होंने कहा कि मकान की कीमत 1.5 गुनी हो गई है केवल 3 महीने के अंदर। जब से डलनी शुरू हुई थी तो शुरू में तो शिलान्यास को झूठा माना जाता है, तो कीमत कम बढ़ी, लेकिन जब उद्घाटन की स्थिति में आ गई तो वो उनका मकानों की कीमत 1.5 गुनी हो गई है। तो मुझे लगता है गिरता हुआ भूजल स्तर, वो मैंने जो कुएं का उदाहरण दिया, आगरा में मैं आया तो वाटर वर्क्स का पानी चढ़ जाता था छत पे। एक दिन वाइफ ने कहा कि पानी नहीं आ रहा है, तो मैं टिल्लू खरीद के लाया। फिर एक दिन टिल्लू भाई साहब रोने लगे, मेरे बस की नहीं है, तो जेट पंप आवश्यकता आविष्कार की जर्नी आगरा में ही बनता है, तो जेट लगाया। फिर जेट रोने लगा तो समर बहन जी लेके आया हूँ, आजकल वो भी ना नुकुर कर रही है कि मेरे बस का पानी खींचना। तो इस 35-40 साल में जब पानी की स्थिति ये आई है, मैं सांख्यिकी का छात्र नहीं हूँ, तो आने वाले 35 साल में क्या होगी। मैंने बचपन में एक बात सुनी थी कि तीसरा युद्ध पानी पर होगा। तीसरा विश्व युद्ध हो या ना हो, लेकिन मोहल्ले युद्ध सभी मेयरों ने देखे होंगे। वो मैं तो आई बॉर्न एंड ब्रॉट अप इन एमपी में, और बता दूं मैं इंदौर में पैदा हुआ, तब शहर नहीं था। थैंक यू, आपने मेरी जन्मस्थली को ठीक किया, मैं धन्यवाद भी देना चाहूंगा। लेकिन और कुछ कह रहा था, बात निकल गई। हाँ, मोहल्ला युद्ध आपने देखा होगा। हाँ, मैं मध्य प्रदेश में तो पानी की बड़ी कमी थी, तो अखबार में ये आता था कि कल 3 दिन पानी नहीं आएगा, इसके बाद सुबह 6 से 7 आएगा। ऐसा ऐसा हम 40 साल पहले पढ़ते, शाम को 4 से 5। मैं अशोकनगर में पढ़ा हूँ, तो कहीं भी कुछ भी काम हो, मुझे शाम को 4 से 5 नल के नीचे आना ही पड़ता था, क्योंकि उसी समय पानी आएगा, तो उसको भर के हम लोग टंकी में रखते थे। मोहल्ले युद्ध हो रहे हैं या नहीं हो रहे? एक लाइन लगती है, पीछे गुंडा टाइप का आदमी आता है, वो लाइन तोड़ता है, फिर बाल्टियां बजती हैं, फिर वो खून। हाँ, एक शेर याद आ गया, ये बड़ा माकूल है कि खून इस दौरे गरानी में बहुत सस्ता है। दौरे गरानी माने महंगाई का युग। खून इस दौरे गरानी में बहुत सस्ता है, रात फिर गांव में एक कत्ल हुआ पानी पर। इसमें फिर शब्द शेर की जान है, एज यूजुअल, कि खून इस दौरे गरानी में बहुत सस्ता है, रात फिर गांव में एक कत्ल हुआ पानी पर। और होते हैं, आपने सुने होंगे, मेरी पार्लियामेंट में यमुना पार पानी की समस्या है, 2-3 मर्डर यही वाले हैं, ये लाइन में लगने पर। तो फिर जब लड़ाई होती है तो जो बाल्टी होती है वो हथियार के रूप में इस्तेमाल होती है। तो फिर धारा 147, 48, 49, 323, 504, 506 का मुकदमा कायम होता है, और वो एक बाल्टी पानी 30-40 हजार की पड़ती है। अब ऑन रिकॉर्ड बोलना पड़ रहा है तो क्या करें, दोनों सरकारें अपनी। तो फिर वो साहब इसका नाम निकालो, तो कोई कहता होगा ला पैसे, तो ये नाम नहीं कटना चाहिए तो पैसे लाओ, ये धारा हटाओ तो कुछ मांगा गया होगा, धारा जुड़वाओ तो कुछ मांगा गया होगा। फटे हुए सिर को लेकर डॉक्टर के पास गए होंगे तो उसने लिखा होगा ऑल इंजरीज आर सिंपल इन नेचर कॉज्ड बाय हार्ट इन्फ्लुएंट ऑब्जेक्ट। डॉक्टर साहब मजा नहीं आया, इसमें तो अरेस्टिंग नहीं होगी, तो कहता कुछ गोल्ड डाल, तो कुछ करता हूँ ठीक। तो फिर वो लिख देता होगा। क्या टाइम हुआ? अरे 6-10 हो गए, मेरा जहाज छूट जाएगा। तो फिर वो कहता, फिर कुछ गोल्ड डालने के बाद इंजरी नंबर 4 इज शार्प इज ऑब्जेक्ट, तो 324 बन जाती होगी। बड़ा देखो, वो मैंने बेकार पढ़ा, ये मुझे अच्छा लग रहा था जो मैंने आपको बोला, लेकिन थोड़ा एक सेमिनार जो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स है, माइंड सेट करके ये जरूर जाओ कि ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी 80 करोड़, जिस देश में 80 करोड़ 5 किलो गेहूं चावल ले रहे हैं, मुझे तो यहाँ लग रहा था कि आनी ही बेईमानी। जिस देश में केवल 20,000 12,000 का 20,000 का शौचालय लेने के लिए आपके पार्षदों के पास लोग आ रहे हैं, एलबी का पर्स जितने में आता है, इतने में प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण आवास के लिए महिलाएं लाइन में लगी, जिसमें 9 करोड़ 45 करोड़ लोगों ने बैंक ही नहीं देखी थी। सोचिएगा, तो डीबीटी का पैसा कहाँ जाता? माए की, दादी नानी की आंखों में मोतियाबिंद हो गया वो लकड़ी, धुआं, पत्थर का कोयला, बुरादा वाली सिगड़ी, जाके अब सिलेंडर आया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि शहर का तो मामला ठीक है, लेकिन गांव का शहर से संबंध बहुत गहरा है। जिस साल हमारे खेतों में आलू अच्छे होते हैं, उसी साल आपके शहर से मोटरसाइकिल खरीदते हैं। जिस साल भाव ठीक होता है, उसी साल लड़की की शादी की जाती है। जिस साल फसल अच्छी होती है और भाव अच्छा होता है, कपड़े भी उसी साल खरीदे जाते हैं, जेवर भी। सोचते हैं कि लड़की की शादी पीले हाथ भी उसी साल करें। अगर गांव समृद्ध नहीं होगा, पेइंग कैपेसिटी नहीं बढ़ेगी, तो शहर के कपड़ों में मक्खियां बैठ के सब थानों को खराब कर देंगी। इसलिए थोड़ा इंडिया के साथ साथ भारत की भी बात करें। दुर्भाग्य ये रहा है कि 70 साल भारत सरकार चुनता था और इंडिया सरकार चलाता था। पिछले 9 साल से भारत सरकार चुन रहा है और भारत ही सरकार चला रहा है। इसलिए गरीब कल्याणकारी योजनाएं अब तो क्या 6-10 हो गए, 6-11 हो गए, तो जाना ही होगा जरा। हाँ, फिर न्यूज बनेगी कि मेरी वजह से हवाई जहाज रुका। तो और भी, तो मुझे लगता है कि वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग के ऊपर जरूर काम करिएगा। घर का पानी घर में, गांव का पानी गांव में, मोहल्ले का पानी मोहल्ले में, खेत का पानी खेत में। रन ऑफ नहीं होना चाहिए, पानी रन ऑफ नहीं होना चाहिए। और राजस्थान तो सुधर गया प्रकृति की वजह से। इसके पहले हम राजस्थान बने, तो हमें जो है अपना अपना कुछ सुधार कर लेना चाहिए। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता कि आपने इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर मुझे बुलाया। और अगर पानी, 50% बीमारियां दूषित पानी से होती है, अगर सफाई और पानी पे बजट ठीक से खर्च कर दिया जाएगा, तो रिकॉर्ड है, हेल्थ का बजट आधा हो जाएगा। सरकार पर बोझ नहीं पड़ेगा, एक लोग स्वस्थ भी रहेंगे, और स्वस्थ शरीर में स्वस्थ मस्तिष्क, और स्वस्थ मस्तिष्क से स्वस्थ राष्ट्र का निर्माण होता है। मेरी बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं कि आने वाली लोकसभा के चुनाव में जो इस सदन में बैठे हैं, वो बड़ी पंचायत में आए, ऐसी मैं शुभकामनाएं दे रहा हूँ मेयर साहिबानों को कि 2024 में आप हमें लोकसभा में आप में से कुछ लोग मिले, ऐसी में। और मैं तो रिकॉर्ड बता सकता हूँ कि पार्षद लोग सांसद बनते हैं। मैं दूर की बात नहीं करता हूँ, आगरा में हमारे उपाध्याय जी पार्षद से कैबिनेट मंत्री बने, मेयर साहब खुद पार्षद से डिप्टी मेयर बने थे, एक केशव मेहरा पार्षद से एमएलए बने, एक किशन गोपाल पार्षद से 2 बार विधायक बने, एक पार्षद, मैं अपने शहर की बता रहा हूँ, राम बाबू हरित पार्षद से 4 बार एमएलए और मिनिस्टर बने, और एक धर्म प्रकाश भारती पार्षद से एमएलसी बने, और 1-2 मेरे से छूट भी रहे होंगे। हाँ, हमारे रावत जी एमपी जो मेरे साथ थे आगरा के, वो पार्षद से सांसद बने। लेकिन यहाँ बनते पिरामिड की तरह, अगर 100 पार्षद हैं तो ऊपर जाके 2-3 पिरामिड की तरह बनते। मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं कि एक सदन तो आपने देख लिया, लेकिन देश की बड़ी पंचायत में आए, और ये आपकी झाड़ू आपको यहाँ ला सकती है, आपकी सफाई आपको यहाँ ला सकती है, आपका पानी आपको यहाँ ला सकता है, आपका वैक्सीनेशन, आपको खुशबू है तो दिल्ली तक आएगी, और जब दिल्ली तक खुशबू आ जाएगी तो चांदी की तस्तरी में रख के टिकट भी मेयर साहब के घर जाएगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, एक बार जोर से तालियां दीदी जी। रवि सर को रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज फेलिसिटेट ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट लॉ एंड जस्टिस प्रोफेसर एसपी सिंह बघेल। और ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आज अपना कीमती वक्त निकाल के वो हमारे बीच आए और इस इवेंट को ग्रेस किया और इस सेशन का पार्ट बने। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, एक बार फिर से जोर से तालियां होनी चाहिए। And wishing a safe flight to Honorable Minister of State Law and Justice, Professor SP Singh Baghel, ladies and gentlemen. और इसी के साथ मैं मिस्टर डीपी तिवारी जी को भी इस मंच पे बुलाना चाहती हूँ टू फेलिसिटेट आवर सेशन चेयर मिस्टर सुरेंद्र नाथ त्रिपाठी। तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए एवरीबॉडी। Jayant Pathak to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Sanjay Kolte. Abhijit Gadge to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Pushya Mitra Bhargav, Mayor of Indore. Mr. Paschim Tiwari, please come forward and felicitate Mr. Shekhar Singh, Commissioner, Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation,